Ladies and gents, welcome to the Western Regional Esports Invitational. Bomb's going down. If GA hits this, he might surely at least grab one. No, Cheeks manages to keep his teammate alive.
Tail puts them in the blender. That is not what you want to see.
So we're going big on the point. Arsenal gets 3. Prom goes huge. Prom goes huge. GA grabs a pick, so does Prom. This is massive here from Luke AFB. No blue arrows near that are able to get the picks. They can still touch. No, they can't somehow.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome here to the inaugural CONUS Championships. It's time for day number 2 of 3, the penultimate day of action. I am Infinity. You didn't get to see me yesterday. You do get to see some of me today. What you did get to see yesterday, though, was a very good-looking man and a dad now. It's Enigma. Andy, how you doing, buddy?
Feeling ever better after your gracious introduction there. Yes, we got to cast a lot of this tournament yesterday. Also finished off Erie as well. So a lot of COD to be played yesterday. It was a hell of a gauntlet. Got to watch some of the best Call of Duty I've seen so year when it comes to excitement. So very much so looking forward to what we get to see today. And of course, my friend, being alongside yourself.
Yeah, always a good time, mate. Always a good time. And yeah, it looked like a really good time yesterday, of course. If you guys missed out on any of the action, it's time to catch you guys up on how the groups look after one day of action. I mean, here they are. Nothing unsurprising, I would say it seems so far, right? I mean, the respective regional champions top in the groups right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Minot picking up that 3-2 victory, and then also Buckley just smoke showing absolutely everybody. They seem unstoppable at the minute, as is to be expected. Minot picking up that 3-2 win against Cannon is interesting. Interesting that it was so close. But I think a lot of the conversations to be had around those mid-table teams, right? I think that, for example, we're seeing like Barksdale get that map, the win yesterday that they managed to pick up against Luke. You look at some of those games and you think that if one of the teams in your group is going to be Buckley, then you're definitely looking to pick up those wins against those other mid-table teams and give yourself the best chance of getting a good seed for bracket.
Yeah, well, we did talk a little bit about Minot, of course, currently topping Group A. They're going to be in our first match of the day, facing up against JB Andrews. But let's learn a little bit about Minot before we get into the match.
I was like, no way I'm going to get off and play video games for a week for team.
It took a lot of convincing.
He knows too. He's been in the loop with everything. I did not think it was real.
I've known Jake for a couple years. He was stationed elsewhere. But I found out he was moving to Minot, so then I hit him up for the base tournament. I met Angel online as well, and then he introduced us to Luke, and then we kind of just all...
Nick's the root of the whole team.
Yeah.
Right.
He's the root.
Team captain, yeah.
Yeah, thanks.
I think AFG in general is just a great opportunity for airmen to kind of like find a shtick other than their job in the Air Force. When you have these opportunities, you just get away and like remember you're more than the uniform sometimes, which we all need. So it's really cool that they let us do things like this.
I actually just moved to Massachusetts. Luckily, my commander over there is super cool, super receptive. He actually really likes Air Force gaming as a whole, the whole concept. It just made it 10 times easier for me to just get that approval, and leadership was all behind me.
Really quick though, it's 791, go Dark Horses. I had to plug it real quick. Shout out my leadership.
We're a pretty role-based team. Like we kind of all know what we need to be doing individually.
Personally, I've just been playing just like 4v4s against all these other guys, but it's just really just hard point. But I could really use the work on S&D, so we'll see.
Yeah, I was about to say
how it goes.
I was about to say you better say S&D.
Yeah, I could use the work.
We all got something against Barksdale.
Yeah. My first introduction to like the whole esports scene and stuff like that was we just got reps in with them so much, and now it's like now I'm actually here and I can face them for something. You know?
I feel like Cannon's been chirping a lot. Cannon's got some.
They got something coming.
They got some smack talkers on them, so just want to make them known that we're still here and we'll probably just put them in the ground. So
like I said, Barksdale, I am coming for you guys. I just PCS from Barksdale, so I want to push y'all down bad, all 4 of you.
Buckley, I don't know what you do. I don't think you go to work. You guys just play video games all day.
Cannon, Artie, you're my son. I'm gonna make it known that you're my son by the end of this tournament.
Seymour Johnson, y'all were talking kind of crazy last time, and I feel like I'm gonna just show out on y'all this time. Only the best come north.
Well, Minot, we're talking a lot of trash about Canon in that video, and they did put them down yesterday, but they had to go to a Game 5 to get it done. That being said, we still have high hopes and expectations of this team.
Yeah, we do indeed. And one of the other teams that they brought up throughout that was Barksdale. So they got a little bit of something against them and then beat them twice yesterday in Erie to not only beat them in the winners finals, but then grand finals as well. And this is definitely a squad to be keeping an eye on. I think of this four, I think you definitely want to be keeping your eye on Bruce. You didn't get to witness him yesterday, but absolute magic on the map yesterday.
Yeah, Bruce was doing dirty things on the map. Let's say that much for sure. He is going to be a problem, but is he going to be a problem for JB Andrews? Let's find out what they've got to say.
Well, we all work together, same shop, so kind of just started playing video games together.
I just PCS to Joint Base Andrews, and within like the first month of showing up there, I just asked who played Call of Duty, and that's how I found these three.
KizaCon was really cool. They had a lot of cool vendors coming in.
Meeting a lot of new people was probably the best part, making a lot of new friends. Senior NCO's been coming and talking to me like every day about it, wondering how we've been practicing, what are we going to do to make sure that we win.
Surprisingly, leadership is just super supportive. They were obviously confused at first about like you're going TDY to go play Call of Duty, but then they warmed up to the idea pretty quickly.
They also know it's like, hey, we get to represent not only Andrews, but like the comm squadron.
They want us to win, we want to win, so we're going to do our best.
Played a lot of 8s, and we have a lot of people on our Discord that are higher ranked than me, so I just try to listen to them, or Gary's giving me pointers, and pretty much everyone on the team's giving me pointers.
A lot of it was working on like individual gameplay. A lot of the time I'd go run 8s in another cord with some of the competition we're actually playing here, kind of fill out how they play.
A lot of my personal preparation includes like going to private matches and practicing nade spots, or trying to find jump spots or like credits that you can play certain off angles that people wouldn't usually expect.
He's the brains.
Yeah, he's definitely the brains of the team.
I'm just like really excited to play certain teams like Minot. They get on to me, but I chow everything. I'm not scared of anybody I go against, even if they're better.
True. I want to play Buckley, because like everyone keeps saying like they're the best team here, they're gonna just wipe the floor with everyone. I just want to see how they play.
I personally don't like shit talking or anything like that. Like I prefer to like just shut up and show up.
The dad of the group is what we call Gary. Barksdale, Chewy, crazy, I'm coming for you. Sorry, but I'm kicking your ass.
Buckley, Ryan calls me an onliner, or Kabase, he calls me an onliner, and I'm here to prove that I'm not.
All right, Bruce. Listen, I don't care how good you are. I don't care how much you run around, shoot your gun. It doesn't matter. I'm kicking your ass. We're winning that game. We're winning the series, and yeah, that's it.
Man, that was absolutely perfect, Andy. We were asking, what do they think of Bruce, right? I mean, like, what are they going to do in this matchup versus a player that was absolutely frying yesterday? There is our answer. They do not care. They are confident going into this series.
I say that, but I mean, JB Andrews yesterday nearly made a dramatic run as well through losers in that Erie competition, unfortunately falling foul in losers finals. So they've definitely got a resiliency about them, as well as the ability to trash talk, it seems. So a big fan of this lineup. I see some of the names here as well, like some Magic, Martin, Gare Bear, cast over them before. Big fan of those two gents.
Yeah, well, we've looked at the teams then. Let's take a look at our battlegrounds for this first best of 5 of the day. Here is our vetoes in this set. We're going to kick things off on a Rio hardpoint, a double Rio, as a matter of fact, to kick off this best of 5, Andy.
Yes, we got to watch quite a bit of Rio yesterday, and what I will say is we saw quite a few teams of basically live by the sword of, are you doing a good job of controlling the mid-map? Now, if you weren't, and you were struggling on those rotations, and you were just getting absolutely picked apart, you were struggling to hang in there, basically. Whereas squads that prioritize having a sub in the middle and looking to control it, make the rest of the map free-flowing, would prosper. So that's what I'm looking for today. I'm looking for those SMGs, and in particular, I'm looking at that Minot lineup. I'm looking at Bruce. That's the man that JB Andrews are going to have to shut down today.
Yeah, especially as you say, when we get into those search and destroys. What was it yesterday? He went on an absolute tear. I think it was a 10 spree against the Barkdale rosters in the grand finals of the Eastern Regional. So for him to be a problem in search and destroy, I mean, look, they've said they're not scared of him. They've said they're not concerned about Bruce on the map. Maybe they should be. Also, I want to give a shout out to Nixterox, right? Because this guy across respawns is a huge issue. Again, looking back specifically at the Eastern Regionals, both the upper bracket final and the grand finals of that tournament, Nixterox was frying. So you got to shut down those players, Andy, if you want any chance of success into this series.
Yeah, well, I look at like the ways in which those two play as well. Bruce in particular is the kind of guy where he tucks himself off into little corners, off angles, makes things difficult. If his team's holding a hill, he pushes on out and then breaks up that offensive wave. If his team is trying to break a hill, he just makes himself a little bit of a nightmare, unpredictable on the map, and opens up the hill for his team. Nixtrox, on the other hand, very good at locking down those lanes, very good in the power position. So it's going to be a big ask for JB Andrews to make things happen here. But we heard him in the VT. They believe that they can do it today, and they're bringing their firepower.
You got to have confidence, right? Ultimately, I think that's the way you got to go into this, of course. I do not believe we got to see either of these two teams face off against one another in the Eastern Regionals. Despite the fact that we had that phenomenal lower bracket run, they did not get to face off against Minot. So this is an opportunity to prove what they are worth. We are just about ready to get into the first game of the second day of action here, folks. Again, a huge matchup. Ultimately, both of these teams will get out of groups regardless. Every team makes it into the bracket. But this is still an important one here, Andy, to see who will make it through as a number 1 seed.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially looking at the way the groups are currently. Minot obviously at 1-0. JB Andrews 0-1. So to go 0-2 here would be pretty disastrous. You're guaranteeing yourself almost definitely a low seed and potentially coming up against the likes of Minot or maybe a team like Buckley in that round 1. And absolutely no one wants to be facing that early in knockout phase. And well, we're going to get ourselves a little bit of a look here at P1. And of course, we're expecting this to be scrappy. But JB Andrews coming on top in the gunfights thus far.
These big kills coming through. I believe the names are currently flipped, by the way. Yeah. So left is actually JB Andrews, right is actually Minot. We'll get that fixed for you, I assume, in just a moment. For the moment, though, here, off the start of this game, Minot in control, as we kind of expected. Again, looking back towards yesterday, their respawns were phenomenal. This is what you expect to see, and already you're seeing some adversity on the side of JB Andrews here. You've got a couple of players spawning out towards the other side of the map, and big gunfights for Bear in the backline. He can win that one against Zig, or Bruce, excuse me. That was huge, and he does. But he is keeping a lot alive at the moment here for JB Andrews. He has done so much here. The rest of the squad is able to get through towards the hill.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the way that they approach this. P2 is often where a team can be undone nice and early, and well, you get that JB Andrews pressure through the backside to make sure they get spawns. It's also some sort of pinch play that comes on out, picks up the remaining players. Minot are going to run onto the end of guns, and this is an opportunity now for JB Andrews to drag themselves back into this. We're obviously very early days, but already seeing quite a bit more resistance than Minot faced throughout a lot of their maps yesterday. Lovely stuff from Magic Mott, and another 20 seconds left to play. So it's when we consider that rotation next, and you can already see that players like Bear are considering it.
That's an egregious challenge and a half coming out from Magic Mott. Doesn't really matter that much in the grand scheme of things, considering he was already on 6 in a row. He'd already earned the cruise missile for the next hard point. A big hard point on the whole coming out from JB Andrews. Still fighting for the scrap time will be X1 Tyler on the other side. Player from Minot left to take out. X1 Tyler's going to get it done with the best weapon in the game, aka the Renetti. And over by Nu, though, gunfight's starting to be won by Minot here. Big double coming through from Nixtrox. Minox, they want to hold this time. They have to be careful about the pressure coming from the backline.
Interesting seeing Nixtrox run this Rival 9. Yesterday, largely on an MCW, largely playing around those headies, power positions, and so on. But it looks like he's going to flex this and team up with Bruce to try and Rival 9 the middle of the map. Not sure if that was just a situational thing or potentially a strategy change coming into today. And Bruce here just looking to control the middle of the map and delay this push coming back from JB Andrews.
He's doing a really good job right now. Magic Mott tries to fly through. He's going to get shut down. That is 4 down across the feed here. Minot Skull with to hold full control of that hard point for the full 60 seconds. They've done exactly that, and they're already starting to pressurize through the middle of the map as well. You now see Bruce on 5 in a row over by Nu. You've got Nixtrox still running the middle of the map like it's his playground, and I mean, to be honest, at this point, Enigma, it absolutely is now. Gunfight's also being won towards the backline. Nixtrox on 5 in a row, looking for the 6th that would give him the cruise missile, and there it is. Beautiful. Nixtrox, a streak for him. If Bruce can find his 6, and they do, that's a dangerous position now for JB Andrews.
It is the worst as well, because you also have players rotated in from Minot over towards this next hill. You might have Bad Birch split this, but he's going to have to play this perfectly out of boxes. He's going to have to hope the timing's on his side. And it will be checked by Bruce, of course. Who else to shut down a play except for the star man, the MVP for this side thus far through the tournament?
Potential flank, though, coming through from Magic Mott here, and it is read perfectly. Yeah, that's one of those ones where you do have to give a little bit of extra love. Cryptic Ace will be happy with that one. The fact that they're able to call it perfectly. It's going to force JB Andrews here to now hit this one all the way through the front. Gerbet tagged up down to 7 HP. Bruce going to be able to finish that gunfight. Egregious into 3 different players. Going to get shut down here. And JB Andrews, I mean, they are just stuck right now. 15 seconds left on this hard point. And they full send it towards this one as well. There is no effort towards the rotation here whatsoever.
Exactly where I was about to go. You're playing for 7 seconds when you could have just hit a rotation. Yes, P5 is a difficult one to hold down, but if you get yourself set up early, press on out and control that top bridge, you have an opportunity to lock down some time. Instead, you've now got to try and break a Minot team that are currently winning all the gunfights. And Bruce here going to be the main man that you have to run into first, and he finds the first onto Gear Bear.
Bruce now starting to heat up once again here. A couple of players to deal with in the middle map. There's one. Not going to hop the second because you weren't quite expecting Badbert's challenge in the way that they do. Badbert will actually produce a double here, and all of a sudden now you're relying on Nixterox, but unfortunately for JB Andrews, Gearbear, I think that might have been a direct hit onto a teammate. Will take a teammate out of the play. It doesn't dissuade them initially from getting onto the hard point, but that double from Cryptic Ace will. And just as quickly as Minot are removed from the hard point, JB Andrews, I mean, they are removed right back.
Yeah, the one thing we saw from Minot yesterday, they're very good at breaking teams. And when you've got Bruce opening up with 2 kills through mid, you can understand exactly why. Bruce goes on for a third. Bruce is probably going to push on out through the back doors towards a fourth. And then you just end up with this complete control again from Minot. Eventually, Bruce is found short, but the extra time spent trying to find him means that there's also little rotation in for P1, and it's just going to be a mad scramble, which right now only suits Minot.
Yeah, streak coming down from Magic Mott. It's a good investment you have to feel, but you ultimately do need to win the gunfights. The fact that Bruce is able to get another double means that it's nowhere near convincing enough for hill control. You're still fighting back if you're a JB Andrews. Potential flank now from Magic Mott, looking to streak once more. There's kill number 1. Good support from X1 Tyler from Info as well. JB Andrews starting to get a look at this hard point. Eventual double from Bruce is not going to come through here. Magic Mott's going to run out of bullets. Fortunately enough, does have Gear Bear there for the time. You are seeing like moments of kind of hope for JB Andrews here through this game, Andy, but it is not that convincing at this point.
It isn't. It is not at all. You've got to continually fight for scrap at the minute. I really would love to see them prioritize a P2 setup here. Prioritize a rotation on in. They did a good job last time of flipping Minot out of there. And honestly, they're only really solid passage of play when it comes to hardpoint time. So I want to see the exact same repeated here. But you got to deal with Bruce in the backline because he's making a mess of your team.
That's unfortunate, and you haven't cleaned up that mess still. Back up towards 150 HP goes Bruce, and it's still an issue that you kind of have to hunt for. Badbert is more preoccupied with the front of the hard point. Certainly wasn't preoccupied enough with Info. That's going to be Shay, who comes through for the kill. Activating now as Magic Mock, you will finally take Bruce down, but Bruce has done enough. Once again, a distraction play that will give Minot control of this hill, and JB Andrews now. I mean, they've got the back spawns here, but you've got to fight through these L triggers that Minot currently have right on you.
Yeah, you do. I like the play here from Gearbear through mid, but he will be found yet again by, of course, none other than Bruce. Currently 26 and 11, who himself could now just begin that rotation on over, even though we got 20 seconds left at this point. If you are Minot, you can hit those early rotations. You can give up quite a bit of scrap time. It does not matter. You're almost there.
This has been a phenomenal hard point from Minot, and to be honest, a couple of errors from JB Andrews has probably contributed to that somewhat. But we need to see them pick up pace for right now, otherwise this game will be donezo. Minot just 33 points away, excuse me, quick maths, from winning in this game. Magic Mott on the flank here will be able to shut one down. On the hunt will be Cryptic Ace here. They need to take this player out before they can influence the spawns. And yeah, it is a quick enough call coming out. Nixterox is actually going to be a player to take that guy down. And there is those back spawns solidified once more from Minot.
Yeah, just playing fundamental Call of Duty alongside the technical skill that they bring. Gearbear's going to try and flood through the front, and it will not work. Bruce shuts him down, then gets the information on Mott as well, which will mean that he'll get the support in from Nixterox, and you are just 10 seconds taking map 1 if you're Minot.
Yeah, double from Nixterox now. Everybody in the hill from Minot. Everyone is here. 5 seconds away from victory. JB Andrews looking for something, and that one is donezo. That is, that was a hard point. I mean, I don't even know what to say about that one, mate. That was utterly insane. JB Andrews, as we said, a couple of errors, but for the most part, you got to give Minot their flowers. They were slaying out.
Yeah, 100%. I think it sticks to script a little bit. We're expecting this, really. Minot are a very oppressive team when it comes to hardpoint. JB Andrews, we did see them. We saw them yesterday. Joint Base Andrews play their hardpoints. They were kind of inconsistent. They lost the first one that we got to see them play and only just saw out the second one. So, and looking at that scoreboard as well, by the way, Magic Mott, the only player of theirs to finish positive across day one is the guy who is putting up at least some resistance. But for Minot, of course, we're going to look back on over towards Bruce. At one point, running 26 and 11, I believe it was. Must have finished around that 30 mark. Put on a real performance here. Map 1.
I mean, look, you just look at Minot, right? And we talked about it before we even got into the series, right? I mean, we talked about kind of Minot and what we expected out of them. It was yesterday Bruce and Nixterox that were doing everything, right? And, you know, I think right from, I think it was the first set, from, I think it was P3 was the hard point where we both go on threes. That was really, I think, the moment where we're like, okay, they're just doing exactly what they were doing yesterday. They are running around the map. the map is totally their real estate to control, and that is reflected in the final scoreline there. That is a huge victory in map number 1 there for Minot. They come out with a 100-point club over JB Andrews. And, I mean, we got to see something better in the Search and Destroy. There has to be something out of JB Andrews if they want to stay in this series.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Fully agreed with that. I think that the one thing I will give you going into this, perhaps a storyline that could write itself in for this series, is that of what we saw from Joint Base Andrews yesterday, Rio Search and Destroy was lights out. They 6-0'd Barksdale. They were absolutely phenomenal in there, and they did a really good job of taking advantage of Barksdale's poor post-plant positions, but also they had a strategy where they went on their breakoffs, went on their rollouts, picked up the information, and held onto smokes for that second phase of play. It seems to be very different to what a lot of the teams are bringing, so that's what I'm looking to see them do, and try and upset the rhythm of this Minot team in their search play.
It has to be, right? I mean, Search and Destroy wins championship. Is it going to win you the series here? Obviously, you're going to try and steal away another respawn at this point, if that's the way you want to win this series versus this Minot team. But still, it's also important to note, even though we didn't get to see it yesterday, Minot did win that game 5 versus Cannon, right? They talked about it in kind of the VT. They said that they wanted to take Cannon down, able to clutch up in the game 5 when required. So we know they've got clutch potential in Search and Destroy. Whether or not they're going to have it here against JB Andrews is a different story. You know, going back to the strategies, right? In the VT again, we talk about kind of Bear being the brains of the team, right? You can't just have brains at this point, though. I think it's the way I'd look at it, right? You can't just have brains. You've also got to have brawn, and I don't think that was quite there in that first map.
Absolutely not. Again, only really Magic Mott putting up some kind of resistance, and that's only sticking to script, really. And we got to see a little bit more. You're right. You need to have more brawn to your brain if you're going to come out with this. And they do have a lot of brain, again, in S&D. They seem to have plenty of strategies, plenty of playbook moments coming on out, something that some of the teams coming to this event do not have. What I will say is it will be a totally different prospect coming up against Barksdale, who are one of those squads who seem to be making it up a little bit on the fly when it came to Search, as opposed to Minot, who play Search typically very patiently. They, especially on defensive rounds, very happy to just hold their lanes, lock down, play for the information, and force the opposing team onto them.
I would say with the exception of Bruce yesterday. Again, you know, I did watch
Bruce.
that Invasion Search and Destroy versus Barksdale, of course, the grand finals of the Eastern Regionals, and he was just like running around Invasion S&D like nobody's business. Did not care about holding back whatsoever. And I think that would be what I'd be concerned about if I'm JB Andrews in this Search and Destroy. You got to make sure you shut Bruce down. Do not let him get, what was it, 10 sprees, something ridiculous like that. Don't let that happen here, and you should be all gravy. Need to see some of these set nades from Bear. Not going to see him off the start, though. I think I'll hold on to them for the moment.
I think the one thing about Minot, and in particular about Bruce, is... Oh my... I mean, you're getting... I'm fair enough, Cryptic, right? You want to shoot a couple of bodies, but at least don't get shot at the same time. He somehow gets away with it. That will be a first blood straight onto the board. Mott's going to be found, and... Well, that's the superstar so far for Joint Base Andrews, so already concerning here. But they do have that B-bomb site available to them if they wish to push it right now.
Yeah, I almost wonder to a certain extent if JB Andrews are trying to play around the aggression or the over-aggression of Minot, and there was a little bit of that there. You see Nixdrox, though, is going to get something for it, so you still hold the life advantage despite the fact that you've lost a player, and now you're split up. Badbert and Bear trying to make some individual plays happen. Bear has to win this 1 versus 1, and he does exactly that. Big kill against Cryptic Ace, and now all the players here across the map are split up.
Indeed, and Bear probably waiting on some information. Will get it, but Badbert rings out the shots towards Bruce and will not clean him up. We could be looking back on that as a pivotal moment in this round, and that's exactly why, because Bruce does that. Picks up Bear, bomb is down, surely fully aware of it, and can just tuck himself away in a corner.
Badbert doesn't even make the jump up. You can see it through our x-ray. Bruce has to go over towards his secondary weapon. Badbert's going to win that fight. 1 second on the clock there. There was an opportunity to find the final player, but no, Minot going to win that round. And it felt a little bit directionless there. You have to feel for JB Andrews at the start of that round. They played slow. They waited for the over-aggression of Minot, but that aggression never really came, at least in a way in which they kind of managed to flip the situation back in their favor.
Yeah, and this is what I mean by the play styles here. I think that the fact that Barksdale had that aggression played perfectly into the way that Joint Base Andrews like to play S&D. Meanwhile, Minot, they just have that little bit of patience about them sometimes that won't let Joint Base Andrews play that way. Then again, Bruce, you spoke about him, likes to get aggressive sometimes, especially on this offense, and he's flying.
Here we go. Straight towards the middle of the map. Not really anybody to worry about. I think Utility over the top has made sure that JB Andrews is not going to get anything towards the site, and that's over aggression from Nixdrox. Once again, looking to be a problem. JB Andrews, I think, reliant here on Magic Mox, but you're losing players. Mott really needed somebody else to stay alive. It's read by Shay. This round has fallen apart from Bad Burt. If it wasn't there, I mean, this is disgusting. Minot here, dominant round there on the offense.
Yeah, I was trying to give you as a storyline to build into this, talking about how Joint Base Andrews looked really good on Rio S&D yesterday, but it has not been happening here in these opening 2 rounds, as simple as you like. I honestly think that the only reason you end up getting an extra kill is because Bruce runs out of bullets at one point, and yeah, simple, straightforward, exactly what Minot are hoping for to kick off day 2. I spoke a little bit about it before. Currently, Minot's record in groups sitting at 1-0. Joint Base Andrews currently sitting at 0-1, so for right now, Joint Base Andrews really staring down the barrel, need to find something to build themselves into this tie.
Alright, well, 2 rounds deep into this S&D, it feels like Minot right now are just a little bit more certain about how they want to play this. JB Andrews, though, going to get some information here towards the middle of the map. They should know now that there is some interest from Minot towards the B site, but once again, they're not really doing much in the way of actually stopping it. That first blood will, though, as will the second, and, well, that's not great for JB Andrews here. You've already lost the first bloods once again. Good trade coming from Bad Burt, though, towards information. Now be able to get together here for this 2 versus 2. You've got to read this flank from Nixterox.
And they don't. And Nixterox will find one, and he's currently trying to sniff out Burt. And a 1v1 as well. Burt's not having himself a bad map. It actually finds Nick, but does Nick then see him on the cross? He does indeed. And it will just be damage. 30 seconds still left to go in this one. Bomb will be retrieved. They run into each other. And Nixterox comes out on top. I want to pull it back because 1v1s be damned. They can be a bit of a lottery sometimes. Nixterox will shake his head and believe that he just comes out on top because he's the better player. But I want to go back to the very start in the break-off there. Cryptic and Bruce both play a very interesting strategy, getting super aggressive in through A, that then allows them to get that first blood and essentially set up a sort of collapse and pinch play that could have come in through mid. Honestly, if it hadn't been for Bad Burt, I think that that's exactly how that plays out and needs some heroics from him. But a lovely rollout there from Minot to really put some pressure on the defense.
It just feels like every time you've got something positive to say about JB Andrews, it just withers away right in front of our very eyes. Minot now free bomb site over towards A. Nixterox on 5 in a row. He's hunting for the final kill that would give him the cruise missile. Magic Mott is actually not going to be checked towards boxes. They're reliant on Cryptic Ace looking for that kill if Magic Mott does trade on out. And there is the kill from Nixterox as well. Kills on all sides being obtained right now from Minot. And they're going to catch Gare Bear, who thought he might have infiltrated the site. Bomb now down. 1v4. That's not going to last long either. Once again, Minot just looks so sure of everything they are doing.
Coming back to those first bloods, coming back to exactly controlling that numerical advantage. Statistically, Rio is the strongest map in our search and destroy pool when it comes to first bloods in terms of expectancy to win, and you're seeing that happen in front of you here. I loved as well that, you know, you called it yourself. Magic Mott hasn't been spotted at boxes. I think that there's a communication thing going on between Minot there. Okay, no one's checked boxes. Okay, we know that we got to keep an eye on that, and they just pick up Mott perfectly. They don't need to know he's there. They just need to know that that is the unguarded space. They do a great job of isolating and picking up that first blood yet again.
Good team play out of Minot right now, proving themselves the better roster over JB Andrews, who said they wanted this matchup. They wanted to prove what they had versus Minot. First blood once again. Oh, that's a long-range fight with a rifle from Nixterox. Now 9-1, 8 spree. Still has not used that cruise missile. If he does, though, that is a couple of players that you're probably going to be able to get for free.
Yeah, the thing is, well, you'd like to then give the information on over and just say to Shay, mate, hold an L trigger because they're all going to come running your way. And actually, Gare Bear decides to jump straight in front of Nixterox himself. The terrifying thing for me there, Gare Bear starts to move by himself, basically. Yes, you do eventually get a trade out from Tyler, but I think that's just because Nixterox is feeling himself. And that is all the information gained that you need if you're Minot at this point. Look at those blue arrows turn, try and isolate off this portion of the map.
At this point, you're waiting for something that's not going to arrive. I know that Minot have been over-aggressive at times, but you need to push for these gunfights. Nice team shots will finally pick up one player, even the odds of the 2 versus 2. But who's waiting in the middle of the map? It would have been Bruce. What a great read from Magic Mott, though, to take him out of the play. And now, you're in a 2 versus 1. You flip the script. Cryptic Ace, what do you got for us? You need to win the opening gunfight. He catches Tyler through the wall, and now brings this down to a 1v1. Magic Mott on the other side, and Cryptic Ace takes it.
I mean, that is a dagger to the soul of Joint Base Andrews. And look at Nixterox getting loud on our player cam there. I mean, you got to be feeling good about that. Quite often we talk about Nixterox, we talk about Bruce as the two that will lead the way on this team. not to kind of discredit Shay and not to discredit Cryptic, because you've just seen exactly what Cryptic can bring. Clutches up big time in the 1v2. You mentioned a line a minute ago. Every time it seems like we've got something positive to say about Joint Base Andrews, it withers away. And that is because Minot are just taking an absolute flame to everything that Andrews can bring to this.
It's just been nothing from JB Andrews, not even a whisper in this game. I'm not talking about the chocolate bar. Minot. Sorry, man. I know you're hungry. It's all right. Minot. 5 rounds deep. Finally, some kind of aggression from JB Andrews here. Some kind of strategy. Get there, pushed up towards vending. I think you can get a whisper in there. Pretty sure. Maybe I'll check. I don't know. He's looking for a kill regardless. He's hungry for something.
We're going to come back to this. Care Bear just holding vending, holding the fridges, waiting to see something pop up. This feels a lot more patient from both sides, but it will be a similar result. Bruce gives Minot their 6th straight first blood in this, and now Andrews have to fight a way back in, and Bruce lets them know. Cruise missile sends everyone scrambling. Bad Burst last alive. 1v4. You get one. That might be pretty, but you're doing absolutely nothing else. 6-0 here in your Rio S&D. As simple as you like, Brody.
Oh boy, that was an S&D from Minot. To be honest, again, I feel the same way I did about the hard point, right? And, you know, I wouldn't trash teams ever, but, like, it does feel like a certain extent, it's not necessarily Minot are playing out of this world, search and destroy. I think they're just playing very by the book. S&D, granted, there are a couple of moments there where we see clutch-ups from Minot, but for the most part, all they are doing is just exploiting the errors that JB Andrews are bringing to the table. That is about as by the book as you can get in search and destroy.
Yeah, 100%. And I think as well, like for Minot, I think you get a little bit of a reminder just how solid your S&D play is, because yesterday they had moments with a little bit hit and miss. So I think that this is a solid reminder again. Just, you know, you can go out and make some of your plays happen. You got to be looking ahead further down the tournament. I think if you're Minot, you're not thinking about Joint Base Andrews necessarily. You're thinking of your Buckley teams and matching up with them later on. So a solid start to your afternoon in order to just clean sweep here. And I think that breeds confidence as we start to look towards our control.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be confident if I'm Minot at this point in the series. You 100-point clubbed him in the hard point. You cleanly 6-0'd him in the search and destroy. I think the only reprieve at this point, if you're JB Andrews, is you're not playing Rio anymore. There's no Rio control here. You got to go to a new battleground in Karachi. Does it change anything? I mean, it is the question for me, because, you know, even we kind of bring us down to, well, all right, it was search and destroy. What do the respawns look like? I mean, they got smoked in game 1.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I'm looking as well back on over the storylines that we could try and build into this. The one thing I will say, in the series that Minot have had so far, discounting Erie, only talking about CONUS where they played against Canon, they did lose in the control. However, it was an invasion control, not necessarily Karachi. So if I'm trying to find a way to build Andrews back into this, it just looks difficult, because there's, again, the only control that they've had was a loss as well. So I am struggling to find a way in which I say that Joint Base Andrews managed to drag us back into this series. I think we spoke about 2 superstars at the start of the day. That was going to be Bruce. That was going to be Nixterox. They've done nothing to slow them down. And just when you think they've wiped them off the table, Cryptic goes and picks up a big 1v2, just showing that little bit of extra quality that exists even in the backup players when we start talking about Minot.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing for me. Again, you talk about the fact that there is, like, there's moments, right? And this is what I was saying in the middle of the search and destroy. There are moments of greatness in there for JB Andrews where you're like, yeah, you guys are making the right decisions. And then I think it just kind of all filters away from them. And you know, granted, I think that one was kind of out of their hands. Maybe they could have played that 2 versus 1 a little bit better, but still, like, you've got to give it to the player on the clutch, right? Ultimately, that's just how the cookie crumbles sometimes in search and destroy. But certainly, I think, again, you know, what we saw from Minot yesterday, not just in the group stages, but also in their bracket in Eastern Regionals, is I think we're looking at a team that, you know, moving forward for the rest of the bracket, potentially, they are one of the favorites for this competition. They have just absolutely dominated their matchup so far this tournament. Of course, yesterday they did have to go to Game 5 versus Canon, but that's really the only time, at least on broadcast, where it's felt like they have been challenged. And this matchup so far has certainly been anything but. We are just one map away from potentially Minot 3-0ing JB Andrews in this series. We now need to see a magical reverse sweep, and they got to find like a 3rd, 4th, 6th, 7th gear at this point if you're JB Andrews, because right now they are behind.
One of the things I want to see here is bravery, right? You've nothing to lose. I want to see some set plays. I want to see big pushes. I want to see, for example, one of the things you can do here on the offense, change quickly between that A push and B push. Really try and rock Minot's defenses and just send a couple of players scrambling. Do not make yourself super predictable because you'll be found all day, and that's a first blood out of Mott. That's what you need. I don't know about the extra bullets, though. Dude, you're 2-0 down.
You know what? Look, sometimes that's a help. Sometimes that is, I guess, a positive for you, right? It improves where you're at, for the mental game, and it kind of gets into the team's head like, oh my god, why are you shooting bodies? It can definitely works against me in ranked play.
Maybe to
this
you.
This is a whole very different thing. I break down pretty easily in ranked play, but regardless, it might help JB Andrews here. Might not, though, starting to heat up once more. Nixtrox will find a double. Hasn't exactly stopped JB Andrews from the middle of the map, and Minot are actually spawning up towards the street side. They are still looking to stop this A zone. Shay was not being watched. He's able to waltz straight in towards the point. Also, kills coming through from the rest of the ensemble as well, and what looked like a pretty positive push coming through from JB Andrews is stopped.
And it's moments like that where you have a lot of players dead for Minot. JB Andrews there could move on from A, send 1 or 2 bodies over towards B, and suddenly shuffle Minot across the board. They have to split that defensive approach, and suddenly puts a couple of question marks in. Okay, Andrews aren't playing scared anymore. They have managed to eventually get over towards B, but there will be a couple of Minot players arriving. Nixtrox will open with 1. Cryptic takes a couple of bullets, spins, turns, and gets a couple of bullets back in himself. And all of a sudden, progress paused on B. A will surely come on through, so it's a little bit of something out of Joint Base Andrews, but considering there's only 1 life difference, I still think Minot are good to hold here.
Yeah, B is just so difficult, generally speaking, to get hold of, right? You gotta send players on the flank, and they are doing that for the most part. You can already see on the minimap there, number 2, Badbert is looking to make a flank happen. He has been read by Bruce, though. And now towards red as well. Cryptic Ace now starting to clear house. They just get some bad timing. Tyler will get away. Mott should also take them down. Good trade coming through from Bruce. So for the moment here, Minot are plugging all the gaps in their defense. Big kill though. Ghoul keep Badbert in the conversation for lights control. But I love this from Minot. They are constantly trading one another out. They are never leaving anything open here on the defense.
Yeah, you're not ending up with any situation where Andrews can suddenly spring into action, right? There's not a 3 or a 4 dead where you can just suddenly roll on forward, making sure that it's messy. It's difficult for Andrews to really feel like they're making progress on the map. Moments exactly like that. Nixtrox backs up Bruce and just ensures that they can get control of bottom red yet again. Bottom ticket, and Cryptic now going to try and flank this and just try and, again, hold off the Andrews push. 40 seconds to go, 12 lives apiece. This is looking like a Minot hold that we expect from this side, considering the prowess here in the respawns.
Yeah, they've just done such a good job of making sure every single angle is being watched. JB Andrews, they just need a chance. I thought maybe Tyler was going to be the player to get it done, but Shay will shut him down. Everything being watched. Kill from Magic Mott. 20 seconds on the clock here. You've got to go. Timing from Bruce. While awarding 1 gunfight. How much more can Bruce find here? Well, Cryptic's going to find another one. All of this now, you have to feel. Kill coming through from Badbert. Will run on the flank. Bear. Is he going to find anything? 1 over the top is all they will get. Good trade from Nixtrox, and that's going to be all she wrote for this round. There's no way, sprint or no sprint, you get a touch on the point now. And a pretty positive start. I will say that much from JB Andrews, right? I mean, the start of that one, they won the gunfights. They took 2 ticks over by A. But after that point, even with the A capture, I think things just slowed down significantly.
Yeah, I think as well it ends up, and I said it a little bit at the start, a little bit predictable. Hitting a lot from the front. You do end up with Tyler playing through top satellite. You do end up with a situation there late on where Gare Bear plays through the back spawns. I like moments like that coming on out. They're just too few and far between. And you end up with a situation as well where Gare Bear makes that play. His teammates are losing the fights over by lights. They're losing the front battle, the front lines. So you just end up with that lack of effectiveness coming in through that flank. A few more of those, and you never know, you might have ended up onto the B zone there. And if you ever get onto this B zone, we know how damn hard it is to be removed from it. But a solid start for Joint Base Andrews. It's whether they can hold off the Minot onslaught here.
Yeah, might not win these opening gunfights. I'm very curious about what the reaction looks like for JB Andrews, because so far it has not been that great. They are now on the point. Bruce looking to get behind enemy lines here. Good play from Nixtrox to make sure that Badbert does not hit the flank through barrels. And JB Andrews here on the defense don't really look like they're that bothered by this push. They're just chilling. They're not doing anything about this one, Andy.
Yeah, the thing is as well, Bruce has slipped the net. He's all the way through the half wall. So as those 2 gunfights come on in for red, for fire, you're going to have so much map control. Tyler is pushed through into scrap, but unless he manages to win a couple of gunfights here and cut off reinforcements, it's going to do little. Because of Bruce's position here, they're just not going to be able to get on over towards this B point. And that's the moment when all of a sudden Andrews will recognize that they're in trouble.
And they're on the point now. JB Andrews, you got to go. They still look so nonchalant about this. They're chilling like a villain up top in red. You guys have to go right now. Kills being made here from Minot. Nixterox will open up with the first blood. JB Andrews, they still don't really look that bothered by this one. You've got to push right about now. Player on the point now. Badbert will be the first player to contest this. Just going to have to try and play his life here for the rest of the team to make their way, but he is swarmed. And now there's even more players on the point. Now you get 3 bodies on the point from Minot. Now it's going to be Bruce on 5 in a row as well. JB Andrews on the half wall here. Magic Mott, you've got to try and get over right into the line of fire from Minot, and that is so difficult. But again, I've been saying it all series long. As much as you want to praise Minot for their decisiveness, there is an element of this that just seems so lax from JB Andrews.
Yeah, I don't know if they've thrown in the towel. They're playing for kill death. I don't know what it is, but that was unbelievably slow of a response. I think I want to focus on the positives. I want to focus on Bruce and his decision to move away from A and sit himself at the half wall by B, and just at the very least he causes a bit of commotion over there, which shifts all the defenses that way for Andrews. But at the very best, and it's exactly how it pans out, he just holds and makes sure that no Andrews reinforcements can get back on through when they eventually do start spawning back there. And again, that man that we've spoken about so often through this tournament, MVP level material, if he can keep up this level of performance, he's the one causing the damage.
All right. Oh, look, we need to see something from JB Andrews. Needs to be the Ultramax reverse sweep hit. Minot in control once again. X-Tyler gonna lose control of the power position up top. Trade starting to come through here. Big kill from Shay towards top bricks again. These power positions just continue to slip through the fingers of JB Andrews. And after Gerbear, you got to be concerned that someone's watching the exit of the chicken coop spawn, and they'd be absolutely right. Bruce was that guy. Badbert, is he ready for a second fight though? Doesn't need to be. You've got the help from Tyler towards the middle of the point here. JB Andrews, they're finding value through the middle of the map here, Andy. They just aren't finding enough for map control.
Yeah, well, it doesn't help when you're spending time putting bullets into bodies. Get yourself onto the point. Fight this. Nixterox finds 2, has absolutely no right to the second, and that means that Cryptic can get himself in there to clean up the third. And all of a sudden, if you're Andrews, you're sent packing again. Make a B play. Do something different. Find a different route into this. Don't continue to hit this A point when you're just getting absolutely murdered, as Bruce finds himself yet another kill on the map. It's just dribs, drabs, and honestly, very concerning for Andrews, as Minot look every bit the side that we expected them to be.
Well, look, I like this at the very least from JB Andrews, right? Something spicy. They've added some spice to the mix here. Just as I say that, though, Tyler's going to get shut down. It'll leave Magic more isolated. He's just trying to play that topside cheese positioning inside the cupboard, and, well, he will find 1 kill. It's not enough, but Magic Mott, in making that play, actually, has drawn the entirety of Minot over towards the defensive B. They managed to get something going over by A, and they're winning the fights as well. So this is really positive here for JB Andrews towards the B point as well. They're winning the fight. So all of a sudden here, we're looking at a situation where JB Andrews seem to know what they're doing.
Yeah, much better indeed. I think it's a big win as well by Gerbear over on A to continue the presence there. It means a split push in order to repel this by Minot. A should come on through, and there's also going to be a tick of progress from B. Lives are relatively even, and you still have Bert here, although likelihood is that Minot just flood this and clean him off the point. But can he stay alive long enough for his teammates to get in here?
Can he get it done? Kill from Shay, good enough. Tyler's going to find 2, no more than that. Big shutdown, though. Here from JB Andrews. They just need 2 ticks over by B, and they've still got players in power positions to get it done. Big gunfight from Gerbear up top. No, you're going to lose that one to Cryptic, who still is flying towards the point with urgency because you've lost a player towards the backline. You're seeing that aggression coming out from Magic Mark, who is going to get traded on and out, and now things will calm down somewhat here. Bruce starting to get aggressive through lights. We'll have to force a player to back away. 50 seconds on the clock. 9 plays 8 in terms of lives here. That is favoring Minot, and as Nixterox finds Tyler, things might just be getting worse for JB Andrews.
Yeah, 6 to 8 in favor of Minot. Make that 5. And every kill at this point, a dagger to Andrews' chance of seeing this out. No respawns remaining. Bruce is continuing to get aggressive. Finds 1, finds the second. Absolutely disgusting. Onto a 3. And all the work that we saw Andrews put in here to potentially fight back in this, likely undone as just the 2 players to full swing back towards B.
And this feels like a done deal right now. Minot looking to cleanly 3-0. JB Andrews, they've still got something to say here. Oh no! The execution! That's disgusting! That's a horrible way to end this series for JB Andrews. And I think that, if anything, just shows us how that entire series went. That is a 3-0.5 from Minot.
I mean, it's a fitting end. And Cryptic as well. Man, again, we don't necessarily speak about him as the star of this side, but he's stepped up big time through this series. Talk about the 1v2 in the Surge. couple of big plays off towards the B site there in the control. It's a little bit of life that we see out of Andrews in the end, that decision to move over from A towards B in order to try and split the push, but it was never enough really to threaten Minot, who held firm and showed up when it came to the slaying side of the game. I got to go back to that round where Bruce makes that decision to rotate away from A as it's being capped, sits himself by the half wall. I thought that showed the difference in the mentality between those two sides. It was aggressive, it was bold.
Yeah.
We only saw that come out of Andrews really when their backs were against the wall, when it kind of felt like, well, if we don't do it, the game's over anyway. So I think that, you know, Minot playing proactively, Andrews trying to play reactively and against the better side, that's just asking for trouble.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to describe it, right? Again, I think if there was ever a perfect round to encapsulate what we just saw, it is ultimately that round number 2, where they were just playing so relaxed and they didn't really particularly care. It felt like they weren't doing anything about a Minot offense when Minot were pressuring them, right? They had players on both points. It was just moments like that, I think, that JB Andrews will be looking forward to in the rest of the bracket. That ultimately, I think, you know, it just... I don't know. They need to fix those things, I think, moving forward through these series. Regardless, I believe after these highlights, we're going to be looking, I think, at an interview here with a player, Andy. I'm really looking forward to hearing what these guys have to say, because they're going to be feeling very happy, it would seem, I think, after that one.
Yeah, I think one of the things is as well, I believe that we're actually going to get Cryptic in with us. And that's a player I am looking forward to hearing from. Because, again, we don't typically speak of him as one of the star players on this Minot team, but I thought he had a really impressive series there. Showed that bit of clutch, that bit of ice that's needed. So, yeah, very much looking forward to hearing from him.
Alrighty, well, you don't have to wait that long, because I believe we've got the interview ready to go here. Let's get Cryptic on board with us to talk about what was a thrilling 3-0. Cryptic, mate, you're smiling from ear to ear, and I can imagine why, because you guys just decimated your opposition in that first game of the day. I mean, it didn't even look like it was that difficult for you guys. Talk to me about that series. I mean, when you got into the first game, you 100-point clubbed them. You must have been thinking, yeah, this one's donezo after that map.
Yeah, so we have experience scrimming them just like before games. So we knew we were the better team going in. I mean, unfortunately, they are my friends, but I'm here to play. I'm here to win. I'm not going to let friendships, skew how I play the game. So once we beat them map 1, 100-point club, we're like, oh, this is an easy 3-0, and then we beat them with a 6-0, and it was over. And then they picked our best map for map 3, so it's honestly kind of silly.
Congratulations, Cryptic. Had yourself a very good series. We spoke about it a little bit up here on the desk. When we talk about your side, we talk about your star players. We're often talking about people like Bruce, like Nick Starox, but you had yourself some big moments through that series. What kind of role is it that you feel you fit for this team, and how do you feel that that's going to evolve as this tournament goes on, especially as you start to look towards the bigger fish towards the back end of this tournament?
It's kind of interesting because my role is kind of like, it's really undefined, because we have our 4th player, his name is Luke. He's kind of newer to the game, so I kind of need to like fill the gaps that he's not filling. So I went from more of an objective-based player to kind of just trying to fill the gaps and let him play objective, and then kind of float around him and assist where I need to be, and then just kind of listening to Jake and Nick, because they're our all-stars. So I need to play off of them at the end of the day.
Yeah, it's interesting watching. It's interesting watching how your team play around each other. One of the things is that, in particular, me and Seymour cast a lot of your games yesterday. You look relatively invincible, especially in the Erie games. We then move into the CONUS, and you actually looked like you had a tough series up against Cannon, I believe it was, coming out victors 3-2 in the end. I had to pick up maps 4 and 5 to see that on off. What is it that you learned from that series being so close that then you can take into the rest of this tournament?
I feel like overall we learned just how we can communicate better. We found that we were just lacking on communication, and like there's just open gaps, things were being called out, and if they're being called out, we weren't listening to each other. So I feel like we watched live last night and we learned where those gaps were, and especially in our communication, and we're going to just try to tighten that up today, and I think we'll be A-okay for today.
Alrighty, well, just one final question for you very quickly here then, Cryptic. Look, you guys now are very likely topping your group. You're going to have a high seed going in towards the bracket play. Is there any team that you're excited to play as you get towards that portion of the tournament?
We're actually really excited to play Hill our next series, just because they've been running their mouths. So we're very excited to put them in the ground. So, but I mean, overall, I think we want to play Buckley. So we'll see how that goes.
Yeah. Alrighty, well, we've got our eyes on that series then. Very excited to get into that one. Thank you so much, Cryptic. We really appreciate it. Again, congratulations on the quick 3-0. Then, of course, we've got some series coming up. Next up, I believe we're going to be jumping on with Minot once again. So don't go far, folks, because we've got more action here from the CONUS Championships. I'm very excited to kind of get into the next series.
The Salute to Service Showdown presented by the USO and the NFL. Active duty military across the world coming together.
This weekend I'm down here in Dallas, currently for a USO event, Madden tournament. To be partnered with the USO with the National Football League is amazing. Right now we're inside the Dallas Cowboy facility. Just to have the access, the behind the scenes, just to come here to take pictures with Super Bowl trophies, to meet personnel that are ahead of this organization, it's been amazing.
The weekend's been awesome. It's the military brotherhood where like we all got to the airport, we all are walking around trying to find people. Being in the military, you move around a lot, you meet new people all the time, so meeting these new guys, everybody just clicks together because we're used to doing that type of thing. It's been very cool meeting everybody, talking to everybody. A lot of smack talk on Madden, some people talking strategy, whatnot. So it's been great talking with everybody and meeting everybody.
This is not an event that you want to take for granted, but it's definitely an honor to be here for the second time.
Alright folks, welcome back here to the CONUS Championships. We are one series down today. Mino just ran through Gabriel Andrews, and now we get to see them digitally again in the second matchup of the day here. They are now going head-to-head with Hill. Before we get there, I believe, though, we're going to take a quick peek of how the groups currently look. I mean, look, things haven't changed that drastically here. You know, status quo at the start of the day was that Mino and Buckley were winning their respective groups. Sadly, that has not changed.
Yep. No, it hasn't at all. I think that there's a lot more leaning on this series now for Hill than there is for Minot. I think Minot have shown exactly what they can bring. If anything, they could use this third game to test a couple of different things, see how they feel about various different things on the map. But honestly, I think that Hill right now, they have to make this happen, otherwise they've got a tough seed going into bracket play.
Alrighty, well, if you've got short-term memory loss, then you might not have caught Mino in the last series. Here's a look at the guys as they were then. Of course, this team, Eastern Regional Champions, they dominated the last couple of matches of that tournament. And coming into yesterday, obviously, they did have to go Game 5 versus Cannon. That is certainly the only bit of adversity they have faced so far. They said they were excited to play Hill. Let's learn a bit about what this roster is going to bring to the table.
Our first tournament together was the Western Regional.
We were pretty successful at Western, so it was a lot of fun to meet all the other guys and see what the Air Force has to offer in terms of competition.
It's starting to open up eyes, hey, this is a real thing and it's doing good for the Air Force. So I think a lot of the newer leadership coming in is kind of more acceptable of that.
My leadership's been great about it. They're actually all super excited. They're all send us a link to the stream so we can watch it.
2 of my shop chiefs played Call of Duty in their younger days, so they were fully supportive of it. They're like, oh, you're a gamer, dude? I was like, yeah, I guess. And they made sure to call me out at roll call.
We have a new player, so we have to figure out what role he's going to play and go over call-outs more, what maps are our strong maps, and what roles we're going to fill.
I just try and pick up things that other players use against me, see if I can use that to my advantage.
The hardest part is Zig was such a super aggressive sub. He was just sprinting around. I mean, he was doing all right. He was kind of, putting that pressure on 24/7. So now having someone new come in, we just got to kind of find where he's going to fit in respawns.
I'm looking forward to playing some of the guys from the Eastern since I haven't at all yet.
Yeah.
I'd like to play Minot, our biggest challenge from what I've heard, if the rumors are true.
Cannon probably, only because of height. He just talks a lot, and it's really fun shutting him up.
I mean, he shoots straight, but he is not a team player. We'll say that. He's all about stats.
Calling him out.
And Buckley, because, I mean, they're Buckley. They're so good. I want to see if they can do the same on land.
I would be shocked if they didn't get first on this one, to be honest.
Yeah, they're really good.
I don't know how those 4 guys got put at the same base. That's crazy.
Yeah, I think there's a conspiracy. There's no way.
Luke, your average age is 50. It's time to hang it up.
Cannon, you haven't beat us. You're not going to beat us. It's time to put down the controllers.
Buckley, time to see if y'all are onliners or not. Hit him with that thing, dude.
Minot, Eastern was easy. Welcome to the West.
Oh, shit.
That goes hard.
That goes crazy. That goes hard. This is the hill you die on.
Oh, you hear that? Easter's easy. Welcome to the West. That's fighting words. They've got to really bring that in this series now. You're talking smack before the game. You got to start talking smack in the game now.
Yeah, well, I think that one of the lines there that comes out from Masterful, by the way, wonderful line for sure. Goes hard, as his teammates say. It is actually kind of true to how their tournament's been thus far, as you end up seeing Hill Air Force Base come out on top against Joint Base Andrews, who are from the East, but lose to Cannon, who are from the West. So it is a case of, okay, well, is it just that the Western region is more difficult than Eastern? And if so, then do we see Hill Air Force Base actually put up a fight here against Minot? Or is this going to be the status quo that we all expected and Masterful's going to have to eat his words? I'm very much so looking forward to finding out about this, because in the interview before the break, we also found out from Cryptic that Minot really are looking forward to this matchup.
Yeah, they've been talking a lot of smack, and I think I understand what he means now, to be honest. Yeah, there's a fair bit of smack. Like both teams are confident for sure. I think Minot most certainly will be after their last 3-0. Let's talk about what the series will look like then. Let's look at our best of 5 map set going into this one. We had a double Rio and a Karachi kickoff last series. This series was starting off in the Karachi for the hard point here, Andy.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're talking about whether or not you can shut down. Again, I think Bruce is the man that we're going to have to keep an eye on. And when I look at the kind of players that he'll bring here, looking at Slang Wayne, wonderful name, by the way, got a 1.78 KD across day 1, and then Dysmorphin slightly north, of a 1.1. Bossman and Masterful slightly negative. So yeah, I'm looking at Slang Wayne. Can you bring the engagement rate that you have been doing thus far, put up those kind of figures against a side that we know possess so much quality in Minot? The one thing I will say is that we've got a lot of tape from the last 2 days on Minot. So if I'm Hill and I'm really looking forward to this matchup, and this is make or break for my seed in bracket play, I've been doing a lot of studying, a lot of VOD review, and making sure that we make the adaptations coming into the series.
To be honest with you, I think from what I've seen so far with Minot's success, right, it feels a little bit of it is just exploiting the mistakes of the opposition, right? They haven't really had that difficult matchups to go up against. Cannon is the only one that's given them any stress at all. Of course, both of these teams have lost to Cannon. And so for me, really, I don't necessarily think there's anything that Minot are particularly doing that they could identify in VOD review that's be like, oh yeah, we've got to do this. This is, you know, where Minot are strongest. Just shut down the players that we were talking about earlier on today. Nick Strox and Bruce are the ones that you need to shut out as we get into game number 1. Those are the players you need to take down. But I should say, yesterday, I watched the matchup between Hill and Cannon. I watched that first hard point, and Hill were making a lot of mistakes. So if Minot are the kind of team to exploit mistakes, he'll have to be perfect here going into this matchup.
Yeah, well, potentially setting up a lovely conversation about Eastern and Western strength here, as Masterful does find Bruce and Bossman and Dysmorphin. 3 on the board nice and early for Hill Air Force Base. If you wanted to raise a couple of question marks about how this may go, that's a great way to do it, as Slang also picks up Cryptic trying to find top 3rd. Slang then finds a 2nd as well, and the spawns have been flipped on out. Whether intentional or not, I'm not quite sure. It seems like maybe a misplay, but you end up in a situation here where it's all Hill across the board.
Yeah, I think this is just kind of a byproduct, right, of pushing players through towards chicken, pushing players through towards market, that you do end up kind of flipping the spawns ultimately in favor for the rotation of Minot. For now, though, we're talking about a lot of time going the way of Hill towards P1. Slang Q is picking up exactly where he left off of yesterday. 5 in a row start for him. 1 kill away from the cruise missile. Can he get it done? We'll have to slow down ever so slightly. Shots from afar towards the hard point, though. Might be able to get the kill on towards Zig. No, team shots. Masterful is going to be the one to pick up the final kill on towards that one. And through the wall, Cryptic will take Slang down. So Slang will not get the cruise missile. Minot hold for the first.
I honestly think that that's one of the best P1s I've seen out of a team spawning on that side on Karachi for some time. For when it comes to hardpoint, really do a great job of controlling things. The one misplay is going to be that you end up flipping those spawns, which allow Minot in for 2. But Masterfall and Slang are going to bully their way back on in. And right now, if you're Cryptic, you've just got to stay alive. You won't, and you've got to run past half wall if you are Minot, and that's a difficult task.
Yeah, this is so tough now. I think right now, Hill in control of the hard point. It's Masterful now on a spree, and if you're a Minor, I don't bother. I simply do not bother with this. I make sure I rotate away. They are still sending 1 or 2 players towards ult. There's still 20 seconds of time left to go for, but in making that decision now, you can see the effect it's had on the minimap. Hill have got full rotation in control. Minor need a fast break here. They need to catch them off guard. There's kill number 1 from Bruce. There's kill number 2. Number 3 right in front of him. Dysmorphin's going to shut him down. But Minot, off the back of that double, have managed to get in behind enemy lines. Dysmorphin, though, he's on the hunt for it. Can he find these gunfights? Not perfect bullets in towards these players. Has to back away towards his teammates. And in the end, he will get hunted down.
Yeah, does a great job of staying alive. I think right now, if I'm Minot, I'm looking for a play to hold across. Everyone's just kind of full sending in through the back here. I'm looking for someone to potentially set up maybe a scrap and just lock down a lane across. This will now give them an opportunity to set up some sort of defensive hold. It was looking a bit single file until then. And I think throughout this series, if Hill are going to be a team that can contest, we haven't seen Minot really be pressured on main stage. You said it yourself there just before we came into the map. I really want to see the mentality that Minot bring. They did win a game 5 yesterday against Cannon. They had to come back from 2-1 down in the series. I'm very curious to see, you know, in moments where Hill control the map, how Minot respond.
That was a pretty good response, I will say, from Minot there on that hard point, right? They were able to take the vast majority of time away, and now we go towards a hard point that, generally speaking, does not award either side that much time. Bossman's keeping an eye on the middle of the map. He's going to get shut down. Good team shots coming through. Cryptic will be one award of that gunfight. Flanking plays, though, from both Bruce and Nixrox will be shut down. Slang keeping an eye on that line of sight. So, Minot winning the first set of gunfights here. Hill, though, are going to spawn close. We'll get another bite at the cherry, and now they're winning the fights this time around. Things a little bit different. I said it's not that much time that, generally speaking, goes to the Hill in control, and this is exactly why, because the spawns can be so volatile to work against.
I think it's another beautiful play, by the way, out of Bruce, who just manages to play himself up through top satellite and then come in around the back of the hill to try and collapse it with his teammates, open things up, and another 2-piece out of Bruce. We've spoken about him so many times. He's the man to do the business for Minot, and they'll need him no more than in a match where it looks like he'll have plenty to bring to the table. We look towards that scrapyard rotation then. Bruce already on the hunt, likely going to run into a couple of players already set up. Shots aren't too bad, but you've got a lot of company around you.
He got a lot to do. Bruce still playing his life. Shut down before the 6th kill can be accrued, and there goes Cryptic as well. So good fights here for Hill. Big hard point to take control of us as well. You're currently 30 points down to Minot. You need to make sure you hold this one to stop that leader's advantage from Minot being built up. Right now, Nixrox just trying to play pressure around the backline here, kind of distract the rest of his team while his team come through the front. That's not working out, though. Masterful and Slang will combine for 3, and now all of a sudden it is down to Nixrox around the backline to try and do something about this hardpoint. You can't really afford to play distraction play anymore. He knows that. He tries to get involved, and he gets shut down.
Yeah, was a big fan of the way that setup was looking, right? Nixrox on one side, the rest of the players arriving in through bottom ticket. It felt like a bit of a pinch play coming on through, but all the gunfights go the way of Hill, watching those lanes perfectly. Masterful in particular, it seems to be prospering in this setup, and I was about to say that all of a sudden Car Bomb takes out Slang and everything else goes the way of Minot. Will give them the scrap time to give themselves a little bit of a lead. We're talking just the 20 points or so still everything to play for as we look towards our second set of rotations.
It has to be said, though, that was a big hard point for Hill. We talked about it, right? The fact that they were already 30 points down going into it, the fact they're able to withstand what Minot will bring to the table for a potential break is big. And now they need to hold once again. And I think crucially this time around, do not lose control of the spawns in the way that they did last time. That's not so great in that effort, though, right? You get 4 down. Now you're pretty good. If you're a Minot, you've got a ton of room to breathe around this hard point.
I think as well, we don't get to see all the gunfights, of course, but Cryptic should have not won that gunfight at all. So that is going to feel pretty wonderful if you're Minot. You come out on top in a moment like that, where last time out you struggled in P1, and well, all of a sudden it looks like they are going to be dragged on down. Bruce will stay up. Bruce will just try and play spoiler. The longer he can stay alive and try and let his teammates arrive, the better, but it won't be for very long. Bossman will find one. Masterful with yet another, and spawns are going to be in favor of Hill for P2. It's just whether or not they can get something in place before Bruce does something. Oh, those looked good.
Oh, mate, the rival online, I've seen it do some disgusting things online, all right? But here at LAN, it's not that great comparatively, but he's not going to hit enough shots to get that kill regardless. Now, Kill They've lost, have lost rotation. Might want to try and break this one. They send a couple of players on the flank to get it done. They've lost their one through the front in Shea, so you got eyes on Nixdrox as well through the alley. Slang's going to take some pot shots. Not many of them going to connect, and Bruce has revealed his position around the back line as well. So the setup is actually pretty good here from Hill. They just have to be careful about bad timing. I think this Morphin's just about to feel that one. Now overwhelmed through the bus stop. Are they on time though? Masterful and Slang once again are the players to put a stop to any of that nastiness. Cryptic, the last one left up. They go down as well. Hill sent, sent away here towards Scrap. This is a great hard point here for Hill.
Yeah, it's exactly what we look towards with the back end of one. They have the rotations, whether they could get themselves set up. They've done a good job of that. And they will lock it on down. Masterful moves himself to 5. That's a big kill for Bruce, and that's another big kill as well, because you don't want to have that clean rotation happen, as happened between 2 and 3 last time for Hill. This time, Minot should have an opportunity to get set up, and I like this play from Nixdrox to play for top third. Or maybe Chicken Coop. Nice.
Either way, I think Chicken Coop might not be something they expect. And yeah, I think this Morphin was concerned with potential control of up top third. Nixdrox still a lot to do here in this situation, though. Chowed up from Masterful. Masterful's going to win that fight. 19 and 10, by the way. He's having a hell of a hard point here for Hill. And he needs to do more. This is so difficult to break from Chicken Coop. Nobody actually watching the backside. I think Cryptic has now got in a position to do exactly that. So they're starting to plug the holes in their defense. As I say it, though, Bossman blows up a brand new one in there. A rather large one as well. That's 3 for Bossman, who might not have been the slayer this game so far. But when you need him to turn up, he does exactly that. It gives Hill control once again. And now they take the lead.
A little bit of a repeat of last time, where we're seeing a lack of a lane hold from a Minot player. You've got Nixdrox trying to hold from Scrapyard, but other than that, he's just isolated. Eventually, as soon as he's cleaned up, it just allows the Hill players to flood the point and overwhelm the defense. So we're going to be relatively tight as we look then over towards this next rotation. We've got essentially Minot in control of it, but no green control means that Hill can push up on this if they wish.
There we go. Minot in control for the moment. Still got players lingering around, a potential push through the front. Slang is that first player to try and do something, but simultaneous gunfights being won here across the map by Minot. Of course, clock tower control is probably the biggest issue here for Hill, but they are going to shut that player down that was up top. Cryptic now down will give an opening here to Hill towards this hard point. This is quite a lot of time that you've given away, generally speaking, on a hard point that does not go like this. That's 3 now in a row for Zig. I think actually 4 on the whole. Slang is turning and burning on Bruce. There we go. Minot now still in control of this time, though. They haven't actually done anything here to actually stop that.
Yeah, honestly, I think you consider the rotation. I love this, by the way, out of Minot, out of Nixdrox, out of Bruce. Masterful will be thumping above them. And Masterful might well need to provide support to Slang because 2 players slip on through. That will be Nixdrox, that will be Bruce. Those are important gunfights to win. But Cryptic's just going to be around the corner as well. This rotation is absolutely everything. As Scrapyard breaks open, we look at both teams able to win it here.
Yeah, nobody from Minot on the flank this time around. So this is a full frontal assault from Minot. Slang is just slutting them down before they even get a look at the hard point. 4 in a row now from Slang. Once again, if you're Bruce, if you're Che, you just have to wait. Those players now getting shut down 5 in a row. Slang looking for number 6. He will have to push back here from this situation. An opening now presenting itself. Headshot coming through from Nixdrox. That's a player down on the street. Kills being won. Masterful able to double up, but one player from Minot did get through. It's Bruce. What can he do? Running out of bullets there with the rival. Finally get shut down. He'll hold.
And they do indeed, and it's just going to be a frontal assault from Minot. They have no other choice at this point. No time really to send one on the flank, because we are down to just 7 seconds left. Dysmorphin's holding out front. The stun connects, the nades, the kitchen sink, and absolutely everything to shut down the Minot push. Hill come out on top here in map 1, and we switched the player cams. We are getting players standing up, getting loud and proud, and that's what LAN brings, baby. A huge map to get us started. We heard it in that VT. East is easy. Welcome to the West, baby. I think Minot have suddenly realized that these are different fish to fry.
Oh boy, to use a phrase from COD Mobile, apparently West is best, it would seem, as Hill coming out here and playing out of their minds. And, you know, particularly as well, I will say, it was just that final Hill control coming out from them, right? I mean, that is absolutely what splits the difference. You kind of compare what Minot were doing on the first set, where Hill had control of that scrapyard hardpoint, and they had one player on the flank, right? And that enabled at least a somewhat solid push from Minot. It got them the last 15 seconds of time away. That time around, everything was just so so much more one-dimensional. They were just hitting the front over and over again. And it also, I will say, wasn't that timed well. You can see that here in the closing moments where there's just so many individual gunfights going down that will favor Hill. They had the numbers, they had those back spawns, and Minot just could not do anything. Of course, that double from Masterful probably does help there a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I came into this series, I was talking about two of their players being Slang Wayne and Dysmorphin, who in particular looked like their Slayers from day one. But I felt like Masterful really stepped up in that. It felt like he had a great map to help his team see off map one there, 250 to 236. I will say as well, I think you're completely right to call out that final rotation. I think that Bruce and Nixrox recognized they had to make that run and were very unlucky to just lose the punch there. But then it is one of the questions that I have about Minot. We've watched them dismantle several teams, right? We've watched them pull apart several squads up here on main stage, but I wanted to know, when you're under pressure, when those timings are not super nice to you because the other team are keeping up that pace with you, keeping up with the engagements, trading out a couple of things, but it's not all going your way, what do you do? How do you respond? How's your mental? Yesterday they saw off a game 5, so that's a good omen. However, there, again, it felt a bit one-dimensional, right? It felt like they were panicking a little bit towards the end.
Yeah, I don't know, G. It feels like, again, you know, could we come back to that question of, like, look, this is a roster that actually has been challenged for the very first time here. I mean, again, I know they were challenged yesterday. They had to go to Game 5 versus Canon, right? But certainly, I think, comparatively to the first series of the day, where I think they just had so many mistakes from JB Andrews to work with, comparatively to that, this is a whole different ball game where we're actually playing a team that is competently rotating, they're competently breaking hard points, they're competently holding hard points as well, and it feels like Minot are, you know, very much struggling to adapt to that, right? Again, it was a close hard point, you know, we've got to give them that. I think their hold on the penultimate hard point as well was pretty good, but still, there were just moments there where I guess when they actually had to face some adversity, they didn't really have much of a solution. So maybe something to work for moving forward in this tournament, because again, the competition is only going to get more difficult as you do progress, especially when you play the best of the best in the West, which is apparently what Hill are here. That's what they consider themselves, one of the best teams coming out of that region, and they expect that region to be a problem here for Minot. Regardless, though, it is a 1-0 start of the Hill here. They proved themselves kings of the Hill in game number 1. Now we move into Search and Destroy. This is the Invasion Search and Destroy, though, where yesterday, I believe, Hill absolutely dominated Canon. It was the one map that they took away, so that does bode well for them.
It does indeed. And well, we're going to get an early look here at an offensive and defensive rollout. And, well, Slang gets that first blood onto the big player for Minot. That will be Bruce, shot on down. And Bruce is the player we're expecting to see so often involved in those first bloods, so often involved in those engagements. But on a heady up against AR, no matter how good you are, you're making that very difficult for yourself.
You might well have drawn that first blood. That doesn't really make this B site any easier to get into. Behind the JCB will be Bossman. Biggest problem here for Minot. Slang, of course, keeping an eye on the middle of the map and dark is also an issue here. COD timing might not favor Minot in this push. I think they're being ultra aware of the fact that there probably is someone in the middle of the map and do not want to commit to it just yet. Just looking for the first blood. Stun out. I believe that you did see Nixrox actually going to be affected by that. Here's that push from Slang. Yep, there's that COD timing I was talking about.
As painful to watch as it is to experience, Nixrox will get some damage out, and, well, now that means that everyone should know where he is. Pushes into DVD. Nixrox will find one, but good luck with 10 seconds left to retrieve that bomb in a 1v2, get it down, or get the kills, because Dysmorphin's played up towards the back line. He will then spot Nixrox, dips away, and that should be all she wrote at this point, other than some magic. Oh, Nixrox also just stopped shooting to rub a little bit of salt into the wound. Hill there, getting that early kill, and then playing defense perfectly. And again, I've got a couple of questions, because I've spoken about Minot. When it comes to their S&D, they play very patiently. They're very happy to kind of wait on the defense and force the other team to make something happen. Looks like Hill are the exact same team as that. So if you're Minot on the offenses, then do you have something to solve that problem?
I don't know, dude. That was a bit of a weird one, though. I think for Minot, again, they face adversity. They don't really have much of a response. Just kind of stuck in the mud as soon as they don't have the numbers to overwhelm B-site. Now, though, on the defense, what do they got for us? Be nice if you could draw that first blood. Already, you're starting to see Hill take control of these power positions. Bossman is one of those players. Up top, inside, broken. They have to find a first blood somehow, though.
A little bit of progression towards this B site. Shoots out the trophy. Good well. Something that we come to look back at later. Big gunfight happening here. Back Cafe. Slang will find Shay to pick up the first blood. We've spoken a little bit about how important those first bloods can be here, but it still doesn't guarantee you either site. What it will mean for Minot is they're essentially having to split into individuals to cover over the lanes that they need to watch. Nick Strock's going to hold down a street. You feel like Cryptic's a big player on the map, and that kill there out of Bossman to pick up Bruce trying to collapse on in is huge.
Yeah, forces Nick Strock's out of position as well. You're talking about him being in a power position. He's going to get shut down, and then there's only one player remaining. By process of elimination, you know they haven't got through B Street, because if not, there wasn't a player that would have pushed through Dark in that situation. You know you've just dealt with a player in Water Street, so they're probably in the middle of the map, and you perfectly predicted where Cryptic will be in that scenario. Again, just a really good adaptation coming out from Hill. They recognize that getting the bomb down over by B is probably a lost cause, so let's just rotate it over by A and hope we have a better go of things there.
Right now, continuing to assess whether or not Minot have answers to problems, solutions to situations unfolding in front of them. Fully expect a squad of this quality from what we've seen to do so. Looks like a bit of a change on the opening rollout. Instead of playing through the mid lane, you're going to get more of a DVD push instead. Slightly narrower as well, which might just mean that they're intending to bully a couple of fights. And all that noise means is that Slang is trying to watch multiple angles at once. It's a horrible position to be in and could allow Bruce in particular a moment to explode through the middle if Slang gets this timing all wrong.
Yeah, this is quite a lot on Slang here. Something we've seen him do in the last defensive effort from Hill as well.
Probably needs Dysmorphin to rotate on over, and we will see that on that minimap. Kinda. Back and forth.
See, I don't know if you want to overcommit, really. You know, again, you still got eyes in the middle of the map here. Here's that COD timing. It worked out for Slang in the previous round. Might not work out this time around, though. Slang still keeping an eye on it. Here we go. Push coming out from Bruce. Slang has read it, but Bruce is going to get the better of him. Big first blood to open up this round. Now a path towards the A site is there from Minot. Excuse me. But they have to win the next few fights too. Player Masterful towards B is going to get tagged up by the nade. For anybody, your biggest problem over towards A is going to be Dysmorphin. Masterful goes down. There is Bossman too. And now you have to read Dysmorphin towards the street to stop this bomb plant. Dysmorphin's not going to be able to get anything done. Minot, off the back of that first blood, you have to feel, I think it was what Bruce that managed to get it done. That was the moment where it really felt like they took control of the round.
Yeah, honestly, a big fan. Again, patient play out of Minot, assessing the situation, potentially talking through what happened last time out. Okay, last offensive round, we saw this player here, 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 and here. How do we shift them around the board? Well, it turned out that their approach there is to go a lot narrower. Don't overcommit to that first blood fight. Maybe try and get a little bit of over-aggression out of Hill. But in the end, it just becomes that situation where, because you've got so many numbers playing up B, A, it still has to be watched by the defensive side. You've just got Slang trying to check too many angles, ends up getting caught by Bruce.
All right, well, round on the board now from Minot. Hill, on this offensive effort, where do they go? Looks like this is very aggressive coming out from Minot. You got Bruce in the power position up top and broken. Hill were previously able to get control of that. I wonder if they're going to recognize there's the players there. Well, if they didn't know, now they most certainly do. Warning shots from Bruce. He's going to back the hell up as well. And it's warning shots enough that will scare Hill off. But look at the middle of the map. Look how much control mid-map Masterful has taken.
And I agree with you as well, Shay.
How?
Might have slipped the net here. Slang will ring out bullets. Masterful gets the blood, sure, but can Shay do anything? No, he's actually found by Masterful, so as he springs up from behind that half wall, Masterful covers on over, but answered back quickly. 2 from Nixterox will drag this to a 2v1. Dysmorphin has a lot of work to do here.
Oh my goodness me, call him a king bro because he is snaking right now. Nixter, fine form, pal. Nixterox looking for the final kill here. They know where Dysmorphin is. They've got him locked in. Boxed in towards the site, unless surely not. He has just made the hell of an escape route, but I think Cryptic should have his number regardless here. Shots out. You don't need to finish off that gunfight just yet. Don't get over eager. You've got the foot to work with, and well, he's a feet man, it would seem. He takes him down. Big kill coming through. We trade things out.
Excuse me. All right, we'll just pass on over that one. I've got to go to Nixterox. He makes a massive play there to turn it from a 3v2 into a 2v1. I think that you end up in a situation there where Shay gets a little bit unlucky. Masterful gets that first blood. He springs up to try and pick off a player that was ringing out bullets, which was Slang. And it turns out that actually Masterful had the look on over that as well. So almost a surprise play coming out of Minot there. Interesting to see them try and pull out something a little bit different. But I think you're right in what you called out initially. That play from Masterful to get all that map control and the first two bloods. The fact that that doesn't end up working for Hill, very surprising, and it took a massive play from Nixterox.
Sometimes you get lucky, sometimes you don't. I think there was a little bit of both in that round for Hill. 2 rounds on the bounce now from Minot, and it feels like it might be 3. First blood drawn from Cryptic. That is a big power player to take out of the round as well. Slang has been a constant nuisance in the middle of the map, and you got to remember, in that last offensive effort from Minot, him going down was the reason they were able to take control of the map. But this time, they've got a player in a different position. Dysmorphin on the flank. Is it enough of a problem? I don't think Minot particularly care. Not when Bruce is doing stuff like that, beaming a couple of players, and Dysmorphin has already taken shots, so you know where he is.
Bomb down, 1v4, whole map to rotate, full defensive setup, all the information in the world. I like you, Dysmorphin. You're clearly a very good player, but I don't know about your chances here with basically 20 seconds on the clock. Gonna try and play in towards bottom rubble. Of course, it's gonna be Bruce who spots him. Bruce gets the shots in. It will be cleaned up on the end. Beautiful work out of Minot. Take that opening blood. Get aggressive up through Bulldozer. And Bruce opening that up with 2 big kills there.
Yeah, just fully taking control of site as well. Dysmorphin, I think, really needed to do something there on that flank, and the fact that he doesn't get away with a kill onto a player in the middle tank, that's probably the biggest issue. Would have definitely changed the way the round had gone, despite the fact that 2-piece came through from Bruce. So, what was it? 2-0 start for Hill has dissipated in front of their very eyes. Minot now 3 rounds on the bounce, and it seems like that momentum is only growing as we get further deeper into the search and destroy. Hill seems still like they want to push B off the start, and once again those same kind of adaptations are there from Minot. This time though, Bruce is actually down low in Broken. The smoke is good enough coverage. I think he might be trying to one-way these players. That's a bit of a naughty strategy, and stunned up regardless. Bossman is able to trade things out. Now Masterful joining him in the gambit. Nixterox will be able to take Masterful down. Bossman trade things out and hits the reload at the complete wrong time. Cryptic for the trade, and all of a sudden we are down to a 2 versus 1 here. Cryptic the last player left up.
A wild round. Yeah. I felt like, honestly, I thought Minot made a lot of adaptations with the utility there. It felt like the nades and such were really on point. Did a great job of just bottlenecking Hill into that corner over by Treehouse. And then all the fights just unfolded in the weirdest ways possible. No plan about it. Simply a lot of back and forth trades. It will end up being Hill that come out on top in that. But honestly, trying to break down exactly how that worked out, I don't even think the players will be able to tell you.
Yeah. Again, I think that's kind of an example right now of that kind of one-dimensional search and destroy gameplay that we're seeing, right? You talk about kind of Minot in that position. The last couple of rounds, they've been taking control of Broken, and that map control has been an issue for Hill. And as soon as he'll respond to that, there isn't really much of a response back from Minot. They don't have much to say. So Hill here, starting to get a feel from Minot. They've put a stop to the bleeding. 3 rounds on the bounce is where they will cut the line, as it were. Masterful, though, drawing first blood in this round. Traded out almost immediately here. We go 2 for 1 in the trades. Make it 3 for 1 in the trades in favor of Hill. And that effort towards A is shut down completely. Cryptic, the player removed, and they know he's probably going to be playing towards B.
I gotta continue to look back here at how the first bloods are going. Currently 5-2 in favor of Hill. And although the scoreline is a little better than that, I feel like he just continued to pre-fire that. Just continued to hold the trigger and eventually just ends up with the opposing player lying in front of the bullets. And Dysmorphin will take it. He won't really care. Cryptic is going to feel a little bit sore. Great read by Dysmorphin. But yeah, Cryptic there won't be happy watching that kill cam back. But yes, Hill currently 5-2 up when it comes to the first bloods. And although they're currently not leading necessarily by that scoreline, it just shows that they're constantly stacking the odds in their favor, making it very difficult for Minot to break them on down, execute around their gameplay. Comes back to a lot of that patient play that we're seeing coming out of them at times. Right now, again, still assessing this. How do Minot respond and answer back? Do they have any tricks up their sleeve?
It's just been such a back and forth search and destroy thus far. Minot, for the most part, have been relatively standard in the way that they've played these defenses. Once again, it's that exact same setup with Bruce pushed up towards Broken. Hill are playing this one. Slow and steady wins the race. Slang, does he catch Shay? No, he doesn't, and Shay almost loses away the gunfight, but in the end will shut Slang down. It's a big first blood to take. Hill were relying on over-aggression from Minot, and that hasn't happened.
Honestly, I think that change up there for Slang to just full send in through Cafe, I'm not sure if it's simply a moment of madness or trying to make them the Minot player stay on their toes. But right now, Masterful just trying to check up around this B Street side. Takes a couple of bullets from Cryptic. Will return a couple in kindness. And while he's tagged up by the stun, I feel like Cryptic's position here is absolutely huge to deciding this one.
And he wins the fight as well against Masterful. Shots in towards the second. It is ultimately Shay that takes the fight, and you put some shots in towards Dysmorphin. That is a great round from Minot. And again, you could tell as soon as they draw that first blood, it completely spoils the game plan for Kill. They had an idea that they wanted to try and get control of the back of the map and wait for Minot to get over aggressive, and that just never happened. Sometimes the game plans just don't go the way you want them to.
Yeah, relying on each team to get aggressive, especially considering how patiently we've seen them play through their searches. I feel like you're rolling the dice with that, and considering that this is finally poised on a knife edge at this point for a piece, asking a lot. And Nixrox here may well have Slang for company through the middle. I think, again, you go back to a very similar push here. If you're Minot. But Bruce is coming back for what he attempted in round 1.
Smoke's going to give him the coverage to do it. And interestingly enough, he doesn't go straight for a Slang. And that's going to leave him kind of boxed in around the A site. They're trying to hunt him down. He should have hit the full regen here. But is he going to be ready for Dysmorphin to hit this push and Slang at the same time? No is the answer. Dysmorphin will walk away with that fight. But it's a distraction play. Minot are still focused on a push over towards B, but they haven't dealt with the one play you need to take out of that power position. And you weren't focused on Slang through the middle of the map. How on earth has Slang gotten away with a second fight? Will not get away with a third, though.
I gotta say, if that's a distraction play out of Bruce, fine. But then you've got to activate over towards the B bomb site. You got to make something happen while all of that is going down. While all these players are currently turned towards Bruce, trying to hunt him down, you have got to make something happen over by B, and nothing occurs. And even worse, you then get picked through Dark as well. Cryptic might make something happen. We've already seen him clutch a 1v2 on main stage. Can he do it yet again?
He's got the positioning. Of course, Hill have watched this situation 1,000 times over. Pretty late into the Modern Warfare 3 season, so I'm pretty sure that number is accurate. You know their player is going to be behind the JCB. You see him. You've spotted him out. Now you have to hit him at the same time. That coverage is so damn frustrating. You can't shoot through it, and they individually chow. Masterful gives him a free gunny, but is he going to expect Dysmorphin for the challenge? Yes, he is. Dysmorphin down to 83 HP. Gets some shots into the feet, but not the kill. And again, you've seen that situation so many times over the course of the Modern Warfare 3 season. You should be hitting that simultaneously. The fact that they don't, it gives Cryptic the 1 versus 2.
I'm not 100% sure if we're getting that correctly either, but yes, the nades come out, they're dealt with by the trophy. I think both players, unfortunately, they're running smokes. So, I mean, sure, you end up in a spot where you're not able to stun the player, but, I mean, try and make something more creative happen than charling individually for sure. It's asking for Cryptic to clutch that up, and he answers duly, puts his team just one map away from evening up the whole series. And you're gonna look back at that if he'll lose here and think that that's the big round that got away.
Yeah, that's gonna be a frustrating one. Tough pill to swallow here. Cryptic on 4 in a row as well, so keep an eye on that. If he earns a couple of kills through this round, Breeze Missile will be slammed straight down the throats of Hill. Doing this offensive effort, trying to make their way over towards B. Warning shots out from Nixrox will not result in a frag just yet. They don't seem that dissuaded. Slang is pushed all the way up towards the God Tank in this situation. They know that Cryptic has played behind this JCP round after round after round. And now they're hoping to overwhelm him, but you run right into the line of sight of Cryptic. Slang has pushed all the way up here. The reaction from Nixrox isn't there. It should be off the back of the kill. It still isn't. Nixrox lies in wait. Nixrox gets away with the kill. How has he done that? A double headshot from Nixrox. Just spins this round on its head, and now Dysmorphin is left up in absolute no man's land.
I mean, the only thing I can think happens there is the stun tags Nixterox, but they think it's on the player behind the bulldozer, and so they don't read that Nixterox there until too late. Still, the fact that Nixterox picks up both of those kills is absolutely ridiculous. Dysmorphin's going to have to come back. Players know where bomb is, and the fact that Minot have come out on top in this search and destroy beggars belief. So many situations. I'm not even just talking about the Cryptic 1v2. There were 6 first bloods, to 4 in favor of Hill. So many situations where it felt like Hill would come out on top, and yet Minot have answered the question. How will they respond when they come up against a team as good as they are? It turns out that they have that grit, that determination to pull themselves through a map to even us up.
Wow, that is a weird search and destroy. I think it's fair to say,
Bizarre.
right? Again, it's very back and forth, and you're going to see that here because Hill came out the gate swinging. They won the first couple of rounds against Minot, and Minot, again, I mean, we kind of talked about it, right? It sometimes feels like a little bit of the strategies from Minot feel relatively one-dimensional, and we felt that through the first couple of rounds. Then they were able to win 3 rounds in a row. I think Hill then managed to string a couple back-to-back before Minot did this. This, I think, was the turning point towards the final couple of rounds, right? And I think regardless, that final round from Nixrox where he does this is also pretty disgusting. Still, though, that 1 versus 2 from Cryptic there was not nice, I think it's fair to say, and that was very frustrating in the penultimate round. But regardless, it does mean now that we have a 1-1 series here, folks. We've got a series on our hand. We wanted to see what it was like when Minot faced Resistance. Well, now they have a series to work with. 1-1 between these two teams. We've got a swing game of Control coming up next. Don't go far. Get yourselves a cup of tea or something, because we've got a banger on our hands.
We're with Liam after his 4th military move. When being new is starting to get old. We're with Tara during the holidays when she misses home the most. Thanks to generous supporters, we're with all service members and their families who need connection, comfort, and a home away from home. Are you with them? Learn more at uso.org today. We're with Bridget, whose husband won't be home for months and whose daughter is due any day. We're with Mike, who's leaving home to protect his family and yours. Thanks to your donations, we're with all service members and their families who need community, connection, and maybe a bit of magic. Are you with them? Learn more at uso.org today.
Welcome back, everybody, to the CONUS Championships here. It's day 2. I'm Enigma, and of course, alongside me is Infinity. And we have got a banger of a series on our hands with this one. Minot and Hill Air Force bases are currently 1 apiece after a ridiculously tight hardpoint and then a very tight S&D to boot just before the break. And I got to ask you, Brody, we talked a lot about whether or not Minot would step it up when they face a little bit of resistance? I'd love to get your thoughts on how they're doing so far.
I think there's been elements of that, right? I think for the vast majority of it, though, it has been kind of clutch situations, I want to say. Literally 1 or 2 kills that make the difference. I think looking towards the Search and Destroy in particular, that was definitely true. And I think there's been other moments in this series, I think looking towards the end of that Karachi hardpoint, perhaps, where it feels like sometimes they are just very flat on the reactions to what he'll bring to the table. Again, you know, go towards that final hardpoint, right, of the entire map number 1, and they just did the same thing over and over again in hopes that it would change, and apparently they haven't learned the definition of madness, because if not, they would have changed something. But certainly in that Invasion, Search and Destroy, yeah, I mean, we saw clutch situations, right? We saw a 1v2, I think, what was it, in the penultimate round, and then we saw Nixtrox come out with that ridiculous 2-piece. That's what won them the Search and Destroy in the end. I don't know, I feel like we just need to see something a little bit more in depth from them in the rest of this series, especially as we get into this high-rise control. We need to see strategic play out of this team.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think one of the things as well that we are seeing out of this hillside is great starts in both of their maps, but that then beggars whether or not we're seeing Minot struggle off the breaks, whether or not we're seeing them actually manage to roll out and make something happen. You and me, we've watched a lot of high-rise control through this year. You don't get many opportunities to fix a poor rollout, especially on an offense. If you are this Minot team, you come out here, you get off to another slow start with this Hill Air Force base so close up against you, you're asking yourself, you know, can you find those moments to explode out onto the map? We've seen a couple of clutch up moments, but surely continuing to rely on that is a recipe for disaster.
Yeah, I mean, you never want to be relying on clutches at the end of the day, right? I mean, clutches are nice to have, right? If you have the ice in these situations, especially if you have to go down to a game 5, which we saw again from Minot against Cannon, right? I mean, you need to be able to clutch up, but still, it's nicer, I think, if you get out ahead of it in these situations, right? If you're able to, you know, start these games strong and, you know, especially in like hard point control, especially in high-rise control, right? If you're starting things on the offense, for example, if you're able to take an offensive round away, I mean, if you guys aren't familiar with the way the control works in this game, pretty much every single control game more or less goes to a round 5 because it's so defensively sided. So if you can kind of take destiny into your own hands, win the offense early on in this control, I think just having that instead of forcing a clutch up towards the end of these games, I think is the better way to go about it.
We're going to get a quick look here at the teams as they begin to load in, and we've already seen a couple of those clutch moments turn into players standing up, getting loud, getting proud here in the USO Gaming Center in Florida. And the one thing I will say is, coming off the back of that Search and Destroy, Brody, you and me, we spoke about it a little bit before the break. The penultimate round, you end up with a clutch 1v2 from Cryptic. The final round, you end up in a clutch 2-kill piece out of Nixtrox. What kind of damage could that do if you're this Hill Air Force Base team and you've got those Minot players screaming in your face?
I don't know, dude. I mean, it's tough, right? You get hyped up if you're a Minot off the back of those clutch up moments. Momentum is a very strong thing here in Call of Duty and Hill. They're going to want to stop to that right at the beginning of this control. Whether or not they will, though, a totally different story. What isn't a totally different story is Slang doing what Slang does best, just flying through the middle of the map off the start of this round of control. He will find one, gets shut down, though, so good response coming out from Minot so far. On the offense as well, it should be said, they've already got a solid push over towards B.
Yeah, it's not bad at all. Again, offensive rounds not unheard of here on High Rise, but still, a strong start will always be something to build from as Bruce finds himself the 3rd in a row, nearly the 4th. Slang hits a beautiful little drop shot to clean that on up. But it'll be 2 straight ticks here on B. A lot of progress, and Cryptic slams down the counter. So right now, 2 ticks for Minot, but I think right now with the fact that you're so split, you got to try and get together for me. I love this play from Bossman, though, to just make sure there's nothing coming through to A.
Yeah, this is a lot of space you're giving away at the moment. Slang will get the hit, and I think off the back of the fact that Shay was throwing a stun there, does Slang pick up the gunfight? Now he's looking for number 3, though. Slang is able to piece them up. Granted, that 3rd and final kill was kind of down to team shots, but doesn't matter how you get it done. You do stop that aggression on towards B, but it is only for a moment because there is an immediate fight back coming through from Minot here. They're winning gunfights across the map. Distraction play now coming through from Bruce. Gunfights also being won over by B. You are now just a hair's breadth away from taking control of B and then add an extra 60 seconds on the board. Cryptic wins the fight on the point as well. And there it is. That is a big win early on in this round for Minot.
It is. Masterful puts a little bit of a stop to the bleeding because Bruce had made progress over towards A as well. But honestly, I think if Bruce stays up there for just a little bit longer and you end up with that transition coming in, Hill are in a world of trouble. They're still not out of danger just yet. Trade kills coming back and forth. But finally, an opportunity for Hill to try and push on out, set up some sort of defensive cordon, and keep Minot at bay.
Alrighty, well, you just got to make sure you don't lose the gunfights. And as I feel like it was a caster curse in progress there. I didn't even get to finish it off, mate. Regardless, only one player to stop them on the point was going to be Bossman. He will find a little bit of value, but no more than that. Couple of players on the point now. You've got Bruce towards the middle of the windows. Bruce is going to get shut down, so... That's a power player out of position. It does not matter, though. You're winning all the gunfights regardless. Second tick through. The MCWs are on fire at the moment. You've got to get to the point right about now. At the very least, you do stop 2 players. Still a couple of players on the point. Just a head press away, but it does not matter. Slang will piece up the players on the point. That's 3 in a row. What a time to pop off.
I mean, I literally am tracking the ticks here. I put pen to paper to mark on the 6th, and Slang says, not today. Goes 12 and 6. Through the round, currently just dragging his team towards the finish line here, doing his complete best. What I will say is 7 to 5, so only one more kill needed for no respawns, and you will find it there. Although when you ring out those shots, Dysmorphin will spring up from the decks and pick you on off. And honestly, for Minot, you could play a little bit of TDM here, but that kill will bring it back relatively close. But the Propane will drag Slang out of this round.
Is that it must be a barrel, because Propanes don't explode anymore. Regardless, Dysmorphin will get a couple of kills here.
Little gas canisters.
Wait, no, the propane did explode.
Yeah, propane did explode. What?
Are we playing CDL? Are we playing CDL control right now? Okay, no, we're not playing CDL control. That makes a lot of sense. Because we're not on CDL control, the propanes can still explode regardless, though. Intense situation here, 2 versus 2. Looking for the gunfights, though. Cryptic's going to find it versus his Morsum. Now 1 versus 1. Cryptic's going to be going into this one. You've got 10 seconds to play with. You do not need to throw yourself at Bossman. And now this is tense. A 1 versus 1 to save the round. Bossman's shots are good here. You have to get on the water point. Yes, you do. You're on the chase, and Cryptic can't run away. A clutch up in the dying embers of round number 1 from Hill. You could not afford to lose that.
An unbelievable set of swings in mentality here. I was about to sit and talk to you about the momentum that Minot had brought into this off the back of that search and destroy. Clearly looked every bit the impact factor, considering how quickly they run over B, transition onto A. Like I said, I had pen to paper to mark off the 6th tick. They were pixels away from the capture. And then all of a sudden, Slang goes huge to drag his team back into this with 7 objective kills in that round. But then the fact that Hill come out on top, Minot will still be happy with 5 ticks, I feel.
Yeah, you definitely will be. That was still a disastrous round on the whole. I hit again for Hill. Regardless, there's the propane off the start of that round to make sure it does not destroy the efforts of Slang over towards that A zone. What will destroy the efforts, though, is the fact that Slang goes down and the rest of the teammates as well. So an open and flurry of gunfights that is completely different to what Minot were able to produce in the opening effort for them. Minot now on the defense. They don't actually do anything, though, off the back of getting those kills. They don't do anything for, like, map control. They just chill. Slang now is starting to put the capture down over towards A. Big 1 versus 1 for Masterful to take here against Cryptic, and Masterful's going to win it. So that's going to keep the hopes and dreams of getting something done over by Be Alive.
Cryptic's not going to look like to watch that one back. Flies him from the top rope and misses pretty much everything. But Bruce will be there to trade it on out. Dysmorphin gets the kill, sure, but down to 1 HP. Will be surely traded out by Cryptic. Yes, he will. And that stops the tick coming on through. So far, so good if you're Minot. Even if it's a little bit messy, it's better than, well, you managed on your offense.
Well, still, you're okay with this. If you're a Minot, you haven't given a single tick of progression away. You've got a 7 life advantage. Dysmorphin might well have a streak in the back pocket, but I do wonder when you kind of use that, do you want to do so to give yourself some kind of advantage here in this control moving forward? Things just look so kind of discombobulated for Hill at this point in time. Kill being made from Dysmorphin. That's all they're going to get is just the 1 frag over by B. You've actually taken Bruce down on the points. 22 seconds left. You'll finally put a stop to the clock, but you've lost all the help. If you're a boss man in this situation, you need to go absolutely massive. You have to find some value here. Looking towards the top side, though, he's going to get taken out of the equation. Dysmorphin will double up, so an opportunity here for Hill still in this situation with 20 seconds left. It's now Masterful over by A.
Yeah, but you've got to be absolutely perfect because you are a lot of lives down. You can't afford to give any up at this moment. And then that will be good to watch. Slang then pick up another kill. Slang then checks on out, actually falls to Nix the Rocks. It will be 1 tick that comes on through for Hill over towards A, and then a second as well. So there is opportunity here for sure, especially when all of a sudden the gunfight does not go Nix the Rocks' way. And suddenly the kill feed just seems to be all red. There will be 1 answered back from Bruce, but look at the progress coming on through on these points.
Yeah, this is huge. B is gone. So, where he's gone, excuse me, Dysmorphin now 1. B is going to win the gunfight against Bruce J, how on earth has that happened? Can he find any more? Surely not from Dysmorphin. He is absolutely piecing these guys on the B zone. How on earth is this round turned in Heel's favor? Dysmorphin now on an even bigger spree. It's 4 in a row for him, all the gunfights being won. And Minot have been bullied out of this round. A situation that should never happen. Hill have just totally turned the tides in their favor.
And we get a look at the player cam there, and Bruce is not a happy man. I'm not sure exactly what his problem is with Nix the Rocks, but I imagine the general feeling is we had that round locked down. For Hill Air Force Base, it felt like damage limitations, right? Just try and steal away as many ticks as you can as your lives get bled on through, and then everything spirals into Hill's favor. And I can't even sit and talk about too many masterful plays that really go on through, pardon the pun. It just seemed to be all of a sudden coming out with 1v2s, coming out in big situations, multiple kills coming on through for in gunfights. And honestly, I think if you're someone like Nixterox, you're someone like Cryptic, you're looking at those and thinking, I really should have picked up 1 or 2 of those fights.
Yeah, that's going to be a tough pill to swallow for Minot, especially given how round number 1 went. The fact that that went in Hill's favor as quickly as it did, that's damning. And towards this round, though, Bruce looking to put some effort together over by A, as is Nixterox. Both of those players going to get shut down by Dysmorphin. Hugh is absolutely on a tear this game. 21-7. Triple positive in this one. And Minot have got nothing to say about it. They're not winning any gunfights across the map. This is about as disastrous as you can get. And I guess the one positive in this situation is despite the wipe, you haven't exactly seen Hill press the advantage.
No, you haven't, Slang. And be backed on down, but it's a beautiful stun to cover his retreat. No Cryptic's on the other side, who tries to counter stun, but it's not quick enough because it allows Slang to reposition and pick up the gunfight. I'm trying to make progress over by B. If you are Bruce, you will have coverage from the top of elevator from Shay. And well and truly needs it as reinforcements arrive in through stairs, and then also going to come in through spawn, but it's 3 big kills that come out. One player may have slipped the net in Bossman, gets in behind Shay, but he will be the last player to provide some close support over B.
Big gunfights here for Minot. Big shutdown as well. Bruce was on 5 in a row. He will get stopped from the cruise missile. Again, it should be said that there is a cruise missile ready to go for Hill if they want to use it. Trades, though, they might not need to. Masterful down to 12 HP. Doesn't matter. Slang's going to get the job done towards a point, and Masterful will now hit the regen for the inevitable re-challenge on towards Bruce. Bruce is preoccupied with players coming off the back of the spawn, so Masterful has done his job. Dysmorphin also doing the job from top heli as well on Overwatch at the moment, ensuring that Minot get nowhere near close to the point. 15 seconds left. Time for one last hurrah coming out from Hill. I don't even know if they're going to get that at this point. They are just being bullied away from the zone. This is terrifying. Cruise missile down. There will be a couple of kills coming through here, so something to say with 0.8 seconds on the clock.
Going to be spectacular, though, and the man who can definitely deliver on that is going to be Bruce. He will find the first. Shay then follows up with the second. There's progress on both points. Dysmorphin does bring in that cruise, but unfortunately it takes out a teammate as well. So not necessarily what you were looking for. Not the purchase that you required. 2 ticks on A, 2 ticks on B. Surely coming through now. 0.8 seconds, sure, but you're making this work.
How on earth has this happened? Surely not. We just had an absolute meltdown in round number 2. Surely it doesn't happen on the other side here. You've got players on both zones. Third tick about to be through. Team shots on all the players that are trying to make their way up the B alley, and they are not going to get close. There's a clutch up from Hill in round 2 and a clutch up from Minot in round 3.
I mean, analyst, colorcaster, whatever I want to be, I don't even know how to talk through some of this gameplay. Like, it's all of a sudden, we just see a complete momentum shift in the gunfights. Felt like, you know, you spoke about it. This was terrifying coming out of Hill Air Force Base. Minot had no answers. They were making nothing happen. Can Bruce go big on the A point where he pops down the trophy, hits the first, and then all of a sudden the rest of the kill feed lights up blue, and Hill are just suddenly in a blender trying to hit 2 zones at the same time. Wildest series I've seen in some time.
I don't even know, dude. It just feels like that was a total breakdown from both teams in consecutive rounds, and things will now calm down, right? Because Minot are back on a defense, so they should win this round and force us into a round 5 from a round that we really shouldn't have even seen. Regardless, Hill are not going without a fight just yet. They've won a couple of gunfights off the start of this game. Bossman's going to have to keep his head down. Top propane. While the rest of his team make progress towards the B zone. Pressure from Cryptic as well. Can they win the gunfight against Slang? Nope. Slang's ready for that fight. He gets the better of him. Now Nixterox on the other side as well. Big kills being made by Slang. Through the mid-map, though, Bruce wants to trade things out, and there it is. Bruce for 6 in a row. That is a cruise missile now accrued. Of course, you've not got one to worry about on the other side anymore.
You've not, and that may well come back to bite Hill Air Force Base, because when Dysmorphin did bring it in, picked up his own teammate and lost the round. Not necessarily off the back of it, but part of that sequence of events. Saw them completely choke up. Honestly, Bossman here pushing on up, gonna squeeze those spawns over towards A. I'm not sure if that's what you're looking for from this, because that will allow Minot to have those close respawns. The reinforcements come on through, bully A back, and then try and push on through. Still no progress here on B. 28 seconds to go, and all of a sudden, this feels like Minot's round all over. But every time we've said that so far in a round of control, it has changed in a heartbeat.
And I think crucially as well, the fact they haven't given away a single tick of progression right now is pretty frustrating. I think if you're Hill, you need Bossman to go off here. And he's opened up B. So they'll be able to stop the clock once again. 11.1 seconds now. But this really does feel like do or die here in this round to grab a defense for round 11. Can they put a stop to the B zone? First hit going to be through. Masterful also wins one. A couple of players towards the point. It's Morphin providing cover fire from top. Propane almost snaps on towards Nistrox's top side. Nistrox, because of the fact he's tagged down to 44 HP, is not going to be able to immediately re-challenge towards the point. So the Technic now going to be through. Nistrox, time to go for the chal at the very least to open up, and he somehow manages to procure the gunfight in their favor. It's 3 down. Masterful, the last one left alive, doesn't really have enough bullets to take the challenge. That's going to be 2 ticks given away for B. Is that enough here for Hill to secure a defense around 5?
My math says no. My math currently has Minot on 11 ticks, Hill on 8. Now, don't get me wrong, I've been incorrect before, but typically not by 3 ticks. So I think that means from the brink of defeat, and quite frankly, what should have been a defeat, Minot should get a defensive round here in round 5. Now, usually I'd sit here and say that that puts a lot of numbers in your favor. It stacks the odds on your side. But every single time it felt like Minot should have taken a round, it belonged to Hill. And then I don't even want to talk about that third round, which Hill will no doubt be still thinking about how they threw it away.
Man. Oh, man, this has been a weird series between these two teams. Incredibly back and forth across pretty much every single game. Of course, control is no different. We go to round 5 in a bit of a weird way. Already, first gunfight's starting to go down here. Bruce looking to get some control over bottom blue. Masterful is in the middle of the map, though. He kind of needs to do something here for his team to try and get control of B. But do they recognize where the player's going to be hitting from the defense? They do manage to count Cryptic out of the situation, as do they count Bruce out. Now it is just down to Shay. Big double coming through from Slang. And now the capture starting to happen here for Hill.
And this is reminiscent of earlier rounds where Hill suddenly explode out. Can Minot stabilize, stem the bleeding, cauterize at least? Bruce picking up top heli might well do that. I don't know about the decision to dive on off, but the gun skill is going to be there. Finds the second, checks on out, potentially gets a little bit over-aggressive, but Nixterox is there in support to clean it on up. B hasn't come on through, just a 2-life difference, and all of a sudden might not have an opportunity to draw a line in the sand and allow Hill to walk onto their rifles.
Finally, a moment of peace and quiet from Minot. I do wonder how long that will actually last, though, because Slang wants to disrupt the silence here, and he's doing exactly that. Loud as you like. Slang will find 2. And now players isolated towards the point. There goes Shay, just down to Nixterox. What have you got for us here, buddy, on the defense? I don't think he's going to be able to do anything. Overwhelmed. And if I'm Minot off the back of the spawn, I sprint straight towards A, because Hill are going to pressurize this point. There goes the cruise missile, but you actually take a teammate down in the play.
I have so many questions, and no doubt so does everyone else, about how Shay actually dies there. But you've not got time to think about it. You've got to fly. You got to send everything towards A. The contest is actually a great idea. Just continues to hold this if you're Shay. He does it for as long as possible and is eventually outnumbered. Can the reinforcements actually do anything here? A tick and a half through, and this is rolling towards a Hill victory all of a sudden. And the Propane takes out pretty much everybody except for Slang, who's still up and somehow wins a gunfight.
Slang gonna get traded out, man. We got to have a conversation about these Propanes. It feels like we're back in, what was this, April again? I don't know when the Propanes got taken out of competitive play, but still. Oh, those things are still doing something crazy. Regardless, it has to be said, what Hill have done to this round is being felt by Minot. Look at the life differential between these two teams right now. 6 lives the difference. Minot have to be perfect. You have to feel for the rest of this control. They've called out Slang. Slang able to get away with 1 kill. Will get traded on out. But not much in the way of control over by A itself. Masterful has gotten through, and now he's starting to capture.
He's going to have company from behind in Nixterox, who cleans him up. 5v10. Hill Air Force Base have a minute. Play TDM. No respawns remaining for Minot. They're holding on by a sheer thread at this point.
Really does feel like balancing on a knife's edge. And you're winning the vast majority of the gunfights here. And there it goes. Just down to Shay. 1 versus 7. This would be phenomenal if you could get it done. It's not going to happen. And yeah, that's one of the situations where extra bullets in the body is warranted. Because that might have been one of the messiest high-rise controls we have ever seen. But he'll take it.
Yeah, I gotta say, I come back to at least the opening 3 rounds, right? Where we're so convinced that Minot should have taken both of those. He'll come out on top. The 3rd round, I don't even know how Hill don't walk away with that. We're going to get a flash up on the scoreboard. Unfortunately, this is broken. I'm pretty sure that Slang breaks 50 in this, by the way. Saw him at 47 partway through that 5th round. So a ridiculous performance out of him. But I got to come back to you, Brody. And as we try and break this on down, we've said it a couple of times through that series. Is there a reason to the madness? Is there a method to this? Or was it just simply a case of 2 teams full sending and just trying to figure it out as they go?
I don't even know, to be honest with you. I mean, that was just so weird. I mean, it felt like it should have been a 3-0, right? I mean, even back in round number 2, it feels like, hey, look, you know, Minot had a stellar start to this control. They took 5 rounds on that first offense, and then as we got into their defensive effort, they absolutely dominated Hill. Like, they suffocated them. And then all of a sudden, in what was it, I would say like 15 to 20 seconds left on the clock, they managed to secure both of the points. And I don't know, that was just a really weird one. I think there was a lot of adapting on the fly for both of the rosters. And high-rise control in the end will go the way of Hill. A solid round 5 clutch up from them is going to bring them the map victory. And now they are 2-1 up in this series, Andy.
They are indeed, and I look ahead then to the rest of that series, Brody. And the last time we got to watch a little bit of Vista Hardpoint, it was actually going to be Minot coming out on top against Barksdale in the grand finals, I believe it was, of the Erie. So they've come out on top there, 250 to 171. It felt like, in particular, that they were doing a great job of breaking down the holds that Barksdale were trying to put into place.
Right.
The one thing I will say, if you're Minot, you looking towards players like Nick Strox to open up those engagements. Right now, I feel like you're being countered very well by the players over on... sorry, I forget the name of the team. Over on... I'm forgetting the opposite name of our team. Over on Hill Air Force Base. Hills
I don't know what
everywhere.
you wanted from me.
But over on Hill Air Force Base, it feels like that Slang right now is answering everything that Nick Strox can bring.
Yes, yeah, definitely. It just feels like, you know, there are power players on both sides, and it feels like, again, from what we've seen from Minot so far, it is a case where their win condition, right, is kind of having the likes of Nick Strox and Bruce go off and just slay out and hope that that's enough map control that will give you the victory. And when they, again, we've said it time and time again, it's not necessarily a criticism, it's more of just a question moving forward in this tournament. It's like when you actually face a team that you can't just slay out and win against, it does feel like there's not really much of a response.
Well, let's talk then a little bit about the map itself. Let's move then into Vista Hardpoint, because me and Seymour had a conversation about this yesterday on broadcast, talking about how much we love the map, talking about how much, you know, it's great to see new maps throughout the lifespan of a game come into our competitive rotation. Yep. I got to get your thoughts on it, because you've cast over a ridiculous amount of Call of Duty through this year. Vista Hardpoint, what is it you're looking for as your win condition here from these two teams?
P3 to P4. That's always kind of the power rotation, as it were, the money rotation, right? That's where if you manage to kind of chain those hills back to back, you can really take full control of a game, just given how closely matched those hills are, kind of the spawns, the way that they work. If you're able to control them correctly, that is going to be what wins you these games. I don't really know if there's anything to expect out of these two teams, given how, frankly, weird this series has been thus far. Yeah. So, I don't know. We'll see. Whether or not that happens is a totally different story. I will say, off the start of this game, it is Minot that win the vast majority of the gunfights.
And it is indeed. Just to remind you, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, if you are just about joining us, we're currently in group stages. This will be the last game for both teams here in their groups to decide their seed for bracket play. Minot currently sitting top of their group, and actually looks like we're going to have a reset come on through. So some sort of issue that means we're just going to set things up again nice and early in this one. Not a problem. Will potentially allow both teams to kind of assess how the others opened up, but Minot coming out of a little bit of heat there. And it feels like that's needed, Brody, when you've just lost the control in the fashion that you did.
I mean, it goes back to the conversation before we got even into game number 3, right? We need to see Minot off the back of, what was it now, the loss in control, come out swinging, put a stop to any momentum built up from Hill. Take control of the game before you have to clutch up, and that is what we saw at the start of the control. Resets are kind of horrible sometimes, right? Because, you know, if you have a start like that, if you're a Minot and you're like, yeah, we're frying, we're having a stellar start, and then you get into a reset, sometimes you don't have the kind of same result per se, right? So I think my concern here going into a reset, right, is that that might not happen. You might not have a good start to the game, and you can very easily get inside your own heads.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, you and me have been there in the past when we played in tournaments, right? You get off to the same break and you sit and think, well, hang on a second. Do they only know about that this time because of what happened last time? And then it turns into a spiral. The one thing for Minot is they can't afford that at this point. Yes, they're currently 2-0 in their groups while we have Hill at 1 apiece. But I think that there's a lot that comes into this series because of the conversation that's gone on between these two teams. We heard Minot talk about, and even Cryptic in the interview, about how much they want to play Hill because, as Hill said it, you're great over in the East, sure, but now you're dealing with the West. So it feels like there's potential mind games for not just now, but later on in the bracket coming into play here.
Yeah, definitely. There are some difficult teams on the western side of the bracket, right? I mean, there's the tournament favorites over on that side of the bracket. That's who you want to face off against at a point. You can take down a team like Hill, though, that seem like they're pretty competent competition. I think it gives you kind of a boost. It gives you a morale boost moving forward in this tournament, but I believe we are about ready to get back into the reset. We're looking to see Minot have just as good of a start as they did last time around. If they do, they'll be happy as Larry. If they don't, maybe it'll be sad boy hours. We'll see. Regardless, though, here's those first few gunfights coming through. It is going to be Zig and Cryptic, or Bruce and Cryptic, excuse me, on the hard point momentarily, but it is not quite as convincing this time around. They're having a fight for it, and as I say that, Bruce is going to combine for 2, and that should be Hill control here from Minot.
Yeah, Nixdox does a great job of just pushing through the middle here, trying to control. Actually going to wrap over towards Burger, potentially considering rotating on-off early, trying to flip those spawns across. But Cryptic sitting bridge side, although he's controlling it, it's going to make life a little bit difficult for Nixdox, who does fall elsewhere. However, first 25 seconds, basically a repeat of before the reset, and now those teams are going to start to consider that Burger rotation.
Well, they're going to consider it. Gunfight's being won here from Hill on the scrap time, so that's good for them. Big 10 seconds to grab. Rotation isn't that secure from Minot either, so if you can locate where these players are trying to hide away, you should be good. And Slang is going to do exactly that against Bruce, but there are still players to deal with from the Minot side. As I say that, Masterful going to take both of those 2 players down. So this is the rotation now in hands for Hill. Can they hold it through the first wave of gunfights for Noop? Yeah, Masterful is still beaming just like it has been the entire series.
Yeah, and Masterful, I spoke about it before we came into this series. I was looking particularly at Slang as the main slayer for this team, not so much Masterful, who actually had a negative KD before he came into this series, but it feels like he's really stepped up, especially in the respawns. Currently 6-2, and a couple of big kills there to send Minot packing. I think the one thing is here, this is the first really solid hold. Sure, Minot take the lion's share of P1, but purely out of it being just scrappy. Right now, this feels like dominance for a moment, as Slang tries to pick up a second, goes massive, and Bossman finds the 3rd in the back.
Oh, still continuing. God. What is this from Slang? Oh my goodness me, we've talked a lot about Bruce and Nixdox from Minot. Let's talk a lot about Slang and Masterful for Hill, the Slayers that have been going off early on in this game to Hill control of this game. Now Bruce needs to step up to the plate. We'll find one over by New. Has opened the door for Hill control, but you've got to do a little bit more because you can see those red arrows on the flank. Looking to try and take control of the back spawns for Hill. Bossman, can he do anything in this situation? First kill looking pretty good. Second one on the hard point. Cryptic is left up on his lonesome with 27 HP and really not even much of a dream. You're going to have to back off to hit the regen. He actually does, so he's keeping himself alive well enough here in this situation and does actually allow Bruce to pick up a couple of kills here for the Minot roster, but ultimately it's just not enough. Hill have overwhelmed. They've done a stellar job at keeping control.
Yeah, I thought the Cryptic had done a great job there of staying alive and allowing his teammates to reinforce. However, the gunfights all go the way of Hill, who also managed to just get back in on time to push this Minot onslaught away. Feels like it's going a lot of red in the feed. However, Bruce, of course, going to try and do his best to answer back. And those are 2 big kills to open up this backside. However, you got to push across and make sure that you're not getting this rotation coming in from Bossman, who's just going to try and make things noisy from you from the side. But for me, do Hill have anything coming from the front to multi-push this?
Got some kills hit for a Minot. You're doing a good job through the front. Back spawn still in effect somewhat here for Hill. It is split spawn, so I don't actually necessarily think they're going to read Masterful in this morphin coming through the middle of the map. Just trying to play distraction right now. Bossman and Slang. Bossman, unfortunately, a bit of friendly fire will remove Slang from the situation. Now around the flank, Bossman forced to try and go for the push. That's not going to work out here. So hold is pretty good for the moment for a Minot. One last push coming through from Kill. 10 seconds before you really have to hit the rotation. You're not winning the gunfight. Slang will find one. Do they line up for Nixdrox though? Yes, they do. Nixdrox off the back of that hard point will now be on 5 in a row.
He has to keep an eye on this man to potentially find himself a cruise, because as everyone else seems to see hitting that rotation, he's just going to bide his time, have a moment to breathe, and Bruce will allow no such respite to the Hill players. Finds himself 3 over towards New. Suddenly that pendulum swings. Momentum with Minot. Feels a little bit like the first hard point we got to witness between these two teams. So tight, with superstar players making big moments happen. Bruce, for example, will find yet another 2, but Nixdrox is here and he will find the cruise.
Oh, Nixdrox now on 7 in a row. He is just continuing to burn through the opposition in a slow start of the game, and now he is on fire. Hill back spawns. Again, one last effort from them, but I don't think the team shots are letting them anywhere near close. There is a bit of a TK coming through, so an opportunity perhaps knocking for Hill, an opportunity that has been slapped away by Nixdrox. They don't currently have P1 control. Nixdrox finally will get shut down. Finally, we see a red kill feed for Hill towards the back 15 seconds of this hard point. So the chaos has been stopped, and now we've got Hill control here for Hill.
I was about to say, a lovely moment there to just sync on up, decide to play on through the middle, because not only can they just bully away a bit of the scrap time on P5, but also play for P1. The problem is the second wave of fights all go the way of Minot, so it's just essentially traded back and forth, all at the wrong time for Hill. Dysmorphin's going to jump in for 2, though. Nixdrox will answer that back, but Slang's going to get involved in it. And now Bossman's looking to set up mid-control. Shay's just trying to hold on. We've called him a Hill kitten several times, and this is what he does. Just stays alive and tries to let his teammates arrive, but they will not get there quick enough. He falls. Hill to now tick on over 100, and this feels like a hell of a map to continue what has been a wild series.
Oh, Bruce. What is this now? What, 21 and 13 if our stats are accurate? That is insane here in the hardpoint. Nixdrox now will be gifted a couple of kills as Masterful and Bossman just runs right into his line of sight. Minot now starting to run away with this game. A 50-point advantage over Hill. This is the biggest lead I think we've seen from either of these two teams so far in this one. Masterful knows that the scrap time will be important, so we'll win a gunfight over by it. But unfortunately, as far as the rotation towards New is concerned, Masterful nowhere to be found. Neither are kills for Hill. So Minot will get first dibs on next Hill control. If they win a wave of gunfights here, he'll have to be considerate about how they want to play this one. And Masterful, he needs to make this flanking play work. Gunfights being won towards the front. Masterful, I think if you're him in this situation, you just kind of want to hold the rest of the team off while you've got the player isolated inside.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think you worry too much about the point. You let your teammates on this side, such as Dysmorphin, just deal with this. Masterful will eventually be found by Nixdrox and removed from that position. Look at that flank coming from the back. Shay, we've spoken about him so much as the Hill kitten, but that could be something that opens this on up so that his teammates can flood the point. It's just a pinstripe feed. It's back, forth, everywhere, and Nixdrox continues to have an impact through the middle of this game. Dysmorphin again going to try and play from top rope. Finds one trying to escape, but Nixdrox continues to be a thorn in the side. That 50-point lead has been reestablished. And actually, if the scrap time goes the way of Minot, they get ever close to that 200-point mark, with all of a sudden Hill Air Force Base chasing this one.
All right, Hill Air Force Base now trying to make their way back towards the rotation. Bruce is on the hunt now for these kills. Big shutdown, though. Great help coming through from Bossman. Dysmorphin will survive. But again, you haven't quite dealt with all the threats towards the rotation just yet. Cryptic is big chilling inside. He does play his life long enough here that Nixdrox is going to get a look at this hard point at the very least, but it is only a look. Bossman will shut them down. There goes Bruce as well. So big hard point right now as the kills now starting to come through from Hill.
Yeah, and this feels like a hill that needs to come through for Hill. That's exactly the kind of word that I've been tripping up on all the way through this series, by the way. But look at this push out. Look at the presence from Dysmorphin. Mid-map, 2 big kills to stop the reinforcement. Sure, he's traded on out, but because of that, Slang gets the information and shuts Nixdrox down. You do have Cryptic in the nearby vicinity, but then he's found lurking around in the back. So you continue to hold. Hill probably had the best consecutive holds for some time. They've managed to at least lock down a long period of time at one point on P2, and now over here by the hut. So for just a moment, Hill bringing themselves back into this, but that rotation is in for Minot, and they picked up a big kill in Masterful.
I did say, though, it's the P3 P4 rotation that can win you these kind of games. You have to make sure you win the gunfights, though. You can't just rely on it. Slang has just got in behind enemy lines. They've got absolutely no idea that he is here. Does he have the trigger discipline? No, he doesn't, but it doesn't matter. Because somehow, someway, Slang wins the gunfights. Masterful following up with another one as well. And what was a solid position from Minot completely falls through the hands.
it looks like it's Slang just making things happen yet again. I think he'll be counting his lucky blessings that he gets on through there without being spotted. But as much as he activates and makes things happen, that cruise will come on in. It sends everyone scrambling and allows Minot to bully their way back in. Can't win it here, Brody, but they can get damn close. And all of a sudden, all the great work for Slang be damned. Hill Air Force Base still have a lot of work to do here. That rotational play will try and come in from Masterful, but he needs more bodies. That spawning from Slang could well be exactly what they need, but it's basically a 2v3 here on rotation.
Yeah, you know you can't afford to go that with 10 seconds, so Dysmorphin isn't going to be there. You won't have numbers, gunfights being one in the middle of the map, and towards the flank as well. Everything looking pretty good if you're a Minot. Towards this next rotation, you just need 31 seconds on this one. We go to a game 5. Can they get it done? Slang through the middle of the map, shut down, kills on the flank now. They're trying desperately to flip out of these spawns, but every single gunfight is going Minot's way.
Next to rocks. Oh, he spins, he burns, finds Masterful, puts himself onto a 5. Potentially a cruise to help see things off here towards the end. But Slang with another big 2-piece over by the hill to keep things rolling. The problem that they have right now, if you are going to be Hill Air Force Base, you got to continue to contest this. And then you've got to consider the rotation next into 1. What I will say is if you control the middle of the map from here, you have a perfect opportunity to combine those together. But it's got to be perfect. And Masterful finds another. There's a lot of red in the feed, but Nix Deroxy's cruise comes in and finds 2.
Yeah, the fact that they find those kills before that cruise missile comes down, it gives Hill a chance to hold on towards this game. Minot can't finish things regardless on this hard point. That's why you're seeing them put so much focus in towards the middle of the map. They're winning all of the gunfights. Slang, I believe that's 3. He produces a 7 spree for him. Hill now in the middle map control. They should have a cruise missile off the back of Slang's efforts. They're winning the gunfights. They're trying to hold control. Minot spawning out towards the back. One last effort from them.
And you just feel like a moment there to breathe for Minot so they can assess how they push this. Bruce, of course, flies in through the front door. Bossman there to trade it on out. Gets in behind the counter. Shay's dealt with. Is more red than blue in the feed, but Cryptic will not go away quietly. Only 13 and 28. But could it be him here for the end? The streak comes in. It connects with Naught. And this is just going to be a trade out and absolutely goes the way of Minot. Can Masterful make something happen? Contest on the point. It's somehow still going, Brody. 250 to 231. And somehow Minot finally sealed the deal there on what feels like a map that, again, another situation where, like, okay, Minot should just see this through, but it gets scrappy towards the end.
Yeah, I gotta say, I'm very surprised that streak didn't come down. You can slam it through on P1. You could have taken them out of the position and got control. That was a massive end of the game from Slang to give Hill control of the middle of the map, but an even bigger one from Nixrox, who, I mean, look, I know that he obviously isn't the player who top frags at the end of the game, but he is the one I feel like takes control over and over again. But again, it has to be said, I'm very surprised we didn't see the cruise missile coming out from Slang off the back of the spawn. I know you just kind of want to run at the hill and get control, cruise missile be damned, but still, if there is ever a time to bring it out and slam it down through the top side windows of P1, that was probably the time to do it.
I gotta be honest, I thought it did, but I thought he missed it.
So what it was, I think it was a stun that hit a trophy system, and it looked like with the screen shake that the cruise missile came down, but no, he still had it.
Right, okay. I thought he'd actually called in the cruise and hit the roof and not managed to guide it in through the windows. I mean, whatever it was, yes, I agree with you. That cruise there could have been the decider. Maybe you're worried about team killing at that moment. You're worried about clearing out your team and doing more damage to your push, but in the end, it will be Minot who come out on top. What I will say is that it didn't feel like at any point Minot had a really solid hold. They just seemed to do better at being scrappy across multiple hills. It felt like the best holds actually came out of Hill Air Force Base. In particular, I'm thinking about that P3 that they picked up at one point, as well as the P2 nice and early. But just when it turns into a bit of a blender, all of a sudden, it looked like Minot were prospering in those situations, which I feel is the flip opposite to what we had happen in map 1.
Yeah, I don't know, dude. Again, it's just felt like a really weird... I will say, I think that was probably the easiest one to pass of the lot, if only because of the fact that it played relatively simplistic in the way in which we saw it kind of go down with the rotations and such. For me, if I had to kind of pinpoint a moment where it felt like Minot really did take control, it was towards that kind of second set of rotations, right, where we saw that 50 to 60 point advantage grown from Minot. They started to take control of hill after hill, and there was a solid fight back from Hill there, especially on that final rotation, especially that final kind of P3, P4, where we see that break coming on through from Slang. But beyond that, it did feel like Minot actually, I think that's probably the most convincing win we've seen from either of these two teams across the entirety of this series so far. So game 5, who doesn't love them?
Oh, I mean, we got some yesterday. They most certainly didn't disappoint. We got ourselves into a couple of round 11s also. Never disappoints. But I think that coming into this matchup and then assessing just how this is all unfolded through this series, I saw something in the Twitch chat and someone said they're taking turns selling. And I truly don't know if there's a better... Yeah, I don't know if there's a better way of kind of wrapping this up. For every time we have something good to say about one team, they seem to just wilt under pressure. Every single time we seem to rule a team out, they seem to come back from the brink. So for me, going into this map 5, Brody, I got to ask, is there a side that you're sitting here and kind of looking towards and thinking, all right, they look the side that could do it on our S&D, maybe considering how early S&Ds went, or just the series?
No. Honestly, I feel like all I'm thinking about right now is kind of that meme of just like, here's the best chokers, and it's like 3 images of chokers and then like a 4th one that's like whoever you're trying to take the mickey out of. And I feel like both of these teams could go in there right now. Both of them having their moments of anti-finesse, we'll call it, in this series so far. Good start at the very least for Minot in this one though. They draw that first blood. Trading galore though as Nixrox and Bruce get it done. 3 kills in a row. Now just down to Smorfin.
One will be down. Dysmorphin does find one in the back to make it a little bit more interesting, but with basically 30 seconds to play this on out, if you're going to try and hit this back half wall, it's a difficult one for you. I will say you will get timing as Cryptic checks away, but this looks like it's just going to be Cryptic and Nixrox trying to play a little bit closer together. Then again, I say that, they don't actually have a lookout on over each other at all. So, and Cryptic does spot Dysmorphin on the cross.
Running back towards bomb. There's not really enough time for Dysmorphin to get this one done. Yeah, tries to even try like get a sneaky defuse in there. It's not going to happen. Goes for the over-aggression against Cryptic. He gets a better look at that gunfight than I would have pegged him for. So, doesn't matter. Dysmorphin goes down. And yeah, for what was a round in which Hill were able to draw the first blood, it's that immediate flip of the script coming in. I think it was from what both Bruce and Nixrox to pick up 3 between them. Get site control. That, I think, is what damages the round out ultimately for Dysmorphin for the 1v3.
Yeah, and I think it's giving me deja vu of map 2, right? Because in the Invasion, Search, and Destroy, it finished 6-4 to Minot, but it was actually 6-4 in First Bloods to Hill. So it's just a case of whether or not Hill can actually start to capitalize on that numbers advantage, get that opening blood, not be immediately traded, find some sort of play where they group up together and use that numerical advantage. Didn't happen again here in round 1. Nixrox with 3, by the way, and it feels like he's having himself a hell of a series.
It would be the time to go off here in game 5 to get it done. First blood, though, it's not going to work out for Bruce. Gets aggressive. Slang reads it perfectly. Pot shots from Cryptic are not enough to trade things out. This is an aggressive chow coming out from Slang. Surely you don't get away with that gunfight. Cryptic tries to scarper away. That's not going to happen in a month for Sundays. Nixrox and now Che left up 2 versus 4.
I gotta say, the fact that Slang gets away with that second gunfight is outrageous. Oh, Che gets a little bit trigger happy. He only shoots Nixrox in the face as he makes a passing. Nixrox is going to run into everyone that remains here. Does not spot Dysmorphin on second. And, well, Che might try and make something happen here. Maybe to the top third, maybe through Chicken Coop. But 1v3, bomb down, Rival 9 in hand, and clock control for Slang. Everything's against you.
Yeah, you've just got so much to do here. It's just phenomenally difficult to get control of. I believe they've already spied him out as well. Yep, Slang's going to be the one to... I don't even know if he actually finds that final kill, but he at the very least is going to be part of those plays. Even if Slang doesn't find that final kill, it is Slang that wins that round for me, right? You pick up Bruce at the start of the round. You somehow get that second kill against Cryptic. I have no idea how Cryptic has tried to get away with no smoke in that situation. And again, you got the numbers advantage to get the bomb down safely. It is a round that you absolutely earn. So 1-1 now, blow for blow at the start of this search and destroy.
Yeah, Slang doing great work to find Bruce on that opening pick. Feels like not just because of the first blood, but the fact that he removed Bruce off the board. But that second fight is going to be something that we come back to at some point. I was worried he'd overchild at first and potentially just end up giving away the first bloods. We've seen he'll do so often through the searches in this series. Masterful considering replaying this.
Oh.
That an intentional spot? What was that?
I've no idea. I've never seen that before. I don't think it's that helpful, to be honest with you, because you can't actually watch the middle card. I don't think he meant that whatsoever. What we do see a player meaning, though, is Slang on a 4 in a row now. 4-on-1 start to this search and destroy. And that bomb is now slap bang in the middle of the map. Slang bang, I think we should call it. Nice jump shot, though, from Cryptic to stop a cruise missile being accrued. That would have been disastrous early on in this search and destroy. Still, 1 versus 4. It's a big ask, and he's surely about to get shut down.
He will be found in tools. Oh, manages to make a little bit of a play there. Bossman will be deleted. It might give Cryptic an opportunity to retrieve the bomb. But I will say, Masterful Dysmorphin playing around each other over by red. And honestly, for me, you spend so long before you consider retrieving the bomb. You're stacking things. You're stacking so much time against you here. Did you get spotted there by Dysmorphin? The answer is no. So might well get some timing here to rotate this over towards A in what feels like yet another of one of the weirdest plays we have seen in the series.
They're just totally given up this bomb site to Cryptic. An absolute stinker trying to escape Slang in that previous round. This round, he might well have the potential to pull off something crazy. This would be for a 1 versus 4. And they have no idea where to look. He might have just been spotted out. I think he has, the way that Dysmorphin's looking. Yep, there it is. Information called out to Dysmorphin. He'll act on it. It's a round. It's a prevention of a 1 versus 4. That would have been a meltdown.
That would indeed. I mean, at the end of the day, he'll find that first blood, but we know that they've not necessarily capitalized on that throughout their search and destroys. I was worried once Cryptic got bombed down. I just think that his post-plant position there, yes, you're looking for top fire, but you open yourself up to so many different angles that you got to check en route. I think when you're outnumbered there, I don't know about trying to play through top fire. You got to keep an eye on satellite, anything coming in through mid. It's a lot of work. Trying to think somewhere post-plant there, maybe like bedroom or ticket. Give yourself a chance.
Smallest of differences could have made that a 1 versus 4 for Cryptic. Regardless, it is denied. It's not the end of the world, though. For Minot, they didn't give away the cruise missile to Slang in that round, so you're at the very least content with that. This is aggression, though, coming out from Bruce. And I think he might have just got the perfect time on towards these players. Yeah, he's just run straight through towards Chicken Coop side. And he's actually gotten away. He's gotten past Slang as well. Out of dodge off the back of that first blood. He might have just made the play that wins them this round ultimately. And he's going back for seconds. He's ready for more. Hungry. On the hunt for these players. Has he got some bad timing? No, he's got some great timing. Extra bullets in the body as well, because Bruce has just gotten away with murder twice.
No rhyme or reason to Bruce's play sometimes. Just a belief and an aggression that I think catches other players out. Nixrox is going to get all the information he needs. Finds Dysmorphin. Springs up to find the second as well. And for all the work that Hill Air Force Base had done to establish themselves a little bit of a cushion in this search and destroy, it feels like all of a sudden we get Minot straight back into this. And again, Nixrox having impact on the map. Nixrox cleaning up after Bruce's hard work through the early stages. These two teams continue to just trade pound for pound and blow for blow. I tell you what, Brody, I gave you the question about if you had a prediction. I do not blame you at all for not picking a team here.
I mean, at least this is for a positive reason, right? I mean, I think the previous games in this series have been a bit messy, right? A few mistakes. This one, at least, very least, has been kind of clutch ups, right? Back and forth, potential clutch situations. Here in round number 5. Are we going to receive that from Dysmorphin? All right, never mind. Back to the old ways. We're taking some pot shots that aren't going to result in anything. Nixrox now going to push for the kill. And actually won't get it. How on earth has that happened? Hella reversal from Dysmorphin. Elsewhere, Bossman and Slang going to put the situation to a 3 versus 1. It's once again Cryptic who has to clutch up.
How does Dysmorphin get that kill? There is no reason why that he should manage to get anything out of that. Surrounded by the Minot players. I mean, we watched Cryptic earlier in a 1v4, drag it down to a 1v2 and get bombed down. So we know that he can maneuver his way around a map. But this cordon that is in play from Hill Air Force Base is extensive. Bossman, might have lost on the timing here. I think he might have a little bit of a read on this. He does. He had seen him at some point, or at least figured it out via timings and communication. Hill, see that lead reestablished.
I still can't believe that Dysmorphin won that first blood. I don't understand. I have no idea how it's gotten away
over to
from
my
it.
left and I clicked the Twitch video open just to see the fight back again, and I'm still questioning how Dysmorphin comes away with that.
No idea. Still, it is a win, and ultimately, I don't think it's the one that makes the difference in the round, but the fact that he does get away with it certainly does help Hill. So 3-2 up now in this S&D. Minot have made a gamble that this is going to be a B hit. They've sent really nobody on the A defense. Nixrox is going to go a bit late here. There's nobody up top red to actually challenge him in this situation. He's also thrown utility, so if I'm Hill in this situation, I know somebody's there. I don't think I'm particularly bothered by it, though. Slang's pushed through, and now he's just seen him.
Yeah, Nixrox's nades catch the trophy, so he's aware that he's getting pushed out. So you got a lot of rotation coming on in. What I will say is a 3v4, so you need a first blood for Minot. You don't get it. Goes the way of Slang. Although Nixrox answers back with one, and that felt a little bit free from Masterful. Steps out. Well, actually, it turns out that that's right on the bomb, so a great play to counter. 3v3, stun connects. Bomb's got to be retrieved and put down, but then it's the post-plant situation. And where these players decide to set themselves up. Dysmorphin decides, actually, he's not going to put that down. And with only 30 seconds to go, I'm not sure about that call.
Yeah, this is a big play call to make with only 25 seconds left. You effectively have to get to the site, and as soon as you see the bomb, get it down. You're not going to have enough time to check. There's the kill on towards Cryptic, so this is going to be calm now towards Shay. What can Shay do about it?
No
Shay just runs
way.
right out of the open! Yeah. And I don't really know why. All you've got to do in that situation is keep an eye on B. I think maybe that they didn't really know it was a rotation yet. Regardless, what was a dangerous play call has now become a great situation for them. Nixrox at the very least going to find one here in the 1 versus 3. 30 seconds on the clock, though. Both players backed up towards the clock tower. You have a hell of a lot to do, and you have to hope and pray for some great timing and some stellar shots. Not going to happen, either of them. Hill with a perfect rotation away from a dangerous position will win the round.
I mean, the reason I was so concerned about the decision to make the rotation was because of Shay's position by Clock Tower, right? You sit and think, okay, well, you got to get him out of there. Although Shay isn't one of the players that we talk about as a superstar slayer, he is very good at playing his life. So you buy all of that time, potentially, that Hill Air Force Base don't have, rushed into a bomb plant, turns into a very messy situation, unless Shay decides to barrel on down the stairs. The only thing I can think is that kill top castle. It makes him think that he's got to come and get involved there. But is there a missing of the crosses or no communication that says that there might be a rotation on? Whatever it is, massive misplay out of Minot.
Yeah, that one's going to come back to haunt them. How many times in this series have we said that? This round, looking for a clutch once again. Maybe Bruce can provide it. That's a brave, courageous shots from Bruce mid-map. They're going to hunt him down now, and that's the bomb carrier as well. It has to be said. Trade out looking pretty good. Slang somehow going to get away with a return fire gunfight. So now numbers in favor of kill. Nixrox on the flank will take Slang down. Surely not the second gunfight, though.
Oh,
How
God.
does this keep happening? This time, Dysmorphin on the receiving end of it.
Okay, Nixrox. You're not bad with the rival. We'll actually get the information on Bossman as well. So as he backs up towards barrels, he's got one above, one below. He's going to try and chow, but he's getting shot from two angles at the same time. Minot come out on top. And I go back to that comment in the Twitch chat, which was they're taking turns selling. At least there's a little bit of positive play in this. Some sort of readings that we can get out of these two teams. But every now and again, just when you think that the round's going to go a certain way, it all unfolds. And it is just not something we can predict. I know you do a lot of your Challengers Elite work, Brody. And I can see, you know, you're trying to break these down and understand exactly the plays that they're trying to make. And I don't even do Challengers Elite. And at this point, even I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's so difficult, right? Because you kind of expect certain things in certain situations. You're like, yeah, a team's going to do this. It just makes sense. And then those things just never turn out that way. Are you going to expect Bruce doing that, for example? Drawing first blood almost immediately. That's going to slow down this push through lights to a halt. And Hill have not responded just yet. So, numbers in favor of Minot here. Nixrox in a position that Dysmorphin's not going to expect. You never got any real reason to check that corner. And that's going to be so frustrating to watch back in the kill cam.
Oh, Nixrox fancies a bit more of it as well. Rival goes out. That's a lovely stun, though, to cover on over. Bossman gets one, then sees the cross from Nixrox. So should be aware of where he's going to be. And beautiful work from Bossman to turn this into a 2v1. Yes, the numbers are still against you, but you've made your job so much easier here. However, if he does decide to continue to rotate this bomb over towards B, it could unfortunately be the worst potential call. That being said, it's because Shay is in the clock tower position, and we've already seen him giving that up at the wrong time before.
Oh, you couldn't see a 1 versus 4 from Cryptic earlier on. Is there a 1 versus 4? Nope, for Bossman. Not going to happen. I thought for a second there. I think I might have just been again in the process of caster cursing, but it's not to be. 1 versus 4 tonight here. Might not trade things out. 4-4. I can smell it, mate. The round 11 is just around the corner.
Told you, dude. We got some good Call of Duty yesterday. Although this has been one of the wildest series I've witnessed in some times, it still makes for some fantastic viewing. I gotta give flowers there to Shay. Stuck to his guns. Committed this time to the clock tower position. And manages to pick up the kill. We are tied at 4 apiece. Looks like a break off through the middle of the map if you are Minot, and Hill are going to try and counter through green.
Big first blood to come through from Bruce, and they get the hell out of dodge as well. I would say on the defense here, things are very split up for Hill, right? I mean, extremely split up for Hill. I mean, if anybody goes down in a situation, it's unlikely to trade. Slang, at the very least, will now make his way over towards the B site. Expecting a reaction now through the middle of the map. It would come by way of Shay, but Nick Strox over towards site itself has actually traded things out. Here we go. Here's that reaction from Shay. Is there going to be any good post-plant timing from Slang is the question, and the answer is no, because Nick Strox is there for the cover.
Yeah, Nick Strox cover there, absolutely huge to ensure that bomb does go down, but also to keep numbers advantage. The Dysmorphin, finish that fight. Oh my god. I mean, it happened in 3 frames per year, but it wasn't exactly what we were expecting out of that gunfight. We're going to get to see it from Shay's point of view. Duck's in behind, and I just don't think Dysmorphin sees that movement coming. Shay absolutely lands everything with the Renetti. I mean, I criticized him in an earlier round, but that's a beautiful gunfight to win. I thought for sure we were heading into a 1v1 there.
Yeah, I don't even know, dude. That is wild. What is this now? 3 rounds in a row from Minot, I want to say? I don't know. Yeah. My short-term memory is absolutely abysmal. Right. But yeah, there we go. See, I got something right for once. 3 rounds in a row from Minot. He'll now have to pull a rabbit out of the hat if they want to stop them here. This, of course, would be a second Game 5 victory for Minot if they could get it done over the top. Lovely set nades from Hill will draw first blood in this round, but they do have to be careful because Minot have power players pushed up. Although you should know at this point that Bruce is going to push you here.
Should Slang. Oh, spots Cryptic, hits the shots. Is he going to jump on out over the top, though? Bruce just holding the lower side. Slang does step out. Slang throws a couple shoulders in. I thought he'd managed it for a moment there to get away, but Cryptic will pick that up to even the board. And that will stop Hill in their tracks. Potentially send them on a rotation over towards A. I'm not sure about playing for the middle when you have none of the high ground here. Did Nick Stokes just get shot by his teammate?
I don't know. I just don't question it at this point, mate. There's nothing you need to say. You don't need to question anything. We're all good here.
Well, I looked at the minimap with so much confusion.
Oh, dude, I don't know. Regardless, there's the trait in favor of Minot here. It was a positive round for Hill at the start. It's all fallen apart. It's all gone all right. Masterful now needs to live up to his name. 2-6 so far in this search and destroy. It needs to be a 1 versus 3, and he's only got 15 seconds to get it done. He's no magician. Minot will pull a rabbit out for themselves. It is a Game 5 victory, their second of this tournament thus far, as they surely now top their group.
I mean, there's so many different things to talk about when it comes to this series. One of the wildest I think we've got to witness together, my friend. It has been a while since we've actually got to cast a little bit of multiplayer together, so a pleasure as always. But yeah, definitely a very different series on our hands. Felt like we couldn't really predict which way it was going to go. But what I will say, both Search and Destroy is going the way of Minot. I thought if they were going to win this series, I didn't expect it to be on the S&Ds. Despite some of the solid play on there, it feels like Hill came out on top so often in the first blood engagements. In that the first S&D map 2, it was 6 first bloods to Hill to 4 for Minot, but the score flips the other way. It gets even worse when we talk about that last search. There was 7 first bloods to Hill, 3 to Minot. So the fact that Minot continually coming out on top there, Hill will look back at the series, I feel, and wonder how this one got away.
Definitely, I think, to be fair, they'll wonder in certain elements how close it was, how it got that close, to be honest with you, because this was a really weird series. You're seeing the highlights here across the entirety of it, and just what a... I don't know. Weird is the only... There's got to be a synonym for weird that I'm missing out on here. You can kind of pull one out in a second here, Andy, but it is so peculiar because, you know, again, it's just been, especially this control, so many moments where you feel like Team A should get it done, and then Team B manages to clutch up, or Team A just totally chuckles it, Team B chuckles it the next round. It's just been such a peculiar series. It was a Game 5, but it was one of the weirdest Game 5s you and I ever casted.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it just felt like we couldn't really pick out the strengths and the weaknesses of these two teams throughout this. Every time we seemed to talk a player down, they would explode into life. Every single time we talk a player up, they suddenly absolutely chuckle something. So, yeah, definitely an odd series, but one of the best, and if no doubt for those of you who are viewing this, especially those of you at the USO Gaming Center in Florida who are getting to watch these players play it on out in front of you. what I will say, what that does to the group standings is that will lift Minot to 3-0 here. Hill Air Force Base will actually fall to 1-2 after this. So Minot taking top seed in theirs. I believe that Hill are waiting on the results of Cannon, who are also 1-1, and then Joint Base Andrews, who are 0-2. So very much so, Hill now currently waiting with Destiny not in their fingertips and just trying to find out who they'll be playing once we get to bracket side.
Yep, absolutely. Well, I believe we've got an interview ready in just a second here, Andy, so I'm really excited for this one. Hopefully, I don't know if it's different player this time around. We had Cryptic last time, so maybe they'll throw us somebody else, not too sure.
It looks like we're going to actually get Shay coming on in from Minot. I got a couple of questions for him. So let's get that man on the screen. Shay, congratulations on your victory. That will actually put you at 3-0 throughout group play. That means then you get top seed from your group. You head into bracket. How are you feeling once you start talking knockout format?
I feel like we're going into it pretty confident. I mean, we've beaten every team here so far. We've lost a few maps, but I mean, it's stuff that we can't make up from. We're just going to regroup as a team and focus on our strengths and weaknesses and just go from there.
Yeah, I mean, talking about those strengths and weaknesses, right? I mean, that was a very messy series, certainly for us here on the casting desk. It was a fun one to watch. Is there anything I think you're looking at moving forward in this tournament you like to kind of improve on, especially, again, as you get in some of the harder-hitting teams?
I think that's my problem because, you know, as everyone knows by now, I am the Hill King. You know, that's my role on the team. So I feel like just not only getting time, but supporting them more as well with kills and strikes. I mean, we'll be fine off there. I see us doing really well in finals.
Yeah, I mean, you guys have also been doing well in clutch-up situations as well, right? I mean, this is now not necessarily back-to-back, but you won a Game 5 yesterday versus Cannon. Now you've won another Game 5 here versus Hill. You guys must be feeling pretty confident now that you can clutch up in these situations when required.
Yeah, I mean, on that two-piece I just had, I heard my teammates in my ear, and I was like, you know what, just stay calm and just play how you always play. And, I mean, I did what I had to do, I guess. You know, it felt good. Everything felt smooth, so.
We got an opportunity to watch a little bit of the VT coming into this that Hill put together, and they had a line come out of Masterful that felt particularly strong, and that is that you guys are the best in the East, but welcome to the West. I mean, you just slammed them down. It wasn't exactly pretty, but you got the job done. Do you feel that you're the guys who are putting the East on your back right now, showing up for your side?
Oh, of course, definitely, because I mean, in the Eastern Regionals, we were pretty much slamming everybody. I mean, Barksdale was really like our only, and Andrews was only our like real competition that we took seriously. But the West is definitely better as a whole. But I think we're definitely going to make our mark on the entire CONUS Championship before the end of this said and done. So they'll know us. They'll know us by then.
They'll know as well. Making your mark is something you want to do. Certainly did that in the Easterns, and starting off 3-0, you're certainly making your mark here in CONUS. Congratulations again on a great performance, both individually and as a team. I'm sure we're going to see plenty more of you guys up here on main stage.
Thank you.
So, Shay then coming in and talking about how he's Hill King. That's a new term for Hill Kitten, I'm not going to lie. But he coming in there, doing his part to help the team move on through. I got to say, we've discussed this a little bit, Brody, throughout the afternoon. And although you've seen off Hill Air Force Base there, you still have that juggernaut in Buckley waiting for you, who have currently 3-0'd everybody else. Is there something that, you know, Minot can build on in the sense that they clutched up in those Game 5s, as the question that you asked in the interview, that will help them when it comes to playing against Buckley later? Or do you think that you're just seeing a gulf in quality between those two teams?
I don't know, like, again, it's going to come down to, when it comes down to that matchup, they can't rely on those clutches. We've been saying it a lot. I think there has to be a lot more proactive team play in there. And even Shay was saying, right, I mean, like, it's all well and good him being the Hillkin, or the Hill King, as he would say, right? But there has to be a little bit more slaying in there. And maybe that's the case as well. You know, so very often we've seen this in other Call of Duty competitions where a team will have 2 slayers and the other 2 aren't really doing that much in the slaying department. If they could do it, it would be huge. I don't know. Some improvements, I think, in that department might well help, but they definitely need to kind of tighten the holes in their gameplay moving forward if they want to take down big juggernauts like that.
Yeah, well, I'm sure we'll find out as we will no doubt see more of them up here on main stage. But for now, we won't be seeing more of you, my friend, as you'll be taking a break, joining back in for the last 2 games up here on broadcast later on. And I'll be rejoined by Seymour after the break. So you and me, this will be the end of our day together. It's been an absolute pleasure casting alongside you, buddy. And yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing you tomorrow, my friend.
Yeah, Appreciate you, mate. All right, well, let's send it to a break, folks. I'm going to go and get myself a cup of tea, and you guys can get yourself ready for more Call of Duty here live from the CONUS Championships. Don't go far, because after this, we've got more action still to come.
Welcome back, everybody, to the CONUS Championships, and we've got a group stage to wrap up. I'm Enigma, and alongside me, you will notice a different face. It's the man that joined me yesterday. Infinity's out for now. He'll be back in later, but it is going to be Seymour, buddy. I know that you've been watching a couple of these games on the side. You were with me yesterday through the gauntlet that we had. How are we feeling as you step into these games?
I mean, I'm excited. I mean, Hill put up quite the run against Minot. I thought for a second that they were going to get the upset there. We expected Minot to just breeze through their groups after what they showed in the Eastern Regionals, but I mean, I'm excited to see more of that Hill team. I think that they have so much potential, and I think it's going to be a while till we see them, but I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, you mentioned groups there. Let's take a quick look at them and see exactly how they're shaping up currently. Some of the teams are done here. So Minot will finish up 3-0 and take top seed from their side. Hill Air Force Base will sit in third currently with a 1-2 record. Joint Base Andrews and Cannon still ongoing. Meanwhile, Buckley on Group B, 2-0 as we expect. Boxdale also 2-0 with a matchup between them looking absolutely delicious. But it's actually going to be Team Luke Air Force Base against Seymour Johnson Air Force Base that we're looking at when it comes to this next matchup.
Yeah, we're going to be taking a look over towards Group B, but for Group A, I think it's going to be interesting if Cannon actually end up losing to JB Andrews. Then we're going to have a tiebreaker between Cannon and Hill. And with how close those two matches or those two teams played yesterday up against each other, I think that's going to be a pretty interesting thing when it is all said and done. If that tiebreaker does happen. But you're right, we're talking about Group B right now as we have to finish off Seymour Johnson and Luke Air Force Bases. Both of them are playing for the number 3 and the number 4 seed respectively for their side. Neither one of them has really had too much of a wonderful start to CONUS.
No, they haven't. It's been tough thus far, but let's hear from one of those teams before we deliberate on them much more. We got a little video here of Luke Air Force Base letting us know what they're bringing to CONUS.
We played in the last year WREI, and then we had some players PCS, so I was reaching out trying to put together a team for this year. Hit up Prometheus and Rishi. I haven't even been in Air Force gaming as long as a lot of people, but in the short time that I've been in it, it's been growing like crazy. There's more people getting involved, more people finding out, and it's just more players, so it's been really awesome to see.
People can't believe that like we're being work here on TDY.
Normal TDY, you're working your butt off, you know. We're very fortunate to have something like this. I'm really happy about it.
I'm gonna be honest, we didn't really do that much review or anything. It was just more like getting reps in, getting practice, and with having a new member too, it's kind of hard to see how we're gonna mesh. So it's gonna take it day by day, and whatever we need to fix, we'll fix it then.
I have never played ranked before in my life. I have 48 hours of ranked play for this. So I think that when asked, like, what do I need to improve on specifically? Everything. Literally everything.
Obviously, we're going to go back. We're going to do some scrims, so that'll be a good time to kind of get a feel for things, get used to the setups, get comfortable, and then, like you said, address any issues that we identify. Playing a lot with a lot of the teams here. All these guys, I feel like I've played against all of them at some point in 8, so it's good practice.
Buckley, their chemistry, their knowledge, skill is insane. So the more I play them, I think the better I'll get.
And we also haven't played them yet. We didn't get to play them at the Western.
It'll be a wipe. It'll be a wash.
You want to bet on
it?
Well, no parlays. We haven't seen the Eastern play at all, so we don't really know about the East that well.
Nobody even talked about us being a top 4 team, and we beat Cannon and we got 3rd. So I want everyone to think we're terrible, right? Like everyone has huge egos, so they're like, oh yeah, they're gonna be, we're gonna beat them, we're gonna beat them. They lose the first match, they're like, oh shit, we shouldn't be losing this, and then they start getting in their own heads, which I think happened with Cannon a lot. Cannon's like, oh yeah, we'll beat
Mind
Luke.
games for sure, yeah.
Yeah.
Buckley, y'all were buddy before the military, but we're gonna destroy you.
Cannon, don't sleep on us again.
Andrews, you're the only team I want to come here to beat.
Hill, you suck.
Fly game win!
And that was Luke Air Force Base letting us know what they're bringing to CONUS here, Seymour. And I want to know what you think after getting to watch through the VT.
Look, Wolfgang, my friend, I love that you said that Buckley suck, but you gotta wake up. A reality check real soon. That Buckley team is the next level, and they're definitely the ones that are looking to win this entire tournament as the favorites. But I love that video from Luke Air Force Base. I think we kind of talked about it yesterday when we saw this team, is that they don't have that competitive experience, that ranked experience when it comes down to Call of Duty, but the teamwork and the cohesion and the will to get better is what I love for this Luke team, and I'm excited to see what they can bring against Seymour Johnson.
Yeah, definitely interested to watch how that unfolds. And you just mentioned him there. Luke will need an opponent, and we got a video of them. It will be Seymour Johnson here at CONUS.
So 3 of us work together in the same shop,
and then we needed a fourth. One of our guys deployed. Drew knew Cine, so we got all of them together that way.
We had never even played together like as a team, never scrimmed or anything.
I had a passion for the video game, and I used to play semi-pro back in Advanced Warfare. Lewis here had told me that AFG was a thing, so I went on and I was like, who wants to go TDY?
I didn't hear any of our leadership tell us no, I don't think that can happen. They all wanted to come down here too.
We can equate this to being the first man on the moon for Seymour. We're trying to expand it so people can use their free time in their hobbies and represent the Air Force or the Space Force.
Our co-worker's like, they're not gonna let you do that, blah, blah, blah. Brought it up to our flight chief, and he's like, all right, if you guys place.
I've never touched Call of Duty before this tournament, and I was like, yeah, you should definitely try to play. And he was like, why don't you get on the team? And I was like, dude, I don't play Call of Duty.
Bottomed the game the weekend of the qualifiers and we placed 5th. The 3 of them have played together constantly and have formulated that team.
I know how to shoot, I know how to run around, get skimpy, but actually learning the map and learning how to rotate properly, that took some time.
Playing on LAN is a different obstacle than playing on just at home.
It was just cool to just play a video game outside of your house.
I said it was actually pretty intense. I was like, dang, I never had my hands sweating this much.
Yeah.
When people are watching, when the lights are on and the stage is there, you just turn into something else.
Being able to play on a frame rate so high, it was crazy. I didn't even want to turn on my console anymore once I got home.
Why not? They have some cocky players, and so someone like me that only has 2 hours in the video game can actually slam some of them. That would feel pretty good.
I'm ready for some demon hours. I'm ready to shoot some bodies. Make our statement, Seymour came here to play.
Barksdale, because we were very close to making an extreme proving point. They'll hate me for this, but I was running circles around them in that Rio S&D and they just couldn't stop me.
If we can get to that level later on, or place 3rd, I feel good.
All right, Andrews, y'all getting carried by Mott, and y'all don't have anything going for yourselves, so watch out.
Minot, your dog water. You got a captain on your team, get out of here with that.
Oh man. Barksdale, we're here to catch a body.
Barksdale, it's round 2. If you want some, come get some.
Knock 'em out!
And that was Seymour Johnson. I gotta say, my main takeaway is that Cine is an absolute unit. That guy would say jump, and I'd definitely be saying how high. But I gotta ask you, Seymour, what's your takeaway from the video?
I mean, first off, I love how much that they've brought that trash talk out of these players for the videos, just trying to keep things very competitive between each of the teams. But one thing that they mentioned was how none of them have that experience inside the game. And when it comes to playing games outside of your house, it's a different environment in total. When you go to LAN, you have to worry about your opponents being there. It's going to get in your head, the trash talk, just trying to look face to face with the people who are trying to beat you in that lobby. It's a very different environment than doing it all at home. So I like that Seymour Johnson, we're talking about that. It's something that they definitely have to keep in mind heading into this next game, as they definitely want to escape that possible number 4 seed heading into the bracket later on today.
Yeah, wonderful takeaway. Definitely interesting to see how these players perform on LAN, but let's find out what stage it is that they're going to have to be performing within as we look at the maps. And we get here, Seymour, another Rio hardpoint. We've also got that 6-star later on, and you and me have both spoken about how these maps coming on into this is absolutely wonderful to watch. However, I'm going to look to some of your wisdom here and ask what it is that you're asking of these teams to lock down a map like Rio.
I mean, when you look at both Rio and 6-star, the biggest takeaway is your rotations. They're very small. It's easy to escape you, and you can go into the fundamentals of running off respawn, just trying to challenge that hill as quick as possible. But the rotations are important to try to lock down that time. See if you can get 30 to 40 seconds on some of those hills, maybe even steal a couple of time off of those scrappy hills that you normally see even in P1 of Rio. Lots of teams tend to get a lot of time off that in the second set of rotations, so making sure you're on top of that is going to be a big deal for both of these teams. And I'll say it again, like I said yesterday, Enigma, I love that these teams are still banking on these DLC maps. They're so fun to watch, and they have just grown on me.
So I'm just taking a quick look back through the performances of these two teams. They both lost 3-0 to Buckley, which isn't necessarily a surprise. I think we can agree there. And then for Barksdale, both teams lost, but this was a 3-1 for Seymour, who lost when they lost against Barksdale, a 3-2 when it comes to Luke. So I think a little bit of an edge there potentially going towards Luke. But one thing I will say is that we have actually got to witness Luke play on Real Hardpoint, and they got beat pretty handedly by Barksdale. So if you're going into this first matchup and you've already lost on that map, is that something that for you plays in your mind, or do you just think that was a different team, doesn't really matter here?
I think, first off, yes, I think different team, different game when you're heading into matching up against Seymour Johnson, but versus Barksdale, this Luke Air Force Base squad actually impressed me, all things considered. Even though it was a 3-1 loss, it's the only map win that they did find was in that series. They played a lot of those maps really close, and they actually gave Barksdale, the number 2 seed out of the East, a run for their money in that match. So for Luke Air Force Base, a team that doesn't have that experience playing competitive COD, they really intrigued me on what they're going to be bringing to the table inside of day 2, and I'm hoping to see the best out of them and see what they have changed up heading into this match. They chose to go to Rio for this map 1. They wanted that rematch on this map. They've shaken off the rust, so seeing them go back to this, it's no surprise at all. If they can play Barksdale close, they can look to now take down Seymour Johnson.
Well, when I look then at the players on this lineup, I've spoken about it multiple times before. You know this community more intimately than I do. But looking at the kill deaths here, I'm looking at Tones. He's the only player that is positive for this Luke lineup. Is that the guy that you've got to be looking for if your side are going to do something in this series?
No doubt about it. Tones was on a tear yesterday when we saw him versus Barksdale. And aside from that, although the stats weren't that good from the side of Luke, I mean, you expect it after losing in a 3-1 fashion. But Wolfgang was impressive for the time that he has played on this game. I think he said it was around 48 hours heading into CONUS, and he put up some good numbers, and he was making some big impactful plays, some very knowledgeable plays that he was bringing to the table for this team. And aside from that, I think Rishi Bobby is just a really good touch on this team. I think he was a rock star when it came to a lot of those long gunfights that you look at those ARs to really make those game-changing plays to lock down lanes. I think it's going to be very impactful on a map like Rio to look towards somebody like him to determine the pace of play that's playing against you, that Seymour Johnson are looking to kind of set inside of this map number 1. So I think that Tones for sure is that player that you're looking at to be the superstar for this team, but I was impressed for more than just what Tones brought. I think this Luke Air Force Base has a lot of potential.
Well, if Luke Air Force Base then possesses a lot of potential, maybe that's a cause of concern for Seymour Johnson on the flip side, because again, looking through the performances that these 4 players have put on, Fluffy is the only player that's positive. He's currently holding a 1.2 coming into this series. Everyone else is quite heavily negative. So is it a case then that we're watching a Fluffy against Tone show, or do you think there's necessarily something that's going on more for one team here?
I'm glad you brought up Fluffy, because I was going to highlight Fluffy for this team. He was great yesterday for Seymour Johnson. Maybe not as great as you would have hoped to heading into this match, but you saw the spirits for this team in the video, and they're high-spirited. They're ready to kind of tackle that challenge, and I think that heading into this match versus Luke is a real big shift of pacing for you, where you can play against a team that's more your level. You can find a win under your belts and then gain that confidence. The only thing that kind of worries me is, aside from Fluffy, it may be better. The team around him was really lacking a lot of that firepower, a lot of that slaying yesterday. And I don't want to shed a negative light on this team. They got a lot to learn for sure, but heading into this match, it's just how do you adapt to Luke Air Force Base, and how do you maybe elevate your game into a more comforting, more fierce, locking down those lanes. You don't have to challenge too much. It's exciting to see the changes for the Seymour Johnson team heading into day 2. I think there's a lot that can be looked for in this game.
A wonderful breakdown. Again, you know so much about this community. Always a pleasure when I get to cast over them, but hearing your insights, always an absolute pleasure on what is brought here to CONUS. We're going to get a shot here of the players in the USO Gaming Center in Florida. And what I bring to you as the question before we load into this game is, how important do you feel map 1 is when the players are sitting across from each other? We heard in that VT that it's so much more playing on LAN than it is playing from your bedroom. And we've seen already a couple players getting in each other's faces, letting them know exactly what they're doing to each other on the map. Both teams currently on a negative record. Both have lost their maps so far, their matches, so far. So how exactly are we expecting these teams to feel if you lose map 1?
I mean, like you said, I've been around the environments of these teams in the competitive level. I was at ForceCon last year. I was at ForceCon this year, and it's just a different level when you have these service members playing up against each other in game. I mean, the trash talk is elite. The competition is next level, and I think that is going to be quite fierce when you're sitting across from anybody in this tournament.
Well, let's get things underway with a nice tasty draw. We're going to reset that one. As for whatever reason, we will get everyone back together and figure things out. So let's go back then to that question that I brought to you right at the end, because it felt like I put you on a spot with about 10 seconds before we got into the opening engagement. I don't know if you've actually played many LANs, my friend, but you've definitely played in tournaments, definitely played in competitions. And how important is it, especially when your tournament hasn't gone to script so far? You come up against one of those teams that you think, maybe, okay, we can do this against this side. How important is it then to not only to get off to a strong start in map 1, but take it and take the series by the scruff of the neck?
Yeah, maybe not for Call of Duty, but being at a couple LANs, I think the biggest thing that really was uncomfortable being at that LAN center or being at any environment for a LAN was the fact that it's not your setup. It's not your home. It's not your area to kind of work and to play and to enjoy the video game. You're out of your comfort zone. You have to kind of get used to the tables you're sitting at, the seat that you're in, the controller and the monitor. Everything is different than what you're used to. So I'm glad that this is a 3-day event, because a lot of these players who might be going to a LAN for the very first time, that's a big deal for some players. They might not realize it until they're in that moment, Andy. And it's just kind of, you sit there and you realize, this is different. I don't know what I'm doing here. This isn't what I'm used to. And it's a scary feeling, but the fact that you get to go from day 1 into day 2 and have that second chance really to mold into this environment, I think that is such a big deal for a lot of these teams that might be looking to step up in day 2.
Yeah, I mean, we've spoken about it even as casters, right? It is so different being on land. There's the vibrations, the noise, the feel of the arena, and of course, your opponent sat just across from you. But no more deliberations, no more discussion, Seymour. We are underway between Luke Air Force Base, Seymour Johnson, Real Hardpoint, to decide your seed for bracket play, and Prom explodes into 2 to start us off.
Yeah, that's going to be Prometheus under the name of Prom 17. Inside the game, he's only going to find the 2 before dropping. So Luke Air Force Base off the less preferred spawns are going to be able to battle back in towards P1, and you can already see them thinking about the rotation. See if they can find some of these players from Luke Air Force Base off the respawn. See if you can take them down and start to move up and flip these spawns. But Seymour not able to land themselves some good time off of that first hill. 16 seconds, they get broken, and now you can see them working up the B Street to see if they can flip things out from the bottom side of the minimap, and Fluffy just times it right.
Yeah, honestly, I love the decision here to move away from P1, start to play out through the backside of P2. They're going to run into Prometheus. By the way, much better name than Prom. I can't believe I've been calling him Prom this whole time. And play out for these back spawns. They still don't have control of them, however, because a couple of kills come on through in blue. There'll be more blue in the feed, and as better falls, that decision from Seymour Johnson to give up 1, play for 2, might well come back to bite them in the early stages.
I mean, I didn't really give my flowers to Prometheus heading into this game because I forgot that his name was Prom, but Prom was cooking yesterday with that Rifle 9 in hand. So if he can turn up here on Rio, that's going to be big. Big sights on Rishi Bobby, 5 in a row in P2. If you can get that cruise missile this early on, you can use it to start snowballing this game with 28 seconds. It looks like Seymour Johnson going to take another swing at this with Spider on the flank.
Oh, Spider, and that's a big gunfight, and Tones comes out on top, and it'll be 3 in the feed that are blue, and the rotation's already in for Tones. He's already starting to get himself over towards Bridge, looking to play out through this backside and stop a defensive hold coming in for Seymour Johnson, and he slipped the net entirely. I do wonder if Better got a bead on him. Looks like he did, so he'll at least catch him and give his team an opportunity to set up here for 3.
75-21 on rotation. Prometheus is still being an issue. Rishi Bobby's on 9 in a row. He's looking for that double-digit streak right now, as you can see them biding their time, looking to hit this one together. Prometheus to lead into it. No bait and switch just yet. Better for a couple nice shots. Actually going to be able to find 2, but that's 11 in a row for Rishi Bobby to contend in that spawn in the back. They actually draw Wolfgang some spawns, so he's going to have a chance to maybe do some serious damage here, some damage onto the first one, but real kills there for Seymour Johnson to be broken just yet.
I mean, coming into this, we were talking about maybe the Fluffy against the Tone show, and well, Fluffy explodes into a nice little gunfight there. However, Wolfgang will answer back with 2. Prom then spins and finds Fluffy himself. A bit of a pinstripe, bit of a back and forth. Sleek Spider will continue that trend, finding Tones eventually, but a lot of the time going the way of Luke Air Force Base, allowing them to then have this scrap, and surely then ascend themselves into a 40-point lead. Rotation's in, though, for Seymour Johnson. They got 2 players trying to hold down boxes, but there's actually going to be a wrap coming around from the other side.
Yeah, that's going to be dangerous. Better's the really only one here to stop this oncoming traffic of teams from Luke Air Force Base. Wolfgang going to be able to cut down one. He's on 6 in a row, so another cruise missile for Luke Air Force Base as Prometheus now into the hill. Players off spawn for Luke, trying to race into a situation, but it's Slake Spider to combine for 3. In is Seymour Johnson. They got 30 seconds off of P2, and there's still 30 seconds to grab that can tie up this game off of P4.
The one thing for me is whether or not you can get yourself pushed on out. It feels like you're all a little bit on top of each other here, and that's only going to have to continue because Better has to push boxes. Sure, pre-fire it, send your bullets on through. It won't hit anything, but we're not exactly tracking accuracy here. Better does fall. Prom comes out on top. Cruise missile comes in. I gotta say,
I love that.
Very... Really? I'm unsure about that investment. Although you do get information, at least, about the rotation, I feel like you've not played enough for mid-map to capitalize on that.
No, but it keeps them over towards the hill for a little bit, allows you to solidify this rotation to P5, and it even keeps you in the lead on this rotation. So for Seymour Johnson, now there's some more pressure onto this to kind of get some pep in yourself to break this a little bit earlier than expected, and you can see them trying to formulate this break with only one more player left. They have to do it before the rotations come in. The reinforcements are there, and they do just that for Seymour Johnson. Luke, I mean, they had some time off of the streak, but I guess it just wasn't good enough of a setup.
Uncle Toke, by the way, onto 5, so keep an eye on him potentially hitting a cruise, and that will come on through. So Luke Air Force Base already used theirs. Wolfgang then calls in his that I didn't actually realize had been picked up at a point. So all of a sudden, we're just trading artillery against artillery at this point. Tones looking to spin. Oh my god! Snaps onto Toke. Finds him. That if you can hit a streak, it doesn't matter. Can you shoot me? And Tones then finds Fluffy as well, tucked into a corner. That will allow his teammates to bully onto the hill for the remainder of the scrap time. And the thing is about this P5 to P1 is a stone's throw away. So if you get yourself set up nicely, you can combine and trying to scrape together some points here.
Nice. Uncle Toke for a second stays alive. Fluffy's able to slot himself in, but the nade from Tone's going to finish it off. And heading into the second set, it's about a 20-point lead for Luke. After what was 50 points off of that P2 rotation for Luke Air Force Base. Seymour Johnson keeping this one tight, but not really dominating this time over towards P1. The spacing is lost. Tones is lost as well when it comes to what to shoot at. And this is a good setup right now for Luke Air Force Base. They can get a lot of time off of this hill.
Canadian doing a great job of just continuing to bully back Seymour Johnson. Better will find 2 at least, but Wolfgang turns it into a bit of a mixer. Tones just setting up on vending, making sure that he locks it on down. Feels like the strongest lead that we've had thus far in the game. And Fluffy reading the rotation here, finds the first. He's moved from the SMG to the AR and looks a little bit more comfortable, I won't lie, as he finds 3. Tones, however, doing his part elsewhere, finds a 5 streak. And the spawns, yeah, they flip entirely.
They have no idea, but Fluffy's got a heads up. Communication there as well. Toke's gonna turn around. Picked apart is Luke, and spawns, who cares, says Seymour Johnson. They send them packing, and there's a respawns for Luke Air Force Base. Now they're gonna have to traverse the map all the way from P4, and looks like all the lanes are being locked down. Seymour Johnson, I mean, this is enough time that can tie this game back up off of this P2 rotation that they've put together.
Did feel like coming into this, when we're talking about Fluffy, felt like a very slow start. Wasn't really involved too much in the conversation, but suddenly a couple of great reads, a couple of huge kills. Maybe comms coming in from the teammate, and also a cruise to boot. No idea why this guy was running a Rival 9 off the start. Keep that MCW in hand, a 7 streak. And maybe we're fine. Please be fine. This has been a great map thus far. Maybe it's just on our end as Prom finds Better. Shuts him down. We're relatively neck and neck at this point. Wolfgang's just going to clean up at P2. The P3 rotation is actually in for Luke, and Seymour Johnson's just going to front send there, and that was ambitious at best.
I have a feeling this is on our end, the fact that we're still playing this one out, but that was 2 streaks that Luke Air Force Base gave up to Seymour Johnson in that P2 rotation, so that's some good artillery for Seymour Johnson to have heading into the back half of this. It's a 40-point lead, but they're going to group up. 3 go down. Fluffy, last one standing. A good lockdown from Luke inside P4-3. And now this is a chance to elapse that 200-point marker, get a little bit closer to maybe putting away your map of choice.
Toke squeezes up on the stairs. It's just aggressive. It's a bit much. You're asking yourself to dive into a hill with 3 to 4 opposing players and win gunfights. And if you time that with your teammates, then it can work in your favor. But sometimes it just feels like a hit and hope at best. Fluffy will open up with 3. It's traded on out by Wolfgang. Rotation then in for 4. Toke puts out utility, needs support from teammates, and the thing is for me here,
no,
Cruz is disastrous.
I was gonna say there's good news here is that the fact that they have 2 cruise missiles, they can invest one of them to hopefully, pave way back into this hard point, but the double kill on your own team, that might be the dagger in this map. There is enough time to win out on this P4 hill for Luke Air Force Base, and you can see that Seymour Johnson, they are rushing to try to contest this one. Toke's gonna go down. Prometheus locking the hill down. There's only 10 seconds left. You gotta go.
This is just a heartbreak if you're Fluffy. You call in that Cruz. You think you've done enough. Toke, by the way, gonna call his own in. Manages to get Rishi Boppy off the point, but it will not be enough. It won't matter a damn thing, and I hate to do it because it feels really harsh after how Fluffy exploded into the map through that second set of rotations in particular. But that cruise missile, we're gonna have to watch it back at some point, I'm sure. I'm not 100% sure where that lands, but you pick up one opponent and then 2 of your teammates. That was rough.
I don't think that's necessarily Fluffy's fault. You call in the cruise missile, you tell your team, and they just run towards the point. I'm pretty sure the teammates just walked a little too close to the sun in that moment, and it costed them that P4 rotation. What could have been for Seymour Johnson after what was a fantastic P2 rotation in the second set. They had themselves at one point what was a 10-point difference from Luke Air Force Base, but they lose back-to-back nearly 60s in P3 and P4, and that just cannot happen when you're playing a Rio, especially when this map was Seymour Johnson's choice. They wanted to go to the Rio. It was their map pick, and they lose it 250 to 154. I think you look at Luke Air Force Base, the way that they played, lots of good moments from Rishi Bobby going 11 in a row at the start of this game. Tones turning up in the later ends. Wolfgang finding a streak. Lots of moments there, especially with Prometheus stepping up on the Rival 9.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it feels like I feel really harsh when it comes to Fluffy. I felt like, he steps up after changing onto the MCW, but giving the flowers on over to Tones and Rishi Bobby for that wonderful start. Felt like we saw umpteen cruise missiles come through in that, but it took away real hard point for just a moment here, Seymour. That's 1-0. We're on the board. If you are Luke Air Force Base, we're looking towards an Invasion S&D. Now, what I will say, if you're Seymour Johnson, you actually won this matchup against Barksdale last time out, in particular with Sleek Spider and Cine going absolutely massive. So if you are looking to build yourself back into a series, you got to be pretty happy that you've got this in the selection.
No, you really do. And I think Search and Destroy for a lot of teams at this event has been kind of wishy-washy. It hasn't been the best. We've seen some 6-1s, we've seen some 6-0s, we've seen a couple of round 11s. It is questionable, especially when you talk about yesterday all day, is that when you get that opening duel, it's about 75% win rate for these teams, maybe 72% of a win rate for some teams when you get that first blood, but it was not the case at all for a lot of these teams. And I think heading into this one, if you're, Luke Air Force Base or Seymour Johnson, you are looking at ways that you can change your play style so that when you go into the bracket, whether you're the 3rd seed or the 4th seed, Search and Destroy can be a part of your arsenal battling against some of those top teams. And it really flows off of those initial gunfights, those first bloods. I think Luke Air Force Base, they were fantastic yesterday in this game mode. There is potential for them to go up 2-0 here in the Search after winning that hard point. But for Seymour Johnson, if you find those first bloods, if you play patiently, play off the mistakes of Luke, there's still potential for this one to go the distance.
Myself and Brody cast over some Search earlier that seemed to be exactly that. Hill were picking up so many of the first bloods, and yet Minot came out on top in the S&Ds both times out. So it's definitely taking advantage of those opening engagements, taking advantage of numerical advantages. But you're right, some of the S&D has been a bit wishy-washy, and I think that line here gets even grayer when we establish that the only map that has been won so far by Luke Air Force Base before this series was actually also an Invasion S&D, which was up against Barksdale as well. So it's a case for me of, we're splitting hairs here. I'm looking at the top players that performed in that one, and that's going to be Wolfgang and Rishi Bobby. And we've seen a lot of what they can bring to this tournament. In particular, Rishi Bobby getting off to a really strong start in that last map. I wonder if he can carry that into this S&D here.
No, for sure. That 11 streak, and not many players can go 11 in a row at the start of a hard point, but he makes it look so easy on that Rio. One person that I'm going to be watching is the breakoff from Prometheus. I mean, you have that rival 9, you want to run some routes and be annoying, and I think that he is definitely the type of player that is looking to make that happen. So, initial breakoff for Luke is a 2-2 split. I mean, 2 through the middle of the map there. Prometheus is actually going to get caught by Fluffy with that MCW that you were highlighting back on Rio. So good to see Fluffy sticking with what got him that streak back in map number 1. Rishi Bobby going to be spotted there. Some information from Sleek Spider. You see the adaptations already.
I like the patience of the play, though, on both sides. Particularly defensively, I think some teams can really get caught into overextending, giving up map presence for no reason. Even though you get caught by the stun here, if you're Fluffy, you do have coverage from Better if he falls. That being said, Wolfgang has actually managed to get himself a free route up through A Street, and a massive play then from Wolfgang to open up this setup.
Oh, absolutely insane. Wolfgang brings things back for Luke Air Force Base 3 versus 2, and they're going to call an audible. They have Tokes pinned down to the back of Bulldozer, though that's some fantastic help from Sleek Spider. Bomb's going to get planted today. Post plant now for Luke. They have the time on their hands. So Rishi Bobby, he's going to play over towards the bridge and middle of map, looking to be locked down by Wolfgang, which he dominated all last game. And it looks like he has hurt this player.
Oh, and he finds him. Wolfgang on for the ace then. Can you find Sleek Spider? He's going to potentially wrap this through DVD. No information gained just yet, and very limited amount of time. You don't want to be slamming doors open and making all the noise. And Wolfgang spots him cross, and honestly, for me here, Sleek Spider, don't give him the ace at least, and puts Wolfgang onto 4 in a row then to get us started.
Look at that. And he's getting hyped too. That was a massive fist bump. Aggressive off of the ace. Who needs playtime when you're just a natural-born gamer? Wolfgang coming out with the first 4 kills of his team. That is a lights-out search and destroy round from Luke Air Force Base after taking the Rio hardpoint. They continue with their success, leading in the search after 1. And not a bad round from Seymour Johnson. I mean, they did a good job at drawing that first blood. Fluffy was able to make that happen. They just kind of lost control of things into the middle portion of it. You have to make sure that you're not giving up that trade for free, and that you're not afraid to take that space when it is given. So, Seymour Johnson now flipping sides over towards the attack. This breakoff heavily favored over towards the B side of the map, but I don't think Luke know that just yet. You have a very passive setup with 2 on the cross. Make it 3 actually watching the cross towards Courtyard. So no information towards A at all.
Yeah, right. You will get that reposition out of Prometheus to try and watch over A, but when you've been missing for that long, you do worry about timings, whether or not something slipped the net. But Seymour Johnson just playing this patiently. All tucked up over towards Treehouse. Gonna have to make a move at some point. That nade actually connects. So Rishi Bobby here having to just hunker down behind the Bulldozer and gets the knock onto Fluffy, and Tons is there to follow on up. And that is the thing with the Bulldozer. It makes it you're so damn difficult to kill there.
Yeah, it is a tough heady to fight against. To look at the time, though, Bomb is down at B, and there's only 22 seconds. There is no chance you can make it over towards A in time. You have to fight your way out of this one, but Rishi Bobby, such a tough kill to make. 15 seconds, Wolfgang's pushed up. This is the round done and over. 5 in a row for Wolfgang on his way to a cruise missile now in map number 2. He was able to find 1 in map 1, and it did pay off for the team for that P5 break, but can he do it again?
I absolutely love when players know where the cameras are in LAN, by the way. Rishi Bobby gives us a glance, gives us a nod, says, yeah, we just did that. Beautiful stuff. Lock Seymour Johnson out of the point. And as well, Rishi Bobby himself doing a wonderful job of playing his life. Wolfgang, by the way, the player to watch on this break-off, just 1 away from a cruise missile.
I think it was Slug yesterday who just stared directly into my stole at the camera. It scared me a little bit, but it was frightening, man. He looked right through me. I swear. Sleek Spider backed off that God tank, and this is another patient play from Luke. I mean, they gave up the first blood in round 1 off their attack, but they still managed to take the round. So They're not afraid to make some mistakes here. They're trying over towards A. They're actually getting really aggressive on A, and they might be trapped there. They're between Uncle Toke and Better, who knows exactly where these players are.
Nothing giving just yet, though. Honestly, I respect this defensively, and Toke will actually find Prom. So, this advance forward with the bomb just became all that more difficult. Better is positioned out by Bridge. Will, or at least should, have coverage onto Tones. Good lord, Tones nearly snaps. Will amount to nothing in the end. Seymour Johnson will pick themselves up a relatively clean defense. Terrifying moment there, potentially for Better, but I always respect that when it comes to defensive rounds. I'm a big fan of squads just sitting back, posting up on a heady, getting the information, and forcing the attacking team to do exactly that, to attack. I think sometimes that's lost a little bit when we start moving down away from the likes of CDL, of challengers. Even in challengers, we sometimes see defensive teams get way too aggressive. But I'm a big fan of just biding your time and saying, look, you've got to move the bomb. We've got the clock on our side. You got to make it happen. And they do just that.
Yeah, I think Wolfgang didn't get this straight. No, 5-0, still 5-1, I imagine.
I think so, yeah.
But that last round was a lack of communication. Rishi Bobby was late on the timing through mid. You needed to watch for that courtyard push for Uncle Toke not to be able to get aggressive like he was. The trade came late and no communication. That Better was sitting over towards the bridge. So, Luke, Air Force, please. You know, flying blind. You don't want to do that in the Air Force. You don't want to do that in Call of Duty.
Right now you can see Luke Air Force Base have themselves a lovely little setup here, although Toke might slip on through. I'm a little bit worried about the fact that Rishi Bobby is pushed out of Bulldozer onto God Tank. Maybe he thinks something's happening elsewhere. You're going to potentially get shot in the back. Toke does indeed clean it up, but actually Prometheus finds a kill elsewhere to get the first blood. It's traded back and forth, so it makes it a 2v2 with bomb down.
Yeah, Fluffy's trapped on site. This is good out of Wolfgang. Isolates Toke, and that's going to track Fluffy. Prometheus knows it. They pick him apart. And there is loads of time to get this defuse. That's great from Luke. You saw as soon as the information came for the slide on towards A, they knew that bomb was getting planted. Tone started working through the courtyard. Whoever was mid-tank didn't really get their eyes on. So you were able to hit that fast off the retake if you're Luke Air Force Base, and getting that first blood, making sure that you keep those trades back and forth, losing out on the player towards dark. Yeah, you know, Uncle Toke was able to manage to find that pick, but Wolfgang swoops in, saves the day with another 2 kills in that round, and he has been so delightful for this Luke team in Search and Destroy. This looks like it's going to be a fast hit over towards A. Uncle Toke is all alone.
Uncle Toke as well will be spotted, but gets a kill at least. So it is traded, but honestly, if you're Uncle Toke, you've done your share of the work, because you should be able to give over so much information as well. But of course, Wolfgang finds another, but Better will use the car bomb to open this up. And Better then finds yet another. Tones will eventually snap. 1v1, Sleek Spider against Tones, and Spider might have the timing on this.
If you had your gun out, maybe, but they're going to meet elsewhere, and Sleek is icy for the round. A little bit of a Sleek slide, and he wins it out for his team. Seymour Johnson, it gets close. You really got to thank Better for that nade, taking out Wolfgang after he finds the player rotating out from dark. You really wanted to get Fluffy into a position over towards mid-tank to maybe have that crossfire with Better, but as soon as Fluffy is down, it's kind of alerts now for Seymour Johnson, like, we have to do something. And oh, that is a nade, that is a grace from God for Seymour Johnson, and comes down to a 1v1. Yeah, it wasn't pretty for Sleek Spider. It gets a little bit panicky, but they run right into each other, and that is a big, big win for Seymour Johnson to bring this back down to a 3-2 deficit. This brings it back to the attacking side, and you really like the patience from Luke Enigma. Well, they're going to do it yet again. They have Wolfgang through mid. You put Rishi Bobby over towards that bulldozer. Tones to watch the cross. The information for Rishi as well. This is a well-oiled machine when it comes to the defense of Invasion.
The one concern for me, if you Luke Air Force Base, is that it's the same setup you've had previously, so Seymour Johnson should have an idea of what they want to execute here, and it sounds like a smoke has actually come on out. Might well be a different play coming in from Fluffy to open up the mid-map here, and the thing is, that's going to keep the push split, the defensive hold split. There might actually be a wrap coming in from Prometheus, but you got to move forward quickly, and it's not quickly enough as Tones finds one. Rishi Bobby gets on in as well. That wrap's coming in, and Toke will be last alive to try and pull off a 1v3.
I mean, like, I know this is not Black Ops 4, but it feels like I'm watching a gridlock. Seymour Johnson cannot get through. 21 seconds. Bomb is in no man's land for Uncle Toke, and the time just keeps dwindling. That nade's going to make it quite difficult for Uncle Toke to do anything at all. And Prometheus, Rishi, Bobby, they're happy to sit in their positions and wait for Uncle Toke to come to them. As soon as he does, their irons are lined up, and that is an easy win for the round at Luke Air Force Base. They confirm yet another. They grow their lead once again. Now a 2-round gap, and they just do it with 2 near perfect defenses.
Honestly, was a big fan of the fact that Fluffy opens up that mid-map engagement, right? Finds that first blood. The problem is there. I think it's a bit one-directional for Seymour Johnson. They all barrel towards the point, but then never really fully commit. They kind of get halfway there and stop. But the problem is then you've allowed a wrap to come in from Prometheus. And although he doesn't necessarily inflict the damage, you just have no escape route if you're Seymour Johnson once you start pushing towards that bomb site. So trapped between a rock and a hard place and dealt with. It will be 4-2 to Luke Air Force Base, and they want this B site. They're getting aggressive on it.
I like how fast Luke play on the attack. They're trying to find those timings, and you get a quick adaptation from Seymour Johnson. So you have a player through mid better into dark, caught by Wolfgang. So Luke, they pump the brakes. They make sure they watch for those changes, and Prometheus now a second one. Sleek Spider's going to get nothing, so it's all up to Uncle Toke on the flank. And nice shots there. He stays alive. He has a chance to win this round still.
Well, the thing is as well, bomb will go down, but the fact that Uncle Toke manages to stay up there sets up a potential pinch play, but then you miss the jump. Oh, God.
I don't think that
is tough.
I don't think that would have won you the round, but you hate to see it nonetheless.
You hate to see it on main stage.
Oh, he bumps into the wall. He falls down, and Prometheus is like, all right, okay.
Hi there.
Hey.
Yeah, I'll just clean that up. Honestly, I was a big fan of the fact that Toke had managed to stay up, set up the sort of pinch play. The thing is, what you then need to do when you're surrounding a team from multiple sides, you got to hit it together, or at least try and find some information to work around. It just felt like both players tried to speed run it in towards the center of the bomb site. And, I mean, it just didn't get any prettier for Uncle Toke after he bounces his head off a wall.
Yeah, well, Mom says, we got Shotzi at home. This is Shotzi at home.
Shut up.
Tones and Wolfgang, both of the initial gunfights. Over towards A we go for Seymour Johnson. They want to get this bomb down. The smoke's out. Slide for Fluffy. Can he set up? Prometheus is back here. The shots. Oh, not finding its mark just yet. Prometheus sneaks away in a first blood as well. Bomb's going to get planted, but you are not in a good spot here if you're Seymour Johnson.
Oh, Fluffy's going to try and bait. He makes it work. I was a little bit worried once he started to miss those shots, whether or not he was going to get picked on up. Tones will actually find better. Toke now trying to find Wolfgang. It will be a 1v2. Tones perhaps. Oh, I was worried he was going to get over aggressive. You lose that fight. It puts Rishi Bobby in a horrible position. But it turns out not to be a problem. 6-2. 6-2? 6-3? I'm losing track of my maps here. Either way, it's relatively comfortable for Luke Air Force Base.
6-2 win, Handy, on Invasion Search and Destroy. You had a couple wins there for Seymour Johnson. You were able to bring it back to a 3-2 deficit at one point, but that's where things escaped you. And I think Luke Air Force Base, they just hit another gear in that Search and Destroy. First off, I mean, I gotta tip my hat over towards Wolfgang. He's playing incredible throughout this series. Cruise missile on Rio Hardpoint, and then a potential cruise missile on Invasion Search as well. He gets the 5 kills in a row to open up this game, but that's where they lose the round, and he doesn't end up getting that streak. But it's the impact that Wolfgang is having in these individual moments for the team. It's very I'd say it's very invasive to the setups towards Seymour Johnson. He's always aggressive. He's always finding that cutoff player, and those mid-round changes that Luke Air Force Base are throwing into it to find those late rotations out of Seymour Johnson. It's just providing such an issue towards this team when trying to come back.
Now, I'm very glad that you mentioned it does indeed feel like Wolfgang's having a massive impact. Feels like the Wolfgang show, definitely currently the Luke Air Force Base show. 2-0 up in this group game. However, can they make it a clean sweep, or do we have a reverse sweep on our cards? We'll find out after the break.
the Salute to Service Showdown presented by the USL and the NFL. Active duty military across the world coming together.
This weekend I'm down here in Dallas, currently for a USO event, Madden tournament. To be partnered with the USO with the National Football League is amazing. Right now we're inside the Dallas Cowboy facility. Just to have the access, the behind the scenes, just to come here to take pictures with Super Bowl trophies, to meet personnel that are ahead of this organization, it's been amazing.
The weekend's been awesome. It's the military brotherhood where like we all got to the airport, we all are walking around trying to find people. Being in the military, you move around a lot, meet new people all the time. So meeting these new guys, everybody just clicks together because we're used to doing that type of thing. It's been very cool meeting everybody, talking to everybody. A lot of smack talk on Madden. Some people talking strategy, whatnot. So it's been great talking with everybody and meeting everybody.
This is not an event that you want to take for granted, but it's definitely an honor to be here for the second time.
Welcome back, everybody. If you missed it before the break, Luke Air Force Base ran into a 2-0 lead here against Seymour Johnson. And while there was a little bit of a contest in the hard point, the S&D felt relatively smooth Seymour. So we look ahead then to the high-rise control. And I got to ask of you, are you thinking there's going to be a 3-0 sweep? Do we end things here? Or are we going to see a little bit of a fight back from that Seymour Johnson lineup?
I mean, so far for Seymour Johnson, it has been a troublesome boat to find themselves in. It's the Rio hardpoint. It was close, all things considered, until Fluffy drops a streak and finds a double kill on his own team. And the rotation over towards P4 really sets up Luke Air Force Base for that win back in map number 1. Map number 2, nothing more to be said other than Luke Air Force Base look class on Search and Destroy. Invasion is friendly. Their defense is an iron wall. High-rise control, yeah, you switch up the game mode, you switch up the maps a little bit, but I don't know if this is going to be enough for Seymour Johnson to find a win over this Luke Air Force Base team. You're going to need a lot out of this roster to really come together when it comes down to that team coordination. See if your defenses can set up those spawn traps from top propane and top helipad, but it comes down to really shutting down some of these players on Luke Air Force Base. Wolfgang, Prometheus, Rishi, Bobby, Tones, you talk about all 4 of them. Each one have had very impactful moments, so you have to find a way to really ice them heading into this high rise. See if you can shut them down early into this round 1.
What I will say coming into this is that neither of these teams have managed to pick up a win yet in control throughout CONUS, so definitely a case, the opposite almost of unstoppable force against immovable objects. One of them has got to at least plant their flag in the ground here and see this map off. What I will say is that I love me some 6-star hardpoint, so I would be a big fan of us pushing on through to a map 4. But for that to happen, Seymour Johnson have got to find more purchase behind Fluffy, and in particular, got to find a way to shut down Wolfgang because it feels like it's been his series thus far.
Heading over towards A off the break off. Triple stack, so Seymour Johnson have to be careful. This one's going to go fast if they don't find the kills, and Fluffy's going to relinquish that pressure without that first take really getting out of hand. And you can see Sleek Spider with that push up over towards Propane. He's going to be able to make sure that this transition over towards B isn't as simple as you would have expected for Luke Air Force Base. It's not going to be easy to get the setup going.
Won't be at all. And Prometheus finds himself too and will be joined by Rishi Bobby on the point. You do have coverage from helipad stairs. Oh, Fluffy, don't let that happen to you. Just about stays up thanks to a cover from Uncle Toke, who finds himself too, manages to at least pause the progress, but that will be 1 tick in so far for Seymour Johnson. Now They reassess. Wolfgang has top helipad control. This feels like the player to move from a power position.
Yeah, this is a really good setup, I'd say, for Luke to capture B, but a couple players slip the net, and Fluffy, it starts with him taking down the member over towards the helipad. He's going to look to get aggressive, so you can count on some players from spawn. He gets one of them. Tones might trade it, but a lot of damage being done here by Seymour Johnson. They have a small life lead. They're keeping these segments relatively down as well on both sides. They give up the one tick over towards B, but they still have a good handle on things so far. Just got to make sure that they do not lose it, and they do not go 4 down, because Luke Air Force Base, they can really wrap things up fast.
That team kill's going to be unfortunate from Wolfgang, and he managed to pick one up himself, but eventually traded on out. And you got to think about what you would have done if your teammate had been there. Fluffy finds 2. I feel like we've been looking to see him activate a little bit more in this series. It feels like he's not necessarily hit the heights he has throughout the rest of this tournament. It is indeed, of course, never a one-man show, but we are looking to him to lead the line. And another team kill coming through if you Luke Air Force Base, giving Seymour Johnson every opportunity to set up a great defensive cordon.
Yeah, only 2 ticks done towards B. A is now jumped on. Prometheus keeping the time low. 27 seconds. He's cleared out. He gets a little overzealous, and that's now putting some pressure onto Luke Air Force Base. It's B or it's nothing right now in the round. And Rishi Bobby's caught in the crossfire. Tones not able to jump on in. Time dwindling down with 3 out of the play. This seems relatively impossible for Luke Air Force Base to find an offensive win. 2 segments, that's all you get.
I think at this point as well, if you are Luke Air Force Base, I don't really mind if you decide to sit and spawn and just stem the bleeding, especially considering that Fluffy is only 1 away from a cruise. And we know just how damn good those can be on high-rise control, especially with the propane tanks. Always adding to the explosion that comes on through. It felt like Seymour Johnson were arriving a bit in dribs and drabs there. Never really had a concerted effort. Sorry, Luke Air Force Base never really had a concerted effort towards one particular point. Always just trying to play a little bit reactively. Okay, we've been bullied off this point. We're just going to send whoever's alive over towards the next side. Never really felt like they just got together, tried to execute on a play. Different to how a lot of this series has gone thus far. Let's see if Seymour Johnson can answer back with a better offensive round here.
Yeah, you see those impactful players, Prometheus and Wolfgang, not really having a good start to this map. And on the other side, Fluffy, Better, and Uncle Toke, so many moments where they popped off. So one side slaying a little bit better off of that defensive half. Let's see if Seymour Johnson can keep that going over and towards the second round. It's 2 down over towards A. Wolfgang, the only one here to really block. And if he goes down, that is going to be red alert now to get on towards this A and B zone. Better gonna try to play some distraction.
Yeah, and also while everything is going on, I tell you what, is that the 3rd team kill? I mean, that one's unlucky, of course, because it's propane, but still, at least 3 team kills that I can remember from Luke Air Force Base. But I will say, for Seymour Johnson, while they're trying to make everything happen elsewhere, Sleek Spider got up into the spawn of Luke Air Force Base, and is kind of not really having the impact he would like, and is ended up coming back in towards the middle of the map. I think that right now, if you're Sleek Spider, you're missing from this fight. You either want to have impact through spawns or get involved early, and there you go. Finally manages to find Prometheus.
And I mean, he is impacting the spawns anymore. It's just not the way that you would have liked it. You had players stacking over towards the A zone, and because he was in the spawn of Luke, it was spawning Luke Air Force Base over towards that A side. So they were able to hit that again and again and again, even after they were dying. So Seymour Johnson, they could really just never set up on these points. And you look at the time, only 30 seconds left. You are kind of grasping at straws here if you're Seymour Johnson, and you haven't found any segments. So this is not a good offensive round.
I'm a little bit worried as well for Seymour Johnson about how slow it's been. We're still at 19 lives, and you just haven't really turned the dial up. As I say that, Better and Sleek Spider get onto the point. Better will find the first. 3 on the point now. Fluffy barrels on through to help. You get the flank coming from Rishi Bobby. He finds 1. It's damaging to pretty much everybody else. You just get the second. Wolfgang finds 1. Toke's still up and will be cleaned off. But those 2 ticks come on through, which means we are even on ticks for both sides.
You might not win this round, but you have done a lot here, Fluffy.
Oh, no.
Fluffy. They get onto A. Wade, Sleek Spider, still alive. 2.2 seconds. There it is. Oh, shout out to main man Clayster out there watching over every single play on high rise that's ever happened. There's 2 things that always amaze me on this map. The amount of impact and how much of an MVP season the Propanes have had on this map over the course of MW3. and the fact that players just cannot stay on the map.
Yeah, the thing is, well, like Fluffy, as soon as he hits that jump, you just see him pause. He's well aware of what he just did. And I'm glad you mentioned the falling off the map. God, in Clayster, somewhere his ears are burning, because that is one out of his specialty book. But one out of the playbook coming on through here for Luke Air Force Base is just going to be a full send up elevator side towards B. Can you get top control? And actually, Prometheus hits a different route and finds Sleek Spider in the back.
Well, now you got to retake this because you have to set up in, and Wolfgang on top of the generators. He is watching the players off of spawn. For Seymour Johnson, you're in shambles right now. You need your players through mid to make some impact here. Fluffy's going to jump in for the contest. He has to play his life. Wolfgang on 5 in a row. He's going to play for the streak. He's calling for reinforcements. Prometheus is going to get there. Fluffy's still alive. Fluffy can't get a second one. Wolfgang finds the streak, but Fluffy stays alive to at least neutralize this B zone. At least the second tick from Luke Air Force Base. It's going to take him a little bit longer to get control of the zone.
And the fact that Fluffy stayed up so long there, even though he only gets 1 kill, it means he gets reinforcements in. I thought he'd actually missed the jump again for a second there. Hits a beauty, just about avoids falling off the map. Lands on the crane plank. I don't even know what I'm going to call that. On the outside of the map, and it lives to see another day. Momentarily, though, because Wolfgang will absolutely delete him. Rishi Bobby tries to go high. Better stays low. And, well, Better will come out on top, proving that he is indeed better. Tones now out with the propane. A lot of these lives that are going against Luke Air Force Base right now just feel like good old-fashioned bad luck.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, it seems like that's been the course of direction for a lot of these teams over CONUS Cup. It just is simply chalked up to COD timing sometimes. And here we see Better. Good damage on the first one. Not able to translate over towards Wolfgang either. 16.6 seconds. They're onto the A zone, and they're onto B as well. So Seymour Johnson, they have to make a tough decision. Do you capture A or do you stop B? And they're already battling back in towards A. Doing a good job at shutting these players down.
And Prometheus here. Tucked away in a corner. We'll get company from Fluffy. And
no
that
way.
Is a very poorly timed nade indeed. You see a trophy stop the stun. And then it's just all a bit at sea from there. Fluffy's going to push back on in. Wolfgang makes a big kill happen. That should lock down another minute. And it is actually 12-10 in favor of Seymour Johnson. So incredibly tight here as we look towards that A point. No presence necessarily from Luke Air Force Base, but I was about to say Prometheus top helipad. That's a big gunfight to win.
Yeah, I talk about the impact that Wolfgang's been having. I mean, he's got the streak as well as he captures that B zone by himself. Big one-on-one for Wolfgang. And now lives are even. 9-9, 56 seconds left. Time to decide. Do you call this streak in? If you're Luke, do you try to snowball this game better? Hitting the flank, he can put it away.
Oh, but he gets caught. Prometheus spots him, finds him. Also must have given some intel towards Wolfgang because he spins and pulls a couple of bullets in as well. So 7-8. And Prometheus now trying to squeeze up towards the spawn. However, we mentioned it earlier. You don't want to get too aggressive there. You don't want to spawn those Seymour players over towards wood. You got to send it. There's only 20 seconds to go, and you still need 3 ticks here.
And Uncle Toke is so disconnected from this. Prometheus is in your spawn. He's on 4 in a row. You're on towards A. Uncle Toke is still in the enemy side, and nobody's going to be able to get here. Uncle Toke has to turn up, and he's found at least one. Can he change the course of this game? 2 ticks about to come in. No more respawns, and there's A neutralized.
And it will indeed not come through with that second tick, by the way. Thought for sure it would happen. Tones finds better. 2v3. You got a full send. The problem is you're going to be walking into players that are waiting for you. What I will say for Luke Air Force Base, you might lose the round, but damage limitation was there. 4 ticks, the best that we've seen so far through this control. And of course, as we well know, not just with control, but especially here on high rise, you typically are playing for that round 5 defense. Although Luke Air Force Base won't be 1-2 down, if you execute a defensive round just as you did before, you'll be feeling pretty good about your chances of sweeping the series.
I was going to ask you too after that round, but we didn't really have time. You know the feeling of like the phantom limbs that they tell you about?
No, but I am curious.
Where it's like, you know, you lose your limb, but you still have that feeling that you have your hand there, even though it's not really there. It's like, do you think Clayster gets that little phantom feeling every single time somebody falls off a map? He's just like, he checks behind him. He's like, oh my goodness. I don't know.
Oh, for God's sake.
Oh my goodness. I spoke it into existence, but I apologize, Tones. Bringing it back, reeling it in, a little bit more serious into what's going on for this game. You touched on it a little bit. 6 ticks to 2 right now. So if Seymour Johnson want that defense in round number 5, they have to not only capture one of these zones, but they have to get 2 ticks on the opposite as well. So a lot to do here. Only a minute to make it happen.
Wolfgang with Cruz in hand as well. Finds one. Oh, it's not going to be enough bullets for 2. Oh, Bedev decides to bring out the Renetti for that fight. Did enough damage initially that it will have the impact he was looking for. Fluffy also holding on to his own Cruz. So I think at the minute, you're kind of like, well, who's going to blink first with their utility, their artillery even? Tones finds better elsewhere. Only 1 tick of pressure so far from Seymour Johnson. They need to find at least 4 more to force a defensive round for their side. And only 20 seconds to do it. They got to put together a plan right now.
Over towards B. Looks like we're going to hop on with 15.5. Fluffy with a second one now. You draw back Rishi Bobby. Contention is in, but the overhead attack from Uncle Toke, and Wolfgang loses his fight on the point. So that second tick is being worked on. Better over towards the elevators. Uncle Toke rushing to the rescue. Fluffy also wanting to join in. This is a good chance for Seymour Johnson to get some pressure on the zone. 11 seconds left. Prometheus, he's in.
Finds the first. Knows there's a trophy, though. However, he's going to fly it on out. Rishi Bobby actually picks up Prometheus for what I feel is about the 19th team kill that Luke Air Force Base have found. Trophy destroyed by Trophy. But you should be able to hold this. And that would mean that it would be a 6-4 in terms of ticks. However, the last push for A is shut down. So that should be a Luke Air Force Base defensive round here to try and see off the series. Seymour Johnson have only managed 2 ticks per offensive round, not even a full capture. They got to change something up here. I'm curious as to your thoughts, Seymour, as to what they can do to roll out better in order to give them a chance to keep this series going.
It just comes down to playing in those power positions, trying to reach top heli, trying to get over towards that top propane action. You want to play safely enough to draw those initial kills, those opening duels with somebody playing towards bottom blue as well. But you have to do it without losing these players so you can get those slays and then jump onto one of those zones. Get that early progression. Get the ball rolling as soon as you hit this first setup. So for Seymour Johnson, these opening engagements over towards A are going to be so important.
Big fan of how aggressive Tones gets hit.
Oh, no.
For God's sake, someone stop picking up your team kills or your propane kills. Fluffy's hit the route and Route Man gets paid. Activates to find Rishi Bobby. That should allow his teammates to make progress on A. The one thing you got to be careful of is Wolfgang up top, and they spot him and they delete him, and an opportunity then to push on forward.
Yeah, now Tones is disconnected, quite like Uncle Toke last time we saw this A zone under pressure. Fluffy with that streak in hand. Do you invest this? Tones is still not turning around at all. Second tick's being worked on, and now Tones goes down. The cruise missile is going to take him away. Fluffy, can you do it? Enough you cannot. 2 ticks at A. A minute left, and how the hell does that kill Rishi Bobby? That is nowhere close to him. I'm baffled.
Yep, propane is a wonderful thing here on High Rise. What I will say is also a wonderful thing is Wolfgang's use of the cruise there, because otherwise that A capture is coming on through for sure, and he uses it to not only pick up a kill to stop the progress, but also to splinter the hold that was on that point. And now an opportunity then for Luke Air Force Base to establish map pressure.
That A zone didn't actually get captured.
No.
Here's the streak now from Fluffy. It's only going to take down 1, but while you call it in, you lose a member. So that's going to kind of take a little bit of pep out of your step over towards one of these zones. They're going to swing at A yet again, even though they do not have the setup that they wish they did. And you still have Prometheus behind you.
You do indeed, and Prometheus finds Fluffy in the middle of the map. But Fluffy did at least find Wolfgang, so that's a couple of big players out of the fight for now. They're just going to hold top elevator. You do have 18 seconds on the clock, and a player on B just pausing this up. Tones is found.
You have to
work. There is still life here, but that team kill is going to be a dagger to the soul.
Now Prometheus goes down, but it's only going to be up to Fluffy here. And Rishi Bobby, that could be the dagger. Looking for the 3-0 now.
Sleek Spider is trying to get aggressive down below. Finds 2 with the Renetti. Explosions going off absolutely everywhere. 2.8 seconds left on it. Sleek Spider and Better playing for B. Luke Air Force Base have to push this, but also consider that they don't want to give up A. So Tones is just going to play top helipad here with a lookout on over everything. Fluffy then backs him off with some bullets. And this B comes on through. The lives are so neck and neck. This is far from over. Rishi Bobby finds 2. Rishi Bobby finds 3. On the point. Goes absolutely massive. And the reinforcements will not get there in time. Rishi Bobby goes huge to stop us progressing on through the control. And you see the dejection on the left side of your screen and the excitement on the right. And they have every right to be happy. The Luke Air Force Base, a 3-0 in this one is not what I saw coming.
Rishi Bobby gets in time, and I don't know who that was, Top Propane, but it was literally 0.1 seconds from them touching into that zone. We're going to take a look back at this series and highlight it after a devastating loss. At a Seymour Johnson trying to make one last stand on high rise. This Rio, it was neck and neck. We talk about the impact that Seymour Johnson had back in this map number 1. The rotations were really clean over towards the second set of rotations. I kind of talked about P2 in general, where they bring it back to what was a 10-point game. It was really close for the Seymour team. They keep it in around 180 to 140 at one point, but the team kill changes the game from Fluffy. It was a double kill over towards that P4. Luke take control, and as soon as that team kill came in, it felt like Seymour Johnson could never find their footing back in towards this series. A dominant search and destroy at the Luke Air Force Base, never looking back, and back in towards the respawns. Just some highlight moments and some pop-off plays from some players on Luke Air Force Base that are not afraid to take space on this map.
Yeah, I mean, it was a tough one coming into this to try and predict it, because at the end of the day, I mean, God, how many times did we see people end up killing themselves, by the way, on this map, jumping off, propanes galore, see you later, Tones. But the tough one coming into this matchup, because we saw that both teams were basically 0-2, but you've played against Barksdale and Buckley. And in particular, I look at Wolfgang, for example, and his performance in this series. He goes absolutely massive. Before this, he comes into 0.76. I was like, okay, feels like he's better than that. What exactly happened? I think it's just a case of Wolfgang is that guy. Wolfgang is that player. He can make things happen. But you just ended up against Buckley and Barksdale. So I believe that we're going to get a look at groups after this to see exactly how everything's gone about. However, I believe we have an interview with the mustache man himself. It will be Tones. Congratulations on your victory, my friend. How are you feeling?
Thank you. Feeling good. Seymour, good to see you again. That was good after yesterday's losses to come out here and get a 3-0 victory.
And I mean, a 3-0 that maybe wasn't as close as you guys were expecting against Seymour Johnson. Some tight efforts on the Rio hardpoint, as well as the control on high rise. What were you guys feeling towards those later portions? I mean, what keeps you guys together in those really close knit games and kind of edge away with those wins? How do you guys make it happen?
Just clear comms, really. We had that was a weird server. Like, I talked to the other team too. We were having some serious lag, packet loss. Like, that whole first map I was on packet loss. So we were both fighting through some issues. But no, I mean, you saw the games yesterday, so it's good to see Wolfgang, Richie, and Prom come out frying today. I love that.
And I mean, not only frying in the server, but you get your first win here at CONUS, and that is a big statement for finding that number 3 seed heading in towards the bracket for the rest of the day. At least going to give you a little bit of an easier run, you know, a little bit of a better matchup heading in towards that. It's not going to be easy no matter what way you kind of spin it, I'd say. Lots of tough teams out there, but working in towards this bracket now, playing against those top teams, where can you feel that your team, Luke Air Force Base, can maybe step up to these top teams? What is your, I'd say, strong points? What is your weak points?
I think, like, we play smart. Like, we play the objective. We play to win the game. We're not out there to have the highest KD. We're not out there to, drop 40 kills. I mean, I'll go 10 and 30 if we win the match. I'm happy with that. So I think that's where maybe our small advantage some of these teams are. But, we played really well today, so I'm happy with that.
I think that you should indeed be very happy about how you come out in this series. Obviously, you mentioned yesterday that you had the 2 losses against Barksdale and Buckley. I obviously don't fully know the bracket just yet, but with the fact that you look to be locking in 3rd for Group B, currently that looks like it would give you Cannon in your winners round 1 game, being 2nd place in Group A. How would you feel if that is the matchup going into that?
Well, we played Cannon at WREI, and we never lost a map against them, but our teams changed and their team changed a lot. So that's going to be a really tough matchup. Like I said, they got Hyde on their team. He's like 20 years old. I got like 13 years on that dude, so it's going to be tough, but we're going to give him hell.
Hey, as a 30-year-old, I absolutely tip it to see you guys still going. Always a pleasure to get to watch some of the older players give it a little bit to the younger players. Again, congratulations on your victory. Looking forward to seeing you up here more on the main stage, and I hope that you have a wonderful rest of the tournament.
I appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
Tones coming in then from Luke Air Force Base, and we will get to take a quick look then at the groups. Still waiting for confirmation on the result between Cannon Air Force Base and Joint Base Andrews to see exactly how that looks and whether we end up needing a tiebreaker situation between Cannon and Hill over there in Group A. I think an interesting thing here to look at when it comes to Group B, Seymour, we do have Buckley top the pile, Barksdale in second, Luke Air Force Base in third, and Seymour Johnson Air Force Base in fourth. That will be confirmed and locked in. I do wonder if, because of Buckley being in Group B, whether or not that, because that is the quote-unquote, on paper, stronger group, Luke Air Force Base are basically as good as the second team over in Group A.
Yeah, I was actually thinking about the fact that Luke played Barksdale really well, and I don't think Barksdale are going to be very confident with that number 2 seed coming out of Group B, especially considering they weren't able to take down Minot. You saw the way that Hill was able to play against Minot. This is going to be a very tough bracket with every team trying to match up over towards those top teams, but even when you play away from that Buckleys, when away from those Minots, you have close-knit competitions. You have teams that can make those upsets, and I don't think these seeds are really going to be as stock standard heading in towards it. You don't expect those top teams, Enigma, to really lock things down as you would expect with their numbers coming out of this groups. And I think that this bracket is going to be quite fun to watch. I think that there is so much left open with potentials of upsets for the rest of the day, and I'm looking forward to it.
Well, we have had some incredible gameplay to witness over the 2 days that we've seen area and then into the CONUS Championships. And what we're going to do here as we wrap up the end of the group stages and get you that bracket together that Seymour just mentioned is head into a little bit of an extended break. So we'll see you on the other side of it as we begin bracket play here in day 2.
We're with Liam after his 4th military move. When being new is starting to get old. We're with Tara during the holidays when she misses home the most. Thanks to generous supporters, we're with all service members and their families who need connection, comfort, and a home away from home. Are you with them? Learn more at uso.org today. We're with Bridget, whose husband won't be home for months and whose daughter is due any day. We're with Mike, who's leaving home to protect his family and yours. Thanks to your donations, we're with all service members and their families who need community, connection, and maybe a bit of magic. Are you with them? Learn more at uso.org today.
Welcome back, everybody, to the CONUS Cup Championships. My name is Seymour. With me is Enigma, the dad himself, coming out with all his glory to cast over these games alongside me. It has been a fun day so far. You know, I've only got to cast the one, but you've been chilling all throughout the past couple of matches. We're through the group stages now, Andy. We're heading in towards the bracket. I mean, what are your expectations heading into this next stage of play?
I think it's still difficult to look past Buckley as your overall favorites, considering the just complete level that they brought into the game that we saw. Although it has only been the one, we've seen a lot of teams like Minot, also a little bit of Seymour Johnson, and a couple of other squads. And what we're seeing is those teams progress through this tournament and adapt and improve as they go. So while I'm still looking at Buckley and thinking overwhelming favorites, I don't necessarily think that we're in for a simple script here.
No, I agree with you. I think that, you know, maybe Buckley at the top, but we're still looking to see what's going to engrave that maybe second, third place matchup. And speaking of one of those teams that we're going to be taking a look at to be at the top of their game today and tomorrow, let's go take a look at Minnow as we sat down and talked with this squad.
I was like, no way I'm going to get off and play video games for a week for team.
It took a lot of convincing.
He knows too. He's been in the loop with everything. I did not think it was real.
I've known Jake for a couple years. He was stationed elsewhere, but I found out he was moving to Minot, so then I hit him up for the base tournament. I met Angel online as well, and then he introduced us to Luke, and then we kind of just all...
Nick's the root of the whole team.
Yeah.
Right.
He's the root.
Team captain,
Yeah, thanks.
I think AFG in general is just a great opportunity for airmen to kind of like find a shtick other than their job in the Air Force. When you have these opportunities, you just get away and like remember you're more than the uniform sometimes, which we all need. So it's really cool that they let us do things like this.
I actually just moved to Massachusetts. Luckily, my commander over there is super cool, super receptive. He actually really likes Air Force gaming as a whole, the whole concept. It just made it 10 times easier for me to just get that approval, and leadership was all behind me.
Really quick though, it's 791, go Dark Horses. I had to plug it real quick. Shout out my leadership.
We're a pretty role-based team. Like we kind of all know what we need to be doing individually.
Personally, I've just been playing just like 4v4s against all these other guys, but it's just really just hard point. But I could really use the work on S&D, so we'll see.
Yeah, I was about to say.
How it goes.
I was about to say you better say S&D.
Yeah, I could use the work.
We all got something against Barksdale.
Yeah. My first introduction to like the whole esports scene and stuff like that was we just got reps in with them so much, and now it's like now I'm actually here and I can face them for something. You know?
I feel like Cannon's been chirping a lot. Cannon's got some.
They got something coming.
They got some smack talkers on them, so just want to make them known that, you know, we're still here and we'll probably just put them in the ground. So
like I said, Barksdale, I'm coming for you guys. I just PCS from Barksdale, so I want to push y'all down bad, all 4 of you.
Buckley, I don't know what you do. I don't think you go to work. You guys just play video games all day.
Cannon, Artie, you're my son. I'm gonna make it known that you're my son by the end of this tournament.
Seymour Johnson, y'all were talking kind of crazy last time, and I feel like I'm gonna just show out on y'all this time. Only the best come north.
We love to hear from Minot as we take a look at this roster. Nick Strux, the leader of this team that has brought together this group. But Enigma, listening to all of that, they seemed pretty confident in their playstyles.
Yeah, and understandably so, with the fact that they come out on top in the area over there in the Eastern Invitationals, winning the whole thing live here on main stage, beating out Barksdale twice in both winners finals and grand finals to do so, then picking up that top seed to get on through to this tournament here in CONUS. And honestly, the 4 players on your screen here have been putting on a clinic throughout this. Shay in particular has been that hill kitten for this side, but the other 3 bringing up big moments all the way through.
Yeah, it's big moments really for Minot that we are looking forward to across this bracket. But first up in the bracket, they're going to be taking a look at a team we just saw on screen, but we just have to introduce yet again. It's going to be Seymour Johnson. Let's go take a look at them.
So 3 of us worked together in the same shop, and then we needed a 4th. One of our guys deployed. Drew knew Cine, so we got all together that way.
We had never even played together like as a team, never scrimmed or anything.
I had a passion for the video game, and I used to play semi-pro back in Advanced Warfare. Lewis here had told me that AFG was a thing, so I went on and I was like, who wants to go TDY?
I didn't hear any of our leadership like tell us like, no, I don't think that can happen. They all wanted to come down here too.
We can equate this to being the first man on the moon for Seymour. We're trying to expand it so people can use their free time and their hobbies and represent the Air Force or the Space Force.
Our coworker's like, they're not gonna let you do that, blah, blah, blah. Brought it up to our flight chief, and he's like, all right, you know, if you guys place.
I've never touched Call of Duty before this tournament, and I was like, yeah, you should definitely try to play. And he was like, why don't you get on the team? I was like, dude, I don't play Call of Duty.
Bottomed the game the weekend of the qualifiers and we placed 5th. The 3 of them have played together constantly and have formulated that team.
I know how to shoot, like I know how to run around, get skimpy, but actually like learning the map and like learning how to rotate properly, like that took some time.
Playing on LAN is a different obstacle than playing on just at home.
It was just cool to just play a video game like outside of your house.
I said like it was actually like pretty intense. I was like, dang, I never had my hands sweating this much.
Yeah. When people are watching, when the lights are on and the stage is there, you just turn into something else.
Being able to play on like a frame rate so high, it was crazy. Like I didn't even want to turn on my console anymore once I got home.
Why not? They have some cocky players, and so like if someone like me that only has 2 hours in the video game can actually slam some of them, that would feel pretty good.
I'm ready for some demon hours. Like I'm ready to shoot some bodies,
I've
make
got-
our statement. You know, like Seymour came here to play.
Barksdale, because we were very close to making an extreme proving point. They'll hate me for this, but I was running circles around them in that Rio S&D and they just couldn't stop me.
You know, if we can get to that like level like later on, or like place 3rd, like I feel like that, I feel good.
All right, Andrews, y'all getting carried by Mott, and y'all don't have anything going for yourselves, so watch out.
Minot, your dog water. You got a captain on your team. You know, get out of here with that.
Oh man, Barksdale, we're here to catch a body.
Barksdale, it's round 2. If you want some, come get some.
Knock 'em out!
Well, there we have it with Seymour Johnson. Some high spirits, some good trash talk, but Enigma coming out 0-3 from your group. That is not going to be a good feeling as now you're heading into the bracket play looking to turn things around.
Yeah, I think 2 things come out of that video in particular. This Seymour Johnson team coming into this saying that they've had a lack of time to play on the game, in particular Sleek Spider talking about that there. And I think that we've seen that considering they're 0-3. Obviously, they've had to qualify to get here, so they're great individuals, perhaps lacking a little bit of the fundamentals and the reps available to them. And they're going to need to have learned in the games that they've played through this tournament in order to then step up here against Minot. And it's interesting to say as well that they feel that some of these Minot players are cocky and they'd love to take them down a peg. Well, they're going to have to step up big time. They're going to do that here in round 1.
No, they definitely are. And not only that, better, he said that Minot, they're dog water. So we're looking forward to kind of seeing what they can bring over towards this game as well. But it looks like we might have a look over towards the bracket of play for day number 2 after the groups have conceded. Now we have it all laid out in front of us. We're going to be taking a look at the top, Minot versus Seymour Johnson, Air Force Base. Barksdale is going to be taking on Hill, as it looks like Cannon was able to win their match out, and that lands them in the spot versus Luke towards the bottom. Joint Base Andrews, hate to break it to them, but lower side of their bracket, they're going to be matching up against Buckley for their side, so that is a little bit of a tough one for them.
Yeah, it is indeed. I mean, you go into those kind of matchups, you've nothing to lose, really. Everyone's expecting you to get walked over. So go in with some confidence, try and just execute some plays, make things happen. But I think that the bracket's played out largely to what we expected coming into this, right? We've had a lot of close games, a lot of great series, but the script is sticking a little bit to play here. However, once we start talking knockout play, it amps the stakes up a little bit. There's that bit more pressure. Every mistake will be punished that bit more. So I'm very much so interested in seeing exactly how we start things off here in winners round 1. And of course, that will be Minot against Seymour Johnson. Are Minot going to do the business here and get on through to round 2?
It's a big question. Fortunately for a lot of these teams, it's double elimination. But let's get into this round 1. Let's talk about Minot versus Seymour Johnson and take a look at our vetoes for this best of 5. Vista, Hardpoint, Rio, Search and Destroy, a double dose of Karachi. If we do get to that map number 4, Karachi Hardpoint, we have yet to really see too much of that across this gameplay. But High Rise, Search and Destroy as that map 5 is going to take a lot of the Seymour Johnson to reach that last map, or to really shut this one down from Minot. But what are your takeaways from this?
I mean, I would be surprised, to be honest, if we hit maps 4 and definitely 5, because Seymour Johnson only picked up 2 maps all the way through groups, albeit they did have to play against Buckley in there. However, Barksdale were a side that, Minot were walking over, that we saw over in Erie, and then Seymour Johnson's lose to Barksdale. So there's a lot of odds stacked up against this Seymour Johnson lineup. What I will say, I always love a little bit of an underdog story, Seymour. So I'd love to see that push on through to those later stages of a series. I'd love to make it interesting here. We've had some wonderful series in the 2 days so far. I think this will be my 10th series coming into this. We've had multiple Game 5 round 11s, multiple Game 5s just about, and it's been a wonderful time. So definitely keen to make that continue to happen. Looking at the very start here, Vista Hardpoint, I know you and me are big fans of this map.
Yeah, I was going to say, I love Vista Hardpoint. I'm ready for these teams to take their gloves off, get a little bit of a brawl going inside of the map. It is going to be fast-paced. It is going to be rearing up for a fantastic start to this bracket. A lot riding on this one if you're Seymour Johnson and trying to avoid that lower bracket, trying to bounce back from what was a troublesome group stages. A lot to work on heading into this matchup. And I mean, for Minot, I think we can maybe shed some light on the fact that I don't think their group stage panned out the way they would have expected, being the #1 seed coming out of the East. They really struggled against Hill. They lost some maps against Cannon as well. It was not as clear-cut as they would have expected, so maybe some weaknesses here that Seymour Johnson can take advantage of.
Well, if they are going to do it, they're going to need to have their star player in Fluffy. We've spoken about him a couple of times. Really step on up. A nice starting nade will get things underway for Uncle Toke onto Nixterox. And when I talk about star players, we got to look over to that Minot lineup. It's going to be your Bruce. It's going to be your Nixterox. So they have to be shut down by Seymour Johnson if you're going to stand a chance in this series. It's a long wrap by Fluffy, and he immediately finds out why Nixterox is an MVP potential.
Yeah, he's just going to hop in towards this hill, grab some time for Minot, which they already are loading up with 27-0 off the start of this one, funneling in through the front. Not a lot going for the Seymour Johnson team, but the nades and the stuns, they're all connecting without those trophy systems. It's not going to be as easy to really set up, but Minot, they make clean work of that P1, and they're working on the rotations over towards P2. Well, they're at it. They may lose the spawns, but they're going to be on the point.
Well, indeed. The one thing that is terrifying immediately for Seymour Johnson is that Minot take 48 of P1 in pretty much every map we've ever had in Call of Duty. Usually the most mixy of the bunch. And it is a lion's share to Minot, who continue the streak. Now 60-0 as Nixterox picks up a kill while pushing over towards the point. Seymour Johnson have to control if they even want to contest this hill. They will finally get in on it. They don't even get a tick. Rubs salt into the wound. Bruce explodes to pick up 2. Finding Fluffy as well, and it's actually going to be a multi-kill of 3. He slips on by, and this is a massacre right now, Seymour.
Bruce is just one of those guys that we've been watching across the course of this whole tournament. And Nixterox was saying they really had their eyes on him. As soon as he moved from Barksdale over towards Minot Air Force Base, they wanted him on the team. And now that he's here, he is putting on quite the performance. 7 in a row on Vista. Has that cruise missile early on already. And they have gone scoreless so far for Seymour Johnson through 2 hills of play on Vista. You have Fluffy in the back, but you need to find some of these kills and get yourself on the point, because this is running away very fast.
I mean, we've all been there, right? When you're one of the weaker teams in the bracket, you suddenly get matched up against a really strong squad. Winners round 1. I think your brain sometimes is already on losers round 1 and about who you might end up playing there. And I wouldn't blame Seymour Johnson for being in that exact mindset right now, because they are 108-4 down. I was quickly clicking through a couple of tabs I got open here, and I saw in Twitch chat that Caesar says that Seymour Johnson were just hungry, been playing and dealing all day. Now they got full bellies and high spirits. Well, they've got full bellies. I don't know about those high spirits.
I was going to say belly's full of lead at the moment. And Minot, they are delivering through this Vista. 16 seconds on P3. The rotations should be solid out of Seymour Johnson, and they do have those back spawns as well as better, already looking over towards this P4 setup. But Bruce over the top, he's gonna relinquish better of that position. You see that now Seymour Johnson are spawning all the way back over towards P5, and Cryptic, he is hunting.
My Sleek Spider, he does indeed. So that will clear out backside. Uncle Toke will be the nearest to contest. You do have Better trying to come in through the front, but he will be unsupported. It's dribs and it's drabs and it's just not coordinated. And Minot will gobble those up all day and just extend out, make their KDs look all sorts of pretty as we get a couple of kills finally answer back with Seymour Johnson. They are into double digits, but at some point here, I think I just want to see them hit a rotation, try and hold something. At the minute, it just feels like they're trying to hit everything that is being held by Minot.
Yeah, they're just hitting it individually, just running into the iron sights of a lot of these individuals. I would love to see that rotation as well, as it does look like they're grouping up for one last stand at this old hill, but there's only 17 seconds. You do not need that time. You need the rotation, and you're starting to lose it again. They're spawning all the way back over towards P3. You have Better into a position to maybe deal some damage at P1, but Cryptic's going to clean that up. The trades are out, and Seymour Johnson again just funneling in single file towards these new hills, and they are getting dominated.
Yeah, indeed. The thing is, if you're Uncle Toke, maybe it doesn't look too bad, but the kill death for most of the players here just is not looking pretty. Bruce feeling real hot, of course, taking advantage of being able to run amok amongst the map. There isn't much to break down apart from the fact that Minot's gunpowder, Minot's prowess around the map is too much for Seymour Johnson to handle right now.
And their decision making as well, they're just so keen on backing down Seymour Johnson, flexing their knowledge and forcing them off these bad spawns. And you can see how far Seymour Johnson just have to traverse to see the hard point at all, to even taste the hard point a little bit. And they're getting nowhere close to it. Uncle Toke might have a chance here, but Cryptic watching over the top is just going to give them an easy transition into P1. You're forcing the back spawns over towards that back aquarium into the bottom right of the mini map. And again, there's a lot that you have to cross here if you're Seymour Johnson, and you're down 215 to 29. This could be where you say goodbye to map 1 fast.
And it's another clean 4 dead for Seymour Johnson as Minot see Nixrox hit a Shay hit a 5. Will be answered back with 2 at least. Cryptic finds his own 5 and then will get dropped as well. So Seymour Johnson trying to at least get a couple of kills on the board. I don't think it will be much more than that as we see Minot cross 240. And I think you're right. I think we end it here on P1.
Yeah, I mean, last-ditch effort from Fluffy. 6 seconds left. You're going to be pushing from the railings, and that is not an easy slide to take, but they're not going to get there in time. An easy game 1 for Minot Air Force Base. The train has left the station on Vista, and it is heading to Rio in map number 2 with steadfast pace. This is incredible, and not to mention Zig at the end of it all. A 2.6 KD, 26 and 10 at the end of it. I know it says 25 and 10, but it looks like he picked up that last kill, and I want to give Bruce the benefit of the doubt, but that is ridiculous, whether it's a 2.5 or 2.6. Those are just numbers that you cannot give up if you're Seymour Johnson, just playing from the back foot ever since that beginning where they were down 108 to 0. That is not a pretty look.
Yeah, no, it's not. It's tough. I want to say, like, you know, Seymour Johnson clearly a solid side. They came into this talking about how they had a lack of time in the game preparation for this, and although being a strong individual will get you through some sides, get you to CONUS, for example, it will not be enough when you're stepping up against players the quality that you have on Minot, and in particular Bruce, just absolutely having a hell of a time there. Running Vista hardpoint 250 to 229 is correct if you're looking at the score sheet and struggling to believe it. I mean, I've only got one word for it, and that is an absolute massacre. Seymour Johnson spoke about how Minot are cocky. I think they have every right to be after that one.
That experience kind of just gets thrown out the window right there, too. I mean, you look at the late rotations towards that scrap time on old for Vista, and there was too many times where Seymour Johnson were playing for 17 seconds that you really didn't need when you're playing 29 to about 150. You don't need 17 seconds. You need to hit that rotation and hit a reset fast, and you just never really saw that. So heading in towards this Rio Search and Destroy next up, this is climbing Mount Everest right now for Seymour Johnson. It seems this is a tough task ahead of them, and for Rio in general, I mean, Enigma, we've kind of just been watching that it is very fast-paced map. Things did get out of hand. And what would you say for Seymour Johnson, things that you would like to see change up heading into this map too?
I think one of the things you got to remind them is that every single map is a fresh start, right? You go in level footing with a team, it's 0-0 to start things off, and if you get up to a strong start, you never know what could happen. Yes, you've got a lot that you need to do to build yourself into this series, and you got to start now realistically, otherwise might not risk running away with this. What I will say as well, we've seen many teams absolutely slay out in the respawns, but get undone in an S&D. Seymour Johnson, we're not necessarily out of this yet, but I'd love to see them get off to a strong start here.
Uncle Toki's going to back down from that, play his life, and you can see a heavy presence over towards P3, down the escalators on the defending side, and it's going to be an early plant for the side of Minot. Cryptic somehow getting away with those kills over towards the bridge. He slips on by, and that's going to crack things open for the rest to fly on through.
Uses that. Bruce finds one. Fluffy is then traded on out. I mean, the thing is, you give up the first 2 kills, apologies there, and it's asking way too much. You got to see that fundamental search come out, and a lot of that's playing around your first bloods. It is finding a way to open up your opposing team, give yourself a numbers advantage to at least build upon. And then if you wish, just turtle up together, start to run around the map together, but not losing 2 players straight away off the rip to Cryptic. That will make life hell for you out there on the map.
And it all kind of starts and snowballs with Uncle Toe giving up that bridge side. Cryptic's just easily allowed to slot into that position. And take a look at this early information from Cryptic. He's going to jump up in the little heady, watching the crossover towards A. Posted up with this MCW. Some early shots to slow things down. Fluffy has gotten towards boxes. Can he slip through?
Fluffy actually makes it beyond Cryptic. And if Fluffy checks back here, does he see him? Yes, he does, and deals with it. So, okay, that's better. It will be that Seymour Johnson have a numbers advantage momentarily here. Nick Stokes is trying to play in through the back. Actually, there might be some incredible timing here. Fluffy wins a big one. So that's exactly what you want to see. The extra body shots, sure, get them in while you can.
Yeah.
But right now, it will be Shay with a 1v3 to pull off.
Hey, you know what? A round win at the end of the day is a round 1. So for Fluffy, let him know that you're taking it to Minot as much as possibly. Batter is going to put it away, and that is a great round from Seymour Johnson. You hit over towards A. You have Fluffy kind of leading that charge. He slips the net with nobody over towards boxes. A free route to be run. He takes advantage of that. And, you know, maybe you get that late information towards Cryptic, but you find that kill onto Cryptic before Cryptic can find the players on points. So that timing works out for you if you're Seymour Johnson to play off of that first blood, take down Cryptic as well. Fluffy sends it over towards the spawn. He ends up taking down Nick Strux in that making. And that is just a well-fought effort from Seymour Johnson to battle back on their attack.
Yeah, that play in particular by Fluffy to beat Nick Strux in the back line. Very important moment there. I feel like a retake was always on at a 2v2 if that had been how it had unfolded. We're going to move on towards this A site. Might not bomb in hand. Bruce getting aggressive into the garage here. First blood will go the way of Fluffy, but it's a pinstripe feed, which leaves us with a 2v2. Bomb, however, has fallen beyond that A point. And this route by Toke might actually see him get in behind Cryptic here. Double back.
Yeah, double back. Bomb down for Minot. And I'm not sure if that information is going to be given towards Seymour Johnson. So you like this play for them to group up, see if they can play their trades. And Cryptic has to go deep to get this one done. I'm not sure if he's going to be spotted. And no, he gets away with that. You're going to have Shay watching over this at a distance too. So for Seymour Johnson on this retake, not only do you have to get through a red hot Cryptic inside garage, but you also have to play that long fight against Shay as well.
Manages to stay alive, so it will be a good old-fashioned 2v2 retake of the bomb. You've only got about 20 seconds here, so if you're going to make a wrap happen, you got to get moving now. And it feels a little bit slow out of Sleek Spider and Token. That's just going to force you into sprinting into an engagement here. Sleek Spider is going to try and wrap mid, but honestly, you're buying up a lot of time here.
You are, and there is not much time. 14 seconds. You need 7.5. This flank better pay off fast, and I don't think it will. Nobody's going to be watching it. You do find the kills, but it's a 1v1, and enough has been done from Minot to delay it. No time for the defuse, and it kind of comes back to something that we saw was a big issue yesterday for these search and destroy rounds, Enigma. It's just that these retakes for some of these teams that aren't as experienced in search and destroy, they are taking way too long to unfold. You need to figure out what your game strategy is on that retake and execute it as quick as you possibly can, because eventually you're going to be chasing shadows and you're going to be way too far from that objective.
Yeah, fully agreed. I think you end up in a situation there where if you immediately get on your bike, if you're Sleek Spider and Toke, then you have an opportunity. But you said it yourself, you need 7.5 to defuse. You got to win at least 2 gunfights and get on top of that bomb in that time period. So asking way too much of yourself. And unfortunately, although you win the gunfights, you won't win the round. And that's all we care about here in Search and Destroy. Look at that push, by the way, coming in from... I was about to say, yeah, Bruce and Cryptic flying up A, and that also is the bomb down.
And they're in behind this, and nobody's really turned around. Uncle Toke is caught in the open. Sleek Spider on 4 in a row. Can he get away with his life? Maybe translate this into a straight zig. Bruce on the chase. He's going to give that one up. And Fluffy, he is in enemy lines. He is in deep water, just trying to keep his head afloat.
Well, he'll say 2v2. If you can get back together at all... Don't give you an opportunity. Actually, Fluffy's going to find Shay. Wasn't sure if there would be an angle. Oh, Fluffy, why are you trying to challenge that? Maybe he's just not sure where those bullets are coming in from, but honestly, I think you slip away there. Try and let Sleek Spider arrive, and Bruce does what Bruce does best. So 1v2, and the talent that this man has brought to the entire tournament, even in a 1v2, even if they had managed to regroup Sleek and Fluffy, you still don't count him out. And he picks them apart to move Minot ever closer to 2-0 up in this series.
And they changed pace. That's really something that, you know, we've known these teams to do. We saw it for Luke earlier on versus the Seymour Johnson team back on Invasion, the way that they could just change from being passive to running down a lane, getting up close and towards those players, isolating those gunfights and drawing out the first blood. Suddenly you flip the map and your opposing team is in shambles on what to do next. So you see it again, Minot, they're just continuing to ramp up the pressure onto B, getting that bomb down. It's going to be a 4-on-4 retake if you can't find an opening pick here.
And then Shay gets the first kill from Vending. What I will say, though, is it's instantly traded back, so it will be a 3v3. Just very concerning that Seymour Johnson had literally no intel through middle in that setup. They completely discarded it, and yeah, Better might well be on the flank, but he needs to do better indeed because Shay will send him packing.
This round has quickly run away from the terminal for Seymour Johnson Air Force Base. It's just kind of damage here for Better. Just what kind of kills can you get? Because the round is not yours. It's issues for Seymour Johnson. Again, I hate to just keep touching on things that, you know, have just been consistently brought up by these teams who are not used to search and destroy. But I mean, you're watching this one back, you're thinking about what we can do better. It's when you know there's a player like Better hitting the flank like that, Enigma, you have to make sure that if you're the players on the opposite side of the map, play your life, wash those lanes, make sure that nobody can come jump on top of you and take those kills. Because if you're now leaving Better alone in enemy territory and in a 1 versus 3, that is just impossible for him to make his way towards that site. So you have to do better at playing your lives when you're banking on that teammate to make that play.
I mean, also in that defensive setup, you got to have some mid-map presence. You cannot leave a whole portion of the map open, especially with a bomb site within it. It is indeed a good nade. We'll get the first blood.
Now look at this. You have the full flank set up for Seymour Johnson. They're going to have players watching deep in towards their spawn. This is a fantastic post plant that might not be ready for.
And they don't, and Nixrox goes hunting as well, so you're buying up time. And at some point, Minot have got to activate here. Seymour Johnson doing the right thing, just happily waiting. Nixrox finds the first, Bruce finds the second, and that will then trigger Shay into action. He finds the third, turns it into a 2v1.
Fluffy hasn't made any noise, but Nixrox, he's going to spot him. Fluffy gets up, but it's 2-8. Whoa, 1 versus 1. Fluffy's running away. Shay, 10 seconds left to make this happen. Fluffy, how have you gotten away with this? Absolute highway robbery on the map. An incredible round from Fluffy, as again, stepping up for his team when it matters most.
That puts on for sure there. Fluffy clutches up the 1v2. It was an interesting play at first, right? Everyone else kind of took on gunfights, and Fluffy just decided to find himself a corner and wait to see how everything unfolded. Turned out to be the right play indeed. Even the 3v4, I still fully expected Minot to make that clutch happen. They did the right thing. They sent players on various flanks. Potentially could have sent one player in through boxes rather than 2 from one side, but they almost made it happen, other than some magic from Fluffy at the end. But still, 4-2 for Minot. They're not far away from taking this.
Incredible from Fluffy for that last round, but can they make it happen again? Now onto the defense, because their defense have been kind of open. That's a stray nade from Bruce, and Nick's going to cost it. Not only that, some beautiful shots from Uncle Toke. Bomb may go down, but this is a numbers advantage that you do not want to give away, and this is what I was saying. You have a player hitting the flank. Fluffy looking to be that playmaker to solidify this round. You know where Cryptic is. Take your time. There's lots of it.
Better's going to try and squeeze, and Better will find it. So Bruce, then, we've watched you make absolute magic happen through this tournament. Can you stop the defuse? Yes, you can. And all of a sudden, you're down to 18 seconds. Oh, and I guess it instantly traded. Oh, I was getting excited for a second there. Thought Bruce could have made that happen.
I saw
he
the
gets
signs.
away from that gunfight. Absolutely in the cards.
I saw the signs there, Andy. He finds that kill onto the bomb. He slides over towards the bridge. Everybody was on site. Nobody was going to be able to follow that up right away if he snuck away. You had 19 seconds to play with. He wanted to go for the ego chow, but if he lived, that was doable. And you know Bruce has the gun skill to maybe bait someone out for a second as well. So that could have been a lot closer for Seymour Johnson. Counting your lucky stars here. You brought it back to a 4-3 deficit. Taking your shot at A again. This time it's a double setup with Bruce up front.
I think Fluffy actually spotted Bruce head in. Maybe the trophy that comes on out.
How they know?
Down there. Trophy will actually protect. Bruce actually wants to get aggressive here and will find one, but doesn't spot the reinforcements.
Best case scenario, but Fluffy gets aggressive and now Nixterox, he is rotated, so Better's not going to be ready for the traffic. It is a head-on collision. Spider running away, barely alive, 6 HP. Might not just run it down. And they knew as soon as their teammate, as soon as Bruce made that play to jump up towards that armored truck, he gets that first kill. It's go time. Cryptic set up in such a good spot for that pre-aim onto Fluffy, and I think that is a good reaction from Minot. A good change-up to really plug that hole that has been the A site.
Yeah, the one thing I will say as well, the fact that Bruce gets aggressive there, although he ends up killing one and getting him instantly traded, he does get information on at least 2 other players. And I think that sets Cryptic up beautifully from Flowers there. Just to lay on over the top, find the player that slayed his teammate. Minot are going to hard send towards A here, and Fluffy needs to stay alive and just allow his reinforcements to arrive, potentially with a middle wrap from Better.
Fluffy's going to find that first blood. Nixterox aggressive, but Bruce missile from Zig, and there's the trade. So 3-on-3, Bruce is going to look to open up some routes, but Better has already taken space, and he's going to have this information that there's no presence on that B site. That can allow for Sleek Spider to set up at boxes and watch this cross.
And Better actually finds Bruce. Makes the door open. I will say Bruce's investment of the cruise did surprise me. And you think with the information gained, he would have been aware of where Better might have been coming from, but it won't matter. Better finds yet another.
Oh
so
my goodness.
1v3 then. And wow. Very simple.
Okay.
It's definitely not what we had in the book, right? But Seymour Johnson make that work really easily. They get themselves a nice early pick. Better works things on the flank. I think picking up Bruce there is a huge moment, especially when you consider as well that Minot invested a cruise into that round.
Yeah, you get the streak away from Minot, and not only that, you kind of refuse to believe that a team like Minot in S&D, who have been quite successful for this game mode, are just giving away 3 separate 1v1s to Better. I mean, you would have liked to see somebody turn around and, back each other up, try to weed that player out, make it a 2 versus 2. And then rotate the bomb. There was lots of time for you just not to sit like deer in the headlights, but 5-4, chance for a round 11, and you're on the attack again. Fluffy tagged up. Oh, Bruce gets put down. That should not happen, but now for Seymour Johnson, they can work off of this. You have a B site open. You've rotated both players away from A, so what do you choose to do? You can rotate this, play the numbers, bully your way onto the A site, which has been so good for you, or maybe try to take your hand at B, which you haven't really found success on.
Can't overextend. You cannot overextend here. I like this. Get together. Play the numbers advantage.
What?
Oh, and Better absolutely snap Shay a new one. The headshot multiplier comes on through with the jump shot. A little bit of a fadeaway, and it's gorgeous. It's a 2v4. Nixterox and Cryptic. Gonna have to try and stop this becoming a round 11. And Better is actually found. Bomb doesn't go down.
Well, you have Fluffy on a flank. He's got to work this one fast. Uncle Toke spots the first one. There's the opening. You know the next one's in boxes. Early damage to the Cryptic. 20 seconds. This is going to be tough, but Fluffy decides he wants to take the fight to them. And that is a delivered round 11 from a team, Seymour Johnson, that just got smoked in the hard point. No answers to be made back on Vista. And now for Rio, this is a different look in a different game mode where they are putting the fight to the #1 seed from the East.
Honestly, I do wonder whether Minot just took their foot off the gas coming into this a little bit. They've not been great in the early engagements. Seymour Johnson edging them currently. We've also got is now Minot trying to answer back with a big A push, and the utility offensively is wonderful to clear out Fluffy, and that is a big player removed from the chessboard as he's been going absolutely massive to keep Seymour Johnson in this.
Along to Toke, does he read the player to the right?
Hello.
I mean, this is such a tough angle. Toke finds Cryptic at least, but now it's a 3 versus 2, and this is Minot going back to the basics. You pick up the pace, you catch them off guard, and that is what won you rounds back at the middle portions of this S&D. Yes, you have lost the plot in Rio, but here you have found it, and now in a 3v2, you can go up 2-0 in the series.
Excited and better. Going to try and play this together. It looks like we got... It looks like we ended up, unfortunately, with an issue there that's going to mean, I'm assuming, that we replay the round 11. I guess we'll get confirmation, Seymour.
I don't know what happens. I really don't. We lost connection to the host, which can mean one of two things. They're still playing that round 11. They're still in the lobby. Or the entire thing has just completely disconnected, and we're going to have to play that round 11 again. Fortunately enough, it was a 3v2. Bomb was down. I hate to kind of be the bearer of bad news, but that was probably going to be a Minot round. Nick Starks was in a perfect position to kind of spoil that flank that was coming through from boxes, but it's a tough decision to really make. It's going to have to be up to the admins, not me. I'm not going to make that decision whatsoever. But if you are kind of looking this in the better light, you didn't have streaks on Minot. You used it in the last round. And, okay, that's going to be an easy decision made for me. So, Andy, do you want to, do the honors?
Yeah, absolutely. It turns out Minot 165. I imagine it's a lot off the back of what you just said. Minot bombed down, numbers advantage, and it felt like Nick Starks had the read on the boxes play. We will get a replay package coming on up to kind of go back through what we missed. But honestly, I think that Minot are given a little bit of a scare there by Seymour Johnson, taking it all the way to around 11.
I agree. I think, for Seymour Johnson, yes, this tournament hasn't been the best for you. You go 0-3 in your groups. They've been struggling to win maps, finding only 2 across your group stage. And going into this search and destroy, I'm sure that the hopes really weren't the best, but the spirit, like we said, for this team is just unmatched. The way that they continue to be resilient in their matches, they push all the way to a round 11, coming off some scrappy play style, some really thorough S&D strategy, very knowledgeable, very apt to making those changes. And you saw so many times where that A site, they recognized it's a little bit of a weakness for the side of Minot. So what do towards the end there? They play over towards the bridge. Fluffy draws a first blood off of one of the best players that we've seen here at CONUS. As soon as Bruce goes down, you see the rotations off of that A site, and they know exactly what needs to bring that round 11. I mean, it is just really smart from Seymour Johnson. Although they don't find the map, they still can kind of keep it within themselves that they played a very close search and destroy.
Yeah, 100%. I think, honestly, what you see as well from Minot is a little bit of that knowledge coming on out in that final round, as you said, about the nades and such coming on over. I think that they realized they had to find one of their executable playbook plays. They couldn't just roll over the Seymour Johnson team nice and easily as they would have liked. So Seymour Johnson can indeed hold their heads up high without map 2 when. I look to map 3 though, and I'm sure we'll talk about it at some point, but this is going to be another respawn, and we just saw how map 1 went.
Yeah, we did, and it's going to be a tough one for sure for Seymour Johnson to really step up in these respawns. Let's head to a break, get things set up, control on the other side with some more CONUS. Welcome back, everybody, to the CONUS Championships. My name is Seymour. With me is Enigma, and we've been running through game number 1 of our bracket play here for day number 2 of CONUS. It's Minot kind of taking lead after what was a round 11 search and destroy back on Rio. Seymour Johnson, they almost took it away, Enigma. They almost gave us a tie game, but alas, they got a lot of work to do heading into this control.
Yeah, if you missed anything that has happened in this series, Minot took the map 1 with 250 to 29 on Vista Hardpoint. Yes, you're hearing me correctly. The fact that we ended up in around 11 there in map 2 is actually quite impressive to see Seymour Johnson bounce back like that. I think Minot suddenly realized that they had to execute something and pull off a big round 11 executed play, especially with that utility that they're throwing over to find Fluffy and remove him off the map for the first blood. So I don't think you're going to get too many more chances where Minot have perhaps taken the foot off the gas. I'm expecting to come out hot here. And we've already seen Minot on the Karachi control. We've already seen the way in which they like to play. In particular, Bruce seems to be brilliant at manipulating the timings when it comes to changing from a B push to an A push, rotating on over, and just being a nuisance for the defensive team.
I'm glad that you brought up Bruce, because we talked to him in an interview back on day number 1, and he mentioned to us that he is the Karachi sub. It's his routes to run. Wow. He owns them, and so far we have had really nothing to show us otherwise. I think that Bruce is a great player to highlight for Minot because he has been that takeover player for Minot, that player that we heard it from Nick Strox in their interview for their videotape, is that he picked up Bruce for a reason, because he's an animal that he was excited to play alongside, and it has paid off in dividends for this Minot team. That Search and Destroy maybe rattles you a little bit for Minot, but you can really kind of take prowess in the fact that, you know, it is going to be a 2-0 lead for you heading into this. You have a chance to go 3-0 for your first game, and I'm looking at the cameras right now on the side of Seymour Johnson. It doesn't look like the vibes are all there. A couple frowns leaning back. They're not really as dialed in as I would have liked to see.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to smack Toxine because that guy looks like he could sun me, but he doesn't look very locked in right now. I won't lie. Arms crossed, leant back. You got a big game coming up here. Your winner's bracket life is on the line. I look on over at Bruce, and I don't think that guy's blinked since we changed camera. So very much so, two different mental approaches here, potentially. Yes, if you are this Seymour Johnson's side, you've really got to find it within yourself. You gotta, I know you lose in the round 11, but you got to look at that with all the positives that you can take, the silver linings, and just be like, look, we took them the distance there.
Yeah.
We can make it happen here again on this control.
Look, job's not done. Game's not finished. You still got another map coming up, and I think that this Karachi is going to be kind of a little bit of a test for you if you're Seymour Johnson. I mean, you didn't look the best over on the high rise. A couple team kills that gave you some options. You brought it to around 5. You expect kind of those high rises to go to around 5, so you really don't know how to gauge that for your team. But Karachi's a different beast because it's a little bit more offensive sided than we've seen for maps in the past. I think the only other map that comes to my mind that might have been offensive side is Hotel Greenberg back at MW2, maybe giving you some chances at that offense. For Control in MW3, this is like the most you get for a chance at offense, and that's because you have to look at this for playing your life a lot of the time, trying to get that fork down, and as soon as you do as the attackers, you extend over towards that B control zone. You try to set up that spawn trap and make sure that nobody can touch it, because that B zone, it is quite a bunker, but at the same time, as soon as it falls, you give away one of the best setups in the game.
I'm very glad that you mentioned about how this is an offensive map. I think that's why it suits Bruce so much. Just lets him hit roots on the map. As you can see there, he's already getting aggressive, trying to push out through barrel side. Likely up through castle now. There's already one tick of progress, and there you see Bruce activate, and he finds 2. It is eventually shut down, but there won't be many reinforcements for Fluffy here at A.
No, there wouldn't. 2 ticks already. Minot running away with this one. Fluffy, nice shots there, but not able to finish anything off. So he's just peppering up on these players, and that is Uncle Toka to get those kills, but too little, too late. Now it's going to be doubling down on the speed zone, trying to make sure that these lanes cannot be breached, and you see Cryptic trying to work a flank around the back. He is in their spawn.
Yeah, and the thing is there as well, you're having to defend basically that site with just 3 players, because Sleek Spider's doing the right thing by holding bottom ticket, or now it will be Fluffy holding over by bottom ticket. You just end up in a situation where, because you know how quickly Minot can rotate between A and B, you just don't want to let them slip on through. You're always playing that information over that side. You can't risk it otherwise. And the map almost kind of flipped here. Sleek Spider picks up a big kill onto Bruce, will be traded, but there's presence onto B. That kill may well just give them an opportunity to defend this.
Oh, Nick, I thought for a second he was going to turn on Sleek Spider. Fluffy for the pinch, and Cryptic is taken out. No ticks towards B. A little bit of progress, but that's going to be easily neutralized. And you look back over towards that mini-map, you can see Spider starting to work over towards red, but it is going to be tough because you can see how much space is open towards the bottom side. And, you know, Bruce, he is hitting the long flank through it. That Soda Alley. He's all the way top AC, and he has a chance really to make some openings. Unfortunately, he doesn't, and it's going to be up to Nick Strox to change the pace of play.
Does that, and the nade will actually back better off as well. So as Cryptic finds Sleek Spider, and then Bruce follows up to find better and trade out his teammate. Cryptic in here for another, and that's going to be 4 dead.
Yeah.
So suddenly Sleek Spider's going to have to fly over the half wall, and we know how damn difficult that is. The only other route is going to be through long, and Better has got a lot of work to put on there. We'll actually open up on Nixerox, but the pressure's in on B, so you got to fly at this if you see more Johnson.
This is near impossible to break. The shots onto Shay. Toke's going to find him. Ooh. Second tick is slowly progressing, and Fluffy gets his way in. The kill's still coming through for Minot. Nick Strox trying to work his way in to assist Bruce. As you can see now, the respawns for Seymour Johnson just barreling over that half wall. Toke still up top, sitting pretty for the kills inside. Nick Strox making this one quite so mixy. Second tick's in, but the third tick neutralized again. Cryptic hits his turn to keep the pedal on for the side of Minot. And it looks like the cavalry has arrived. A couple kills now for Minot to take control. Third tick is worked on, and it is done.
I mean, a valiant effort really out of Seymour Johnson there to defend that. However, I felt like as soon as it started to get really mixy, apologies, I might cough here. As soon as it started to get really mixy, it felt like that was only going to benefit Minot, especially when you got the players like Cryptic staying alive, ensuring that those reinforcements can arrive.
Not the end of the world, though, I will say. For Seymour Johnson, you head to the offensive side. You know that what was just done to you can be mirrored. And it is not abnormal to lose defensive rounds on a map like Karachi. So you're going to look towards this break-off to hopefully capture A as quick as possible, give you that cushion of time over towards the B zone, and then look for that 4 down to say, hey, let's jump over towards B and let's lock it down as fast as possible.
Well, what you need is to not fall all at the start. 3 of you picked apart. Nick Strox gets himself a 3-piece to get things moving here, and then Shay's holding scrap already, so going to force this team to either chow them on up or push themselves to a chicken coop.
Okay.
Better steps out here. Oh, it's slightly better indeed, but it's just, it feels like it's not clean. And for every kill that you get, sure. Oh, okay, never mind. I was about to say you're going to get the reinforcements, and although Bruce answers back with 1, it's actually much better from Seymour Johnson for a moment.
Hey, Fluffy's drawing a line in the sand right now. He's saying, don't cross barrels. That is on lock right now as you get the double stack in towards A. First segment's out. You need the break here. If you're Minot, it looks like Shay's going to be taking a swing at things. First kill's in. The contest as well. Support from Uncle Toke, and he stays alive, but Better's not able to clear out Shay. He still walks away with the kill. So the second tick is never found. It's actually neutralized to about halfway. And Minot, off of what was a scary little play from Seymour Johnson to take top third and get control of A. It's only 30 seconds. They battle back, and they've only given up a single tick.
I mean, it is better out of Seymour Johnson, but you're still never getting anything clean. I like this rotation by Fluffy, by the way. He's going to try and play in through top red. Honestly, I think that you go to B. I don't know about checking back towards A. I think you just want to shift the players here. Then again, if you can provide enough support, that will open the site back up. Down to 10 seconds. Fluffy then disengages and heads to B. Beautiful play from him, actually. Wonderful stuff to try and shift this team around a little bit and might well extend this map.
Fluffy's just playing distraction right now while the rest of the team is posted up in A. You have to peel back here if you're Minot. You cannot allow Fluffy and Better to lock this one down, but the kills keep coming. The A zone's about to get captured. B now, second tick worked on. Fluffy takes a route around. This is a complete 180 with 1:30 left. They have things on lock.
I can't believe what I'm watching here. I can't believe that this is happening. He's wonderful stuff out of Fluffy. He's been the playmaker, the maverick in this. Shay will get caught trying to get on over. Fluffy onto 5. Better will slide in, but will find nothing. Bruce finds 1. Bruce tries to find the second. We've seen him do highlight moments. It does hit 2, but it will not be enough. Seymour Johnson answered back. I gotta say, we gotta go back to it. Fluffy with a moment of madness. The fist bump comes out, and damn well, it has been earned. he ends up not only then checking back through red, and I was worried about it. I was like, if you go back there, you help out at A, you get caught, it's all for naught. But he gets the kill that allows his teammates to fly onto A, and then he bounces straight over to B, and that just spirals Minot for a second. They don't know where they need to be next. The A point falls, and then with B as well, you're trying to get over that half wall. And there's a couple of freebies, a couple of players slip on through, but you never really get things going if you're Minot. Beautiful stuff out of Seymour Johnson. We have life in this, Seymour.
It's just, ouch. I mean, you're thinking about what could have been for Minot. 10 seconds left in that last round, and Seymour Johnson steal it away. It's just kind of one of those moments where you're thinking to yourself, well, we have to stop B, but A is easier to break. Which one do we go to? And Seymour Johnson, they're like, just run into our iron sights. It's okay. We don't mind. And I said it could be replicated. And look, they proved me right. 1-1 we go, both attacking rounds. A zone is being worked on at the moment by Minot. They have a second tick being progressed, and you have Cryptic up top third. So relatively, this is a good setup to get this A zone done and dusted early. And I like the play from Seymour Johnson. Has somebody on the flank. It's player number 6, League Spider.
And he will get in, and he will put damage in, and that'll be Shay falling. 2 ticks are in at A. Still a minute 10 to go, so as Cryptic backs up to this, I'm not sure. What? Cryptic gets a little bit over egregious there, a little bit overzealous, and actually gets spun on beautifully.
Yeah.
I don't think it will matter in the grand scheme of things, because A will still fall with Bruce picking up the 5, but an interesting moment there to watch back later for sure.
And here's the difference is that Bruce had the moment where he could have set up on towards B, start progressing this B zone. He was all alone, finding the kills, dominating that half wall, but he backs up, he gives up B, and he allows Better to come off spawn and get in towards bottom mail. And that is going to make it a little bit tricky here for Minot to transition from A over towards this B zone. You have a little bit of fight from Seymour Johnson. This round is not out of your hands just yet, and you keep collecting these kills at the same time. So for Minot, Bruce kind of gave away a moment where you could have played the fiddle of both instruments on this map, and it is not paying off when he gave it up.
I mean, suddenly feels like there's life truly in the Seymour Johnson side. I'm not just talking about the one offensive round that they managed to pull together. It seems like they got a solid setup here as well, although Nixterox might well just slip the net. I like this redirection to get up top, take Toke out of the top satellites here, and then get on down, activating as well off the back of Cryptic's play. So now he can just hold this back wall, let Bruce try and push on up, and actually get bullets in the back as well. So all of a sudden, Minot onto the point, and the Seymour Johnson reinforcements need to arrive. They need to move quickly.
And you know where Fluffy is, but you don't care. You just need to find these reinforcements fast. Fluffy trying to make his way in. First segment locked. Shay's going to jump in, so that progress is going to be working a little bit faster, but Shay's caught in the crossfire and a little bit of damage in towards Bruce. Fluffy tried to hunt these members down into the backline. Nick Strock pops up for 2. That's 4 in a row from Nick. Uncle Toke's going to be spotted. The contest is in, but the players are here, and it looks like Minot, even though they give up that B zone initially, they still make themselves through. They find the kills. They stack the zone. Lickety split. They get it done.
I got to go back to that play from Nixterox all over by Vending. I honestly think that if he doesn't do that, it looked like a really good position for Seymour Johnson. I think it was one of those moments where they're just a little bit front focused. They're a little bit worried about what's going on around them and not necessarily gaps in the setup. And there was one. Nixterox finds it, slips up the ladder, picks off the satellite, and that suddenly sees Seymour Johnson capitulate. Minot finding their way through 3 offensive rounds in a row. Fluffy with the magic to get Seymour Johnson on the board. He is 24-13. Can he do it again here to force us to a round 5?
I mean, this is where the analysis kind of gets a little bit tricky, because for Seymour Johnson, you have to win this round, but it's going to come down to if you do win it, if you do force the round 5, it's not down to segments, it's down to lives and how many lives you've given up. And, you know, you kind of play that tightrope of, do you really want to have offense or defense in that round 5? It's a tough call, really. So, for Seymour Johnson,
Dream world,
I think, you know, your first step is winning this round, and then you deal with what's next after.
I think in a dream world you get to pick, right? But unfortunately, we don't in this day and age. What I will say is Zig and Nixterox have the pick of all the artillery in the world, because they're both holding a cruise missile. Now, we know how impactful they can be on A, considering it's open air, but B as well. A lot of players have figured out how to bend those things in there.
Yeah.
So with that in mind, Seymour Johnson have got to make things happen quickly and bait out some of those cruises.
The best thing
considering
about
they're already
them,
6 lives down.
The best thing about those cruise missiles is the fact that you're only 34 seconds into this round. So as soon as Seymour Johnson do make a play over towards this A zone, this cruise missile is going to come out from Minot, and it is going to do overtime work for this team. It's not needed just yet because Bruce he's just a terror on the map. I mean, you cannot stop this guy.
Finds himself too. I think Nick Strox has actually decided to bring his in. We can see him led down there on the X-ray. You can hear it, and it will pick up better. Fluffy dives into top green. Zig then brings his out as well.
Team kill.
Actually, only picks up Nick. Well, no, it picks up Nick Strox and Fluffy. I actually thought Fluffy was inside green, so that's a wide blast radius. And that will surely then be all she wrote for this one. It was brave out of Seymour Johnson. I think that there's plenty that they can hold their heads high about, right? We were very worried after map 1 with how the hard point went, 250 to 29. But around 11 there in map 2, and then we do get an offensive round win in map 3, and nearly a solid defensive hold within that control. So Seymour Johnson showing improvements as they go on, but it sticks to the script so far in this tournament with Minot coming out on top.
And oh man, it's kind of one of those things where it's like you feel bad for the Seymour Johnson team because it just feels like they are moments away from cracking this code and, you know, figuring out how to play the game of Call of Duty, how to play a lot of these maps and the way that these modes play into you. Once you add that objective aspect of control and search and destroy, they're a lot more composed in the way to play. At Hardpoint, it's chaotic. It's hard to get a wrap on it, and honestly, it takes some big knowledge for Call of Duty on how to work that game mode. So you can see that inexperience coming into play for Seymour Johnson for some of these modes. Control maybe towards the end, you saw it, but they give a fight over towards Minot, and I feel bad because I want to see more of this team, and I want to see them elevate their game to maybe upsetting some of these squads as well. For Minot, it's not a good draw for you because you're the 4th seed playing up against the number 1 seed from another group, and I mean, you were expected to lose this match, but now that you drop on down into the lower bracket, you can start to see this team grow even more. I want to see more of their search and destroy. I want to see them play some more control, and I hope for Seymour Johnson we can see them get a win on the board before they depart from this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of qualities this Seymour Johnson roster bring, right? I mean, we spoken about some of them through that series. Also, the fact that they qualified here. I'm looking back at the bracket from Erie, from the Eastern Regional Invitational, and they did lose in winners round 1 to Tinker, but then beat Kiesler and JB in order to put themselves into top 4. So, I mean, I think that they've done a really good job there and showing improvements as they come in. We saw in their VT that they spoke about lack of experience. As they continue to pick that up, no doubts the improvements will come.
Yeah, so it does seem like we're going to be getting an interviewee here from the side of Minot very shortly. We got him ready to go. Welcome. Oh, is that my man Bruce? Ready to take us on through it. Welcome back to the desk. How you feeling, buddy?
Good to be back. Feeling pretty good right now. We haven't lost a series yet, so feeling pretty good.
I mean, I gotta check here. Is it Zig, Bruce, or Jake? What's going on here? I'm missing something.
I don't have a Battle.net account, so I use Zig's account, and then my game alias is Bruce though, but it's just Zig's Battle.net. Just let me use it.
Yeah, no, I'm just seeing that Jake on the bottom there. I'm just not even sure who that one is at this point, so I'm just totally lost. But congratulations on getting on through. I'm trying to pull up a little bit of the bracket here. I'm struggling to find it for a moment, but I am curious. You've moved on through to winners round 2. Who is it that you'd like to come up against next?
Cannon or Hill, for sure. We got to rematch Cannon or Hill. I think we could beat them in a more clean fashion than we have prior. I think those were off-stream games. But yeah, Cannon or Hill.
Yeah, and I got to ask personally, I mean, for the team, because across your group stage, coming out as the number 1 seed from the Eastern region, we had a lot of expectations for your squad, but there were some maps that you were giving up, some close games going on throughout that group stage. What was going on for you guys yesterday and this morning that, you know, maybe you're looking to work on?
Well, we did try to expand our map pool a little bit by playing high-rise control. We dropped that one to, I think it was Hill. It was close, though. We came back. I know y'all were watching, I think. We almost brought it back, but we're just trying to expand our map pool before the last day tomorrow, just to get a little more comfortable. We kind of expect to drop maps. Again, group play doesn't really matter. It does, but it doesn't. It's bracket play that we're focused about. So we'll make sure we get our best maps in bracket play.
Oh, well, love to hear that for sure. Love to see that you guys are experimenting across these days as well. Not a lot of teams are going to be looking to make that happen, but, you know, Bruce, love to have you in the booth. You've played absolutely incredible throughout this matchup, and I hope to see you back again.
Thank you guys both. See you guys.
Andy, man, Bruce he is a monster, and he's just so kind too on the desk. Very insightful for what he's bringing for this team and what the whole team is kind of bringing towards the bracket. He said that they're experimenting with maps, and it's the first time we've heard that across this tournament. I didn't really expect that teams would be practicing new maps.
Yeah, that's actually something I'm very glad you picked up on. I'd love to hear it. It is something that we see top teams do in tournaments, whether it be in the CDL, whether it be Challengers, and whether it be here at the CONUS Championships. We see teams try and just play some of those lesser sides, in quotations, to just kind of, you know, okay, well, can we figure out a couple of strategies here? Because obviously, when we get to the later stages of the tournament, playing against the top teams, can we maybe mix up the maps a little bit because we feel a little bit more comfortable elsewhere? Or if there's a ban of one of our favorites, do we have something else that we feel comfortable on to move into? So I love that they're doing that. They're already thinking towards that. And that is winner's mentality for me. That is trying to round out your weaknesses, and that shows exactly why this Minot team are one of the best teams here.
Just trying to ramp up that Arsenal Enigma. This is your last match on stream as well, so we're going to be bidding you farewell until day number 3 tomorrow. Any last words before you kind of take off?
No, it's been an absolute pleasure as always. Always love doing work with this production team. Always love doing work over here with the Air Force and Space Force stuff that we've got going on. And just a massive thank you to everyone involved and yourself, buddies. I believe you won't be here tomorrow, but an absolute pleasure. We don't get to cast enough together these days, and we may be mostly in Warzone, but it's been wonderful to run it back for this one.
It is absolutely delightful, my friends, but we are going to be headed to a break while we get set up for our next matches here in the bracket of CONUS. So we'll see you on the other side with some more Call of Duty action.
The Salute to Service Showdown presented by the USO and the NFL. Active duty military across the world coming together.
This weekend I'm down here in Dallas, currently for a USO event, Madden tournament. To be partnered with the USO with the National Football League is amazing. Right now we're inside the Dallas Cowboy facility. Just to have the access, the behind the scenes, just to come here to take pictures with Super Bowl trophies, to meet personnel that are ahead of this organization. It's been amazing.
The weekend's been awesome. It's the military brotherhood where like we all got to the airport. We all are walking around trying to find people. Being in the military, you move around a lot, meet new people all the time. So meeting these new guys, everybody just clicks together because we're used to doing that type of thing. It's been very cool meeting everybody, talking to everybody. A lot of smack talk on Madden. Some people talking strategy, whatnot. So it's been great talking with everybody and meeting everybody.
This is not an event that you want to take for granted, but it's definitely an honor to be here for the second time.
All right, folks, welcome back here to the CONUS Championships for our final couple of matches of the night. We're still in our upper bracket side of the bracket right now, and once again, we've changed casters. We've still got a little bit of British on the broadcast, it would seem, because I'm now hanging around, and I get to cast with Colin. So things are great. Things are great for me, at the very least.
Yeah, for me, I mean, I get to cast with my second favorite British commentator, at least co-caster.
That's deserved.
But no, I mean, just jokes aside, Brody. I'm happy to be casting alongside you. This is going to be such a fun time. And I mean, you got to see the earlier matches, so now we're jumping into the later side, and you get to hop right into the deep end of the bracket play.
Yep, absolutely. Well, let's take a look at that bracket as it stands right now. Then, obviously, we just saw Minot go. I mean, it was a blast of a 3-0. Obviously, the last couple of maps were relatively competitive. So they're our first team through to the next stage of the bracket. Right now, Barksdale and Hill are 1-1 in their matchup. The winner of that one will go head-to-head with Minot in the upper bracket semi-final. Now, though, we're taking a look at the next quadrant of the bracket, the next couple of quarter-final matchups, and our focus is going to be on Buckley Space Force going head-to-head with JB Andrews. Seymour, this, I think, just at first glance, does feel like a little bit of a mismatch. I mean, we've seen JB Andrews really struggle today, and Buckley are not going to be an easy team to take down.
It's the exact same story, kind of maxed out, that we just saw between Minot and Seymour Johnson. It's the number 1 seed from one of their respective regions going up against the number 4 seed coming out of the group stages. Although JB Andrews, I'll give him a little bit of the benefit of the doubt, because coming out of the eastern side, they were the 3rd seed from the eastern region. It's just 4th seed coming out of the groups. And JB Andrews, they still have their work cut out for them, because Buckley Space Force Base, this is kind of what Andy and I were talking about all day yesterday. This is the team expected to win here at CONUS. So this is one of the best teams that we're going to be seeing on paper.
Yeah, absolutely it is. Well, look, we've been hyping up Buckley quite a lot. It's time to show them today. Let's see what they're made of. Let's hear what they've had to say about themselves.
So we met through another Air Force gaming event. It was the first ever ForceCon. I didn't know that Hale played COD at all. We were just in the break room watching COD, and then he kind of came in and just started talking about it, and that's how we found out.
I played a qualifier for AFG for Code Bowl 22, I believe, and that's how I met these two. They weren't on my team, but kind of through that competition, I met them.
All of us are pretty surprised that we're even here, honestly, so.
Yeah, we didn't even think after ForceCon that we'd be together as a team at another event. The fact that our leadership were actually pretty gung-ho about us going, especially winning it, is pretty nice.
I think my commander is almost as competitive as us. Every time he comes on the floor and talks to me, he's like, "So I heard y'all lost to Army at ForceCon." And I was like, "Yeah, my bad, sir."
In terms of preparation, a majority of it's gonna come from ForceCon. Being and Mochilla, they both played a big role in teaching us the game.
A lot of us play individually. I still play with some of the coaches from ForceCon. Considering that the Space Force team is all at the same base surprised a lot of people. We were getting a little bit accused during online qualifiers, because my ping specifically is 20 times higher than theirs, so we were getting some looks for sure, but we're all at the same base. Just want to point that out. It's all Buckley. It's all Buckley.
In terms of who we want to play and who we want to beat, definitely just Cannon.
Specifically hate or height. He's a cool guy, but he can talk. It's always interesting after that.
He's a yapper. He's a troll. He's a D1 troll.
Cannon, your only shooter is hate or height, and even he plays with T128 players, so he's not a shooter either.
Hill Air Force Base, I mean, your only shooter is flying, and even that, come on, I don't know.
For Minot, they don't have a single shooter. Not worried about them whatsoever. They're probably the freest team at this LAN.
Join Base Andrews, Mott, you're a dirty onliner, so I mean, everybody's gonna see it at this LAN that you're awful on LAN, so good luck.
Thanks for coming out!
Man, all of these teams filled with fighting words. Of course, Buckley Space Force squad, you'd think if they were on Infinite Warfare, they would be pros. These guys, though, they are the top dogs, the team to be worried about, and they don't seem concerned about anybody across the entire field of competition.
Hey, yeah, it's a good little joke you threw in there for a different title of Call of Duty, but we're not in Infinite Warfare, and it seems like MW3 is still fitting towards this team. I mean, they talked about they lost to Army back in ForceCon, and I'm sure that's not expectations that they did have. These are fantastic players, respectively, in their individual rights, and they are really kind of gung-ho about saying that, there's no other team that is ready to take them down here. They even talked down towards Minot, the number 1 team coming out of the Eastern region, and if Minot's not kind of a worrisome team for them, I don't know who is.
No concerns for Buckley. It does feel like a David versus Goliath situation. Let's show you what David looks like then. It's time for JB Andrews.
Well, we all work together, same shop, so kind of just started playing video games together.
I just PCS to Joint Base Andrews, and within like the first month of showing up there, I just asked who played Call of Duty, and that's how I found these three.
KeyserCon was really cool. They had a lot of cool vendors coming in.
Meeting a lot of new people was probably the best part, making a lot of new friends. Senior NCOs been coming and talking to me like every day about it, wondering how we've been practicing, what are we going to do to make sure that we win.
Surprisingly, leadership is just super supportive. They were obviously confused at first about like you're going TDY to go play Call of Duty, but then they warmed up to the idea pretty quickly.
They also know it's like, hey, we get to represent not only Andrews, but like the comm squadron.
They want us to win, we want to win, so we're going to do our best.
Played a lot of 8s, and we have a lot of people on our Discord that are higher ranked than me, so I just try to listen to them, or Gary's giving me pointers, and pretty much everyone on the team's giving me pointers.
A lot of it was working on like individual gameplay. A lot of the time I'd go run 8s in another cord with some of the competition we're actually playing here, kind of feel out how they play.
A lot of my personal preparation includes like going to private matches and practicing nade spots, or trying to find jump spots or like credits that you can play certain off angles that people wouldn't usually expect.
He's the brains.
Yeah, he's definitely the brains of the team.
I'm just like really excited to play certain teams like Minot. They get onto me, but I chow everything. I'm not scared of anybody I go against, even if they're better.
True. I want to play Buckley because like everyone keeps saying like they're the best team here. They're gonna just wipe the floor with everyone. I just want to see how they play.
I personally don't like shit talking or anything like that. Like I prefer to like just shut up and show up.
The dad of the group is what we call Gary. Barksdale, Chewy, Crazy, I'm coming for you. Sorry, but I'm kicking your ass.
Buckley, Ryan calls me an onliner, or Kabase, he calls me an onliner, and I'm here to prove that I'm not.
All right, Bruce. Listen, I don't care how good you are. I don't care how much you run around, shoot your gun. It doesn't matter. I'm kicking your ass. We're winning that game. We're winning the series, and yeah, that's it.
They just want to see how their opposition play. Well, they don't have to wait long here. JB Andrews, earlier on today, Colin, they definitely struggled.
Yeah, and Badbird, he's saying that no matter if they're better than him or if they're worse than him, he's going to chow them. The confidence on this team is exactly what I like to see. Also coming out from the rest of the team, giving some highlights over towards Gare Bear, who's practicing those nade spots, those credit angles, always kind of feeding the communication to the rest of the squad on what to do, when to do it, and how to do it. You love the teamwork and the chemistry coming out from these players, not only representing JB Andrews, but the squadron as well. This is a core four that I really look at to level up heading in towards the bracket play. And the one person that I really wanted to highlight who was quite a surprise back in the group stages was Tyler, one of the most I'd say improving players out of this JB Andrews team. And he really showed up during the group stages. And I want to see him show up here against Buckley.
Alrighty, let's take a look at the vetoes then for this best of 5. You and I already had kind of a sneak peek of it. It would seem, at the very least, that Buckley are allergic to Karachi was our initial impressions here, just looking very quickly at this best of 5, Colin. We are going to get our very first sub-base today, though, to kick off this series.
Yeah, you know what? If Buckley doesn't like Karachi, I like Buckley. I'm not a big fan of the map, to be honest, to see it played. Wow. Sub-base does make it through. I'd rather see the Vista instead of the sub-base. But you know what? We get the sub-base instead of the Vista. JB Andrews, they did not want to get high and octane inside of this matchup so far. But I do like to see that 6-star Search and Destroy coming out. I think that the fact that JB Andrews wanted to change things up with a 6-star Search and Destroy just means that they have some ideas for that map number 2 that maybe Buckley wouldn't be ready for. It's just seeing a map like 6-star makes me know that Andrews has been working on it.
Yeah, for sure. I don't know what the way into this series is for JB Andrews, but it has to start well here on Sub-Base Hardpoint. Of course, as I said, a map we haven't had a chance to watch today from either of these two teams. And as we said already, JB Andrews have struggled today. They did get swiftly 3-0'd earlier on today versus the Minot roster they wanted to face. They're hoping this one will be better.
Yeah, and, Sub-Base is one of those maps that you really need your assault rifle players firing on all cylinders. You can see Hale's going to be bringing it out as well for JB Andrews. So it looks like they're going to be having triple AR setup. And, for JB Andrews, I think, if Badbird and Tyler can get going in this situation, then maybe they can take some of the pressure off. But out the gates, it's nothing but Buckley finding these kills. Hale's going to be pushing forward now for that height control, and he's setting up to put some damage down.
This is really good control early on of those power positions. Very important here on Sub-Base to make sure you maintain control. But Tyler does actually get shut down here. So Gerber now will isolate towards P2. Whether or not Buckley actually are aware of that fact is a different story entirely, because they haven't actually gone actively searching for Gerber just yet. And in these situations, Colin, I'm always wondering, you know, are these guys actively trying to count names that they see? If they weren't before, now they most certainly are, because Gerber will finally activate inside that new hardpoint, but he isn't going to find that much value at all.
I think it was a little earlier than Gerber would have hoped to. Nobody there to back him up. Kavase is on 5 in a row, and just look how far away, Infinity, these JB Andrew players are spawning, so they got a lot of ground to cover before getting back in towards it. And Kavase, they do not want to feed streaks over towards these players either. Hail is cutting them apart, and again, I mean, you're just off spawn, and really nothing is going your way right now if you're JB Andrews. I think the most things you can take away is that you shut down Kavase's streak.
It's just so difficult, isn't it? I mean, the spawns are so readable here on sub-base that to get across the map, right, you kind of really do have to commit yourselves, and I think now there's only 15 seconds left on the hard point. There's no real reason to kind of throw yourself out towards the middle of the map. They recognize that, so now they're going to try and flip the script here. They've lost early control of the first 2 hard points to Buckley. Now an opportunity here to get a full 60 over by the next hard point. Those back spawns are sticky as hell to try and contest with, but if you lose a wave of gunfights, it won't be long before you're removed from them. And, well, first few kills still already coming through here for JB Andrews. Magic Mott will get a spawn out towards the middle of the map that will catch Kavase off guard, but there's a couple of players that have managed to get in behind enemy lines here. They should have been spotted out by Gerber. He will find one. Still, though, Dante left to deal with, and Dante is playing his life perfectly here. He's finding a lot of value here. This is probably an in that's just been created just based off that 2-piece coming through from Dante. An opportunity now for Buckley.
Yeah, you do get split spawns at first, but Bad Bird's going to spawn in towards the back. So does Gerber, so you will have some reinforcements from JB Andrews. The contest is out. Do they come out with the hill time? It looks like they will, but Bad Bird's a little too uncertain. You're not ready to jump in just yet. This is a good set of time. I mean, you get 30, maybe 40, almost 50 seconds from this hill of your JB Andrews. The only thing that's not going your way is you're pinned in the back, and you have to flip these spawns, but you did get a rogue one from Tyler. What is this? Tyler gets it behind. This is something special.
Yeah, they have no idea that Tyler's here again. Yet another Gerber situation, but this one's a little bit different because Tyler can actually influence the spawns here with that kill against Dante. These spawns still might flip out. No, never mind. What? Hello, Subbase? Are you going rogue? What the hell is this? We've not seen this all season long. Now Subbase has decided to do Tyler in. I can't believe that. If I'm Tyler, I'm watching the VOD back and I'm probably doing something tonight that's not very good. That's unfortunate. Still, though, now kills coming through from Gerber. That's a great response, despite the fact that you don't solidify the spawns. Gerber is going to find 3 and removes hill control for Buckley, if only for a moment. Still, back 30 worth fighting for here, but this has not been a secure hardpoint for Buckley thus far.
No, it hasn't. I mean, Hale is looking to push for a little bit of space out of this P4 setup, but at the same time, for JB Andrews, the big takeaway from that last hill is the fact that you're only really giving up 30 seconds, which could have been a full 60, if not for Tyler's rogue spawn at the end. It's a fight over towards P5, and Tyler's going to be read by Revenge, who is already looking to set up on this rotation. They're forcing the spawns over towards that communication side of the map, and yes, you're going to have some high ground here, but there is so many different angles that you have to walk into where these Buckley players, their ARs are not missing.
Yeah, this is the biggest issue with Subbase, right? You have good ARs on your team. You can get yourselves set up in the power positions. Just looking down range, you know exactly where the players off the spawn are going to be coming from. And Bad Bert now bullied inside warehouse. Only one player actually gets anywhere near the hard point. That is going to be Gerber, who's going to try and exit through the bunker. Again, you have to get past all these L triggers, and it's so difficult. You're not exactly fighting stormtroopers in this situation. Buckley are shooting, and they're not missing anytime soon. And JB Andrews, I mean, look at the way in which JB Andrews are even scared to chow this situation, right? They're not going for these fights because they know if they go straight into the line of sight, if they go straight into L triggers, they're likely to lose them. And hey, why not jump shot chow from Hale? He was on an umpteenth streak this game.
Oh, Revenge. Chance here for a couple streaks, and it looks like Hale's going to find his. So Cruise Missiles now looking to be improving the arsenal of this Buckley team, where you thought that you can't really find too many improvements. They get a cruise missile for Hale, and pretty sure a cruise missile there for Revenge as well. You have the good spawns, but Bad Bird's going to be in behind over towards P2 window. Maybe going to take some pressure off this hill, turn these arrows around, allow these respawning players away back into this fight. It looks like that's what's happening. A couple trades on, and Tyler's going to find his way in.
Finally some time here, finally some light here off the back of a very dark game for JB Andrews. As I say that though, Tyler is swiftly removed from the hard point. Good trade coming through from Magic Mott. So Hale, who was top servers providing that coverage, is now gone. But as far as focusing on the next rotation is concerned, you have not got an ironclad hold over said rotation whatsoever. You've just lost Tyler Hewers over there. A bit of a TK coming through as well for players from the spawn. And now you can see on the mini-map, Buckley are fighting through for that spawn flip. They've got one more player to contend with, and it's all going to be done. So Tyler has so much to do inside Nu.
You kind of touched on it earlier a little bit, Brody, but this is one of the most telegraphed hard points that you can read when it comes down to spawns. And Buckley's influence on the way that this game is moving is just one of a kind, and it's why they're one of the best teams here at CONUS. What goes unchecked is that Tyler was sitting inside of Secret, so he is actually being quite a nuisance down here, not allowing Buckley to get too much time off of P2. Finally, Hale's going to take him away. 25-9 from Hale, but they're going to jump on this time for about 40 seconds. That is going to amass them across the 200-point marker if JB Andrews can't break, and this is not going to be an easy one for Andrews to break.
And you do have to hit this one as well. I mean, look at the score disparity between these two teams. Hale's going to bring the cruise missile down from the heavens. One player did get through those. So actually, for the cruise being utilized here, you don't actually get a lot of value of it in terms of just raw time, right? Badbert is still there. Finally, they are going to get their last 10 seconds or so. But my point was that really you couldn't afford not to hit that, right? You kind of needed to full invest. And now it is going to somewhat weaken your rotation. You have to make sure you win these first fights. This has to be a solid hold, and that's not the start they wanted.
You don't have control, and this is the hill where you got 40, maybe 50 out of the 68 points that you did get in that first rotation. So JB Andrews, you were kind of banking on this to be a good rotation, but the kills come through from Buckley. They have to set up control of Top Snow as well, and Revenge. Oh, this is the blender that you did not want to let happen.
Oh boy, I mean, you just couldn't afford to lose the spawns. I mean, and I guess the positive in the situation is, despite the fact that you kind of have to invest, is that you're not going to lose the game on this hard point, right? I mean, you're going to see the next hard point regardless of what happens, but I'm not feeling good if I'm JB Andrews in this situation. Revenge is running right around the maze as well. You have to hunt for this gunfight. He's already picked up the cruise missile. There's kill number 7. Now kill number 8. Down low. Tyler right in front of you. Hey, Tyler, what you got for us, buddy? Anything to say whatsoever? He will trade out for one. No more than that. Hale's going to get the last remaining player. This one probably done.
And Dante's still getting kills at Old. He's on 6 in a row, so that's a kill streak for Dante, a streak for Hale. I'm sure that Revenge has one as well. He's going to drop his, take down Magic Mod. That is just salt in the wound right now of JB Andrews. Buckley come out, the 100-point club, the side of JB Andrews in the sub-base hardpoint. This is their map pick, and they wanted to take them all the way through this punishment. That was a crazy map number 1, but as expected for JB Andrews, you know, maybe you could take something away from here and you can look at your opposition. You could say to Seymour Johnson, you can say, hey, at least it wasn't 250-29.
I guess. I don't even know what positives there are to take away from that game. To be honest with you, Seymour. I don't know, dude. That was... I mean, look, sub-base, you know, we kind of talked about it in the middle of the game, right? The sub-base is, generally speaking, a very easily telegraphed map, right? I mean, the spawns are so easy to read. The map is so easy to hold. Obviously, you know, if you're in, like, a high-ranked game or even, like, a Challengers or CDL game, obviously, it's a very different story. But here at this kind of level, right, it's kind of very easy to hold the middle of the map. And so if you have a team that is one of the highest skill teams, if not the highest skill team in the competition here in Buckley, they are going to exploit that. They are going to play the map in such a brilliant way. And the only times really it felt like JB Andrews were able to say anything of note was the times where they'd get like a player or two through behind enemy lines where maybe Buckley hadn't fully accounted for those players. And even then, it didn't really change that much, right? I mean, you think about like the P2 rotation on the very first set, Seymour. Who was it? Gare Bear, I think, was just chilling inside P2 for the longest time. They picked up a kill and they got nothing after that. It's just those situations, while they can be fruitful, they just weren't.
And, you know, maybe once upon a time when the MCW was a 4-bullet instead of or a 5-bullet instead of a 4-bullet, maybe it would have been a little bit more competitive for those subs. But with the MCW being as good as it is in the hands of these Space Force players at sub base, it was only going to go one way. Now we're heading into 6-star Search and Destroy, Brody, and this was the map pick of JB Andrews. This is where they wanted to take their game too. So I'm hoping they've made some changes. We've seen a lot of these lower ranked teams inside of CONUS really show up in the Search and Destroys when, you know, you don't have that hard point getting all chaotic, when you can be really strategic, bring that knowledge, that field op knowledge to the gameplay here for these surface members. And I think for JB Andrews heading into this map number 2, you're going to see Gare Bear flux his brain.
I mean, that's what you want to see. That's what they were talking about, right, in their VT. That is where their strength in Search and Destroy comes from. It feels like Search and Destroy has certainly been the strength thus far for JB Andrews, but they are going to have to deal with numbers going head-to-head against them here. Buckley will end up losing those initial gunfights, so an immediate 2 versus 3, and I love this play call from Buckley. Dante is still involved in the engagement over by A, but the bomb is already scarpered towards B.
Yeah, and Gare Bear, he's not going to know about this, so I like this from Dante to at least get out of there without giving up yourself. So he's going to watch the flank, make sure that, this is a safe rotation for the rest of them. And this is still a scary 2v3. Nothing decided yet. We have seen so many times here at CONUS a first blood come through from any team, and they still lose this round. So you do not want to take it away from Cabasés. They are hunting for the full wraparound, and JB Andrews haven't moved.
Surely Badbert was his first gunfight. Nope, Badbert doesn't even do anything. He was not in the position to do it. It was behind the boxes. He might be able to get the reaction play, though. 30 seconds left. I mean, if you're JB Andrews in the situation, you kind of know the only real way to play this is to rotate it towards the bomb that you have no pressure at. You've not chased, though. This bomb is going down whether JB Andrews wanted it to or not.
They're giving this one away. It's a 2v2 now, and you have to retake against some of the iciest players we have here at CONUS, and Buckley are just working their magic into the round, running circles around these players. Gare Bear, he doesn't know what he's about to walk into, Brody. That is a fantastic round from Buckley, from losing that first blood, finding themselves in a 2v3, rotating all the way over towards B, going a step beyond, too. They know they have the space to work with, and nothing is challenging them, so they go hunting. They see, what's available to them, and, what was available to them was a pick that equalizes that whole round and changes the tempo.
That's just such a weird... I mean, I want to give JB Andrews their flowers, right? Because at the start of the round, they draw those first bloods, right? They win the opening engagements for the most part, so you are content with that. But past that point, I think just way too much focus on a bomb site that you had no real idea, right? That they were going to stack it over towards A. You needed some kind of presence in the middle of the map at least to watch the rotation. But still, it's a round that goes Buckley's way. Now looking for the first blood once again. Nice stun check on towards Hale. Follows up with the kill. Again, fundamentals good for JB Andrews at the start of these rounds.
Yeah, those fundamentals and those first bloods just keep going their way, and they know Cabasés traps, but Pat Purchase does not want to dance with that. It's Tyler's nade that secures it. Dante ends up getting fallen. So trade battle now is going to bring us into a 1 versus 2. Revenge last alive. We just saw Buckley clutch up at the disadvantage. Can Revenge do it again?
Looking for it. Nice shots on towards Tyler. The bomb was not stuck either, so Gare Bear gets off. Not sure if Revenge saw it. Regardless, Gare Bear, does he care? Looking for the 1 versus 1. Seems like Revenge has gotten the hell out of dodge, so Gare Bear's going to have no idea where they've gone, but they're still checking the back line.
No way he reads this.
I mean, I think he's got the read. It's whether he's got the timing is the question for me. No, Gare Bear turns the wrong way, and Revenge does not live up to his name. There's nothing to revenge there. A 1 versus 3. He's the instigator.
He's not Revenge. He's the Avenge in that round. It is just constant pressure from Buckley in those late rounds, the small little trick plays that they have, those isolations that JB Andrews are giving them, the 1v1s, and you don't want to feed into these Buckley players. You know they're going to win their ones. You want to get those trades, and I thought for a second that JB Andrews, they'd crack the codes of just keeping that trade battle back and forth. They get those numbers, but I give a little bit too much up to Revenge there, and that is back-to-back clutches from Buckley. Now going to go barreled first over towards the A zone with trophies.
Oh, Buckley now. Are they going to draw first bloods this time around? Yep, they will. Going 2 for 1 on the site. It's great. And even better, you find value for in the middle of the map. Whether or not you know that Magic Mott is here or not is a different story. Now you do. Stun's connected. Should be Hale picking up that kill.
Should be. But it won't. No. Magic Mott making this a 2v1. This would be a 1v3 clutch. This would be extremely difficult with the way that Buckley has been playing, and he has not rotated. He's playing this through you, and now he's giving himself away with that utility. 25 seconds.
I've just seen him as well. Now all Dante needs to do is just pre-fire, give the call to Cabasés. Oh, never mind. Mott's going to beam him. Now looking for the second as well, and he gets some good shots on towards Dante. Dante will be weak for the fight. No way! Mott is dancing around. We get clutch after clutch from Buckley, and now we've got one from Mott.
I mean, what? You can see a couple of smirks coming up from the other side, face palms. People are just, they don't know what they just saw, but what a ridiculous play from Magic Mott. Players are talking about in the interview about JB Andrews that Mott is the carry of this team. He is the one that really steps up for them, and you like to see it in a moment where Buckley has shined in those end games where, you know, it seemed like it was a lock. They give those 1v1s up. They make the same mistake that Andrews made in previous rounds, and they get costed for it. You thought they would have learned by the success that they found, but no, they feed to Andrews, and Magic Mod is going to be so delighted that he just won that.
Yep. Dude, those were some of the straightest Rival 9 shots I think I've ever seen. I know that gun is a shield, right? It's basically a ray gun, but my oh my, Magic Mott, you've got a shot, buddy. It's a round for JB Andrews off the back of Magic Mott's heroics. Now on 3 in a row coming in towards this round, and you can see the way Buckley are playing now. They feel a little bit shaken by that one. Playing very slow and steady. Is it going to win the race, though? Revenge and Cabasay trade things out, and now an advantageous round for them. Magic Mott still looking to continue his aggressiveness through these rounds. Now on 4 in a row. Big 1v1 against Revenge. Shot's not so great this time around. He's got a Scarper.
And, you know, this is Revenge. He didn't chase. He's playing this so well. He wraps around, he isolates, and he catches the timing. Gare Bear? I think he was spotted. Revenge, yeah, he knows this one has turned the corner. So that is a brilliant play from Revenge to just clutch up in that round again, where Mott made the route from blue balcony down in towards that B site. He makes it a 2 versus 2. Revenge chases him, but he doesn't chase him fully. He knows that he's running all the way towards their own spawn. So he just continues to run a route of his own, catches him on that timing, and that is just such a smart play from Revenge again. After clutching up back in round number 2, he's still finding value on the map. 8 kills as well. He is taking over.
Yeah, no, what's funny is he actually got that kill against Magic Mott, and we weren't on board with him for the fight, but you could see some like extra bullets. So you could see like the arrows shooting on the mini-map after he was dead.
You weren't here yesterday, but everybody is shooting each other's body.
Man, I mean, look, trust me, this guy's feeling himself, right? Is the point. Revenge is on one at the moment. 8-2 start to this search and destroy, and he's continuing as well. Couple more kills. That's now 10-2. Obviously, the scoreboard's not updated to reflect it. Oh, that round went by in a flash. Now, Buckley, I think, in the driver's seat of this game. And there's been moments of promise from JB Andrews, but they are a flash in the pan.
That is easily the cleanest round we've seen on this Rio. Or, sorry, the 6-star. Wow. I'm checked in on the wrong map, apparently, for search, but I haven't left that round 11 last couple of games that we were on, but no, I think the 6-star, that is the cleanest round that we've seen from Buckley, and again, it's the Revenge popping off 5 in a row. Definitely not 8-2. He has more than that, but opens up that middle of the map and really leaves Gare Bear hung out to dry at A. And it looks like with trophies, they're going to take a shot at A here, looking to pick up the pace here, maybe catch Kabase off guard. And Kabase's got to be careful not to lose that first blood, which has made these rounds pretty close in the past.
Yeah, no trophy system to protect him here. First blood drawn in the middle of the map as well. Reinforcements towards the site, though. Hale able to draw the first blood on towards Badber in this engagement. On the other side, Gare Bear, isolated, goes for an aggressive ego chout. Kabase will respond in kind. And now bomb slap bang in the middle of the map. This is a long flank coming through from Magic Mott.
Yeah, Mott's taking his sweet old time to get here. Trying to roll out the red carpet for Tyler. It looks like it will be, so that's going to cause a reaction from these players from Buckley, and Magic Mott, he just does not want to let off the gas.
Big kill for this one. Hale dancing around. We'll find it. Magic Mott now for another 1 versus 2 clutch. Oh, it's happened again. Hale couldn't get it done.
Brody, they killed each other. But JB
they killed each
Andrews,
other?
He got the guy. Dude, okay. I swear I thought I saw him die as well.
I was going to say, I don't know how this works in this game.
I had to see it back because it was close. Mott, though, clutching up again. 4-2. We are brought, and that comes off the back of Magic Mott finding the first blood, taking that space that was gained from Revenge, giving up the B side of the map. He wraps all the way there. The patience from Tyler as well, keeping them at bay on A. As another clutch play from Andrews that pays off. Let's see if they can close this, though, to 1-round gap. That is what is missing right now.
Oh, man. I mean, it's the clutches, right, that have kept JB Andrews in this search and destroy, at the very least, having a voice in the conversation, as it were. Gare Bear now out of the play. It's not the big player, though, that you want to take down if you're a Buckley. There's Badber on the other side. Nice shots from Kabase. Now it's Magic Mott. 1 versus 3. Oh, no! You know 1 versus 3 for you this time. You're getting executed, buddy.
That is the second time for you, Brody, that you've seen an execution today. So
it's good, mate. It's fun. You know, we see a lot of these in COD Mobile, actually. It's always a fun time.
And that is a nasty one, too. Look, he falls right into the staircase. He shot him so hard, he clipped through the map.
Maybe he is
5-2.
Maybe he is actually in Rio now, mate. Maybe that's where he's gone.
Maybe he's fallen through to another side of Call of Duty that I think is a lot kinder to JB Andrews, because this one isn't. 5-2 for Buckley. Revenge is having his way on the map. And you need a miracle right now if you're JB Andrews to bring this one back to a tie series. So Buckley in the driver's seat. Can they put it away?
Alrighty. I love that play call off the start of the round from Magic Mott, by the way. He anticipates the push through the middle of the map. He does find one, but immediately traded out. So Buckley here, one man down, disadvantage. And this is a lot more proactive from JB Andrews. I really like this. I think comparatively to the 3 versus 2 they had at the very beginning of this search and destroy, this is much better played.
I agree. So over towards B. Bomb's getting planted. 3v2. Revenge doesn't actually spot it, so now he's going to get given away. Garrett Bear feeds the 2 versus 2, so back to the status quo, even game. And this post plan is very good for JB Andrews. Just buckled up, somebody watching the cross and somebody watching the bomb.
Yep. Dante, I think, was rethinking the fact that they might push through the middle of the map here. That's what they're playing for, but JB Andrews are stuck in the mud. By Paul's side. Good shots from Revenge. Not good enough. It's so difficult inside the pool. He didn't know. He has no idea. Now he does. Checks the water. Dante also wins the fight against Tyler. And enough time. The patience will play off for Dante, of course. And a little bit of COD timing. That's good for Revenge.
Hey, you can see the cogs turning in Revenge's head there. 6 Star is one of those maps where when you are trying to get away and hide, it doesn't provide that natural cover, or that, you know, those areas where you can just find a creddy or find a corner to camp in. It's very open. It's very stark for those retakes, and you have to take those one-on-ones. So as soon as Bad Bert kind of ducks down into the water, there's nowhere you could go. So you for Revenge, he turns around, he cleans it up, and what a fantastic game from him as an individual. Starting round 2 with a 1v3 clutch. We saw a couple of clutches from the Andrews side, but, you know, throughout a lot of these rounds, even losing those first bloods, I think Buckley really showed some adaptations that I really like to highlight, and especially all the way back into round 1 when you lose the initial gunfights over towards A and they say, okay, let's take the bomb to B. They're giving us the site. Let's not plant on B just yet. Let's push forward and see if we can equalize. They like to take what is given and look to see if they can go the extra mile against some of these rosters. And I think for Buckley, really in that 6 star, they were given so much space to work with.
I mean, like, the only rounds they won, to be honest, mate, were the clutches from Magic Mott, right? They won 2 rounds, and both of them were clutch ups. So for JB Andrews, I mean, they had some positives, I guess, at least in the search and destroy, certainly more than they did in the hard point. But this has been a beating through the first couple of maps in this series. Again, we've described it as a David versus Goliath situation, and it seems like David is dead at this point. 2-0 down in the series. Can they reverse sweep? Find out after this break.
We're with Liam after his 4th military move. When being new is starting to get old. We're with Tara during the holidays when she misses home the most. Thanks to generous supporters, we're with all service members and their families who need connection, comfort, and a home away from home. Are you with them? Learn more at uso.org today. We're with Bridget, whose husband won't be home for months, and whose daughter is due any day. We're with Mike, who's leaving home to protect his family and yours. Thanks to your donations, we're with all service members and their families who need community, connection, and maybe a bit of magic. Are you with them? Learn more at uso.org today.
Alright folks, welcome back here to the CONUS Championships. We are 2 maps deep into what could be a very quick series, given the way it's gone so far here. JB Andrews 2-0 down versus Buckley. And really the only positive to this series for JB Buckley has been Magic Mott, right? Who, in the Search and Destroy, basically with his clutch ups, have gifted them those couple of rounds. I think it was a 1 versus 2 and a 1 versus 3 respectively. So not an onliner, it would seem, unlike what they were saying in their VT, but certainly not enough to get them any wins in this series.
No, and I think, Buckley's been talking a lot of trash to a lot of these teams. Warranted, to say the least. Look at these score lines, 250 to 68, 6-2, Brody. And I mean, for this invasion control, you're looking for signs of life from JB Andrews, and a lot of it, which is lacking, does come down to that slang heading in towards the invasion. It's kind of like the sub base. You put a lot of focus over to the assault rifles of JB Andrews, which is going to be Bad Bert and Tyler really needing to put in some extra work for this map to pull their way.
All right, well, one last chance here before the lower bracket rings your way. We'll see whether JB Andrews have anything left to say, anything left in the tank versus Buckley. On the defense so far, they are going to draw the first blood, but already you can see Buckley knocking at the door over by B. They're winning all the gunfights as well. This point is already done, Seymour.
Yeah, you can see that JB Andrews, they know it's done. So what do? They back up. They make sure that nobody's pushing forward and try to catch some players before this snowballs. So in towards this A setup. You have a player push forward too, but it's Gare Bear. He gets a little bit too forward, and that's going to cost them with 2 down, 3 down, now 4 down. Oh, boy. I mean, you might as well just ask them to jump on A.
Yeah, I think they might be asking just go back to the lobby, boys. There's no point playing this one the way in which it's going so far. Buckley decimating them. Really putting pedal to the metal here. And Revenge looking for more kills in the background. He's going to find them. That is a full wipe. The full wipe that they needed to get players on the point. It's not just quite stacked just yet, but I don't think that particularly matters with the kills that they're getting. They are simply shooting straighter right now. 5 for Revenge. He's looking for a number 6. Coverage through the middle of the map being provided by Dante. They've lost 4 lives at the start of this control calling, and this is disgusting.
They're not losing anything else at this point.
How?
Hale finally goes down. No streak yet. Triple stack in, and one of the most beautiful offensive rounds I've ever seen on Invasion. A written invitation in towards A, just gifted to them on the doorstep, and they say, welcome. Stay a while. And I will say, this is kind of a culmination of a couple of things I think JB Andrews just cannot step up to. It's not only the knowledge that you're bringing in towards an invasion, knowing how to play those spawns, knowing where to be and positioning yourself, but it's the speed that they're playing at and the skill, the technical skill in their shots. It's a cut above for Buckley than not even just JB Andrews for a lot of these squads that are here at CONUS. And it's really, really tough to play against a team like this when they not only know where to be, but they can punish you when you are not there. So this is just tough for Andrews.
I don't even know what to say. That was one of the fastest invasion control rounds I think I've ever seen here, Seymour. And this round doesn't look any kinder. The effort over towards A is stopped dead in its tracks. At the very least, they haven't had to deal with anybody over by B just yet. But you can already see the arrows starting to encroach on potential spawn trap. They're thinking even ahead of the next step of play. But they do actually have to get rid of the step in front of them first, which is actually stopping all that progression over by B. Right now, nobody jumping on the point just yet. Finally, JB Andrews is going to get a couple of bodies on it. They might want to stack this. You've got the kills. Why aren't you getting the progress?
They want to get forward for Bert. He needs that space for the team to feel comfortable. And the stack's not in, 50 seconds on the clock, so you will have a second chance at this if you're Andrews. Here's the cruise missile, so maybe that's why, Brody, you're gonna have to double back, hop on that zone, and try to get the second tick in where Hale, he wants to punish the respawns and almost caught out, but that is gonna make things tough on points. Second tick comes in, but that is all you're gonna get. Revenge investing a cruise missile of his own. That's the dagger.
Yeah, it has to be said, I do feel like there was maybe at least a chance, maybe I'm getting ahead of myself here, maybe a chance that they probably could have captured that point had they actually just stacked it instead of playing concerned. Regardless, the cruise missile is definitely the nail in the coffin in this push. Now you've got players up in your grill. Not really much you can do about it. Hale spawn trapping you at the moment. That's, what is it, 5 in a row for him. He's now got a cruise missile, so you've exhausted the one he had. Now you've got another one for the next round of play. JB Andrews are done and dusted at this point. I mean, they do actually have a free run to A. They did momentarily. Now Cabasay is actually going to catch that, plug that hole in the gameplay. Tyler wins that fight, so he should be able to stop the clock here at 4.6 seconds, and he will. Gunfight's also being won elsewhere, so Tyler, an opportunity to save this round. Goal line defense, though, is good, but it is going to be the distraction they needed to get back on B.
Enigma and I just saw a 10-second clutch back on high rise. Now, I'm not saying that this is going to be the same thing, but we saw it. Cruise missile is going to land towards the roof. 12 playing 18, so the life lead isn't that crazy just yet. It's the positioning that you're in right now and how far away from this point is. That's the biggest trouble right now for JB Andrews. So they got to work through this clean. They cannot afford to lose lives on this rotation. There's just not enough time.
35 seconds isn't a lot of time, really, is it? I mean, especially with the amount of map that they have to try and take up here, the real estate they've got to gain over the next, well, really 10 seconds, they've got to sprint out. There's no point having any gunnies up in this situation, and unfortunately for them, they're running into players that do. Magic Mott is the only player that gets into a situation with a tangle with a player that did not. And all the gunfights being won here across the board by Buckley. Hale wants to rekeep towards the end of this one. They don't have a cruise missile. Hale thinks, yeah, I probably want one towards the end of this one. I'd like it, you know, just a little Prezi to finish off this control round with. But he's going to preserve his life elsewhere. Kills being won. The kills that Hale wanted to get will go to the rest of the team. It doesn't matter who gets them at the end of the day, as long as they get them. And they definitely got them.
Well, if you're wondering, Brody, it's 6 segments to 3 in favor of
I wasn't wondering, I'll be
honest. So, you know, that automatically meaning that, you know, you're through your offensive round there. If you're JB Andrews, you at least got a little bit of segment control. So if you're looking to turn things around, it's not impossible to get that defensive round 5 is kind of what I'm saying here. There's a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel, but you really got to step up to the task ahead of you. And we haven't yet seen that for JB Andrews. It's going to be another hit through mid from Buckley. That looks like they want to pick up the pace, but a lot more patient from JB Andrews. They got their irons holding down these cross angles.
All right. They're watching like a hawk for any Buckley players that want to try and make a move. Go on. Try it. Say JB Andrews. Try it, they will. Cabasay and Hale going to get shut down. This is a brilliant start. A great read, a play call against Buckley, who have been so aggressive in the past. The problem now for JB Andrews is, look at where the 4 hours are on the map here, Seymour. They're nowhere near B, and so they're not going to be able to stop Buckley on B.
Yeah, I mean, it's the story of the tortoise and hare. The tortoise actually did win that race. So you play slow and steady there. I mean, I think in some of the stories, you know, it kind of goes back and forth sometimes. I really don't know. I mean, I think that's skewed to some people's perspective. But right now for JB Andrews, they slowed the pace over towards A, and they actually stopped that first initial wave, which is good because they also stop Hale from getting that cruise missile. They give up another take over towards B, so that's going to be 7 segments for Buckley at the moment. But there's 41 seconds. This is doable for Andrews.
Yeah, it is. It is. You've just got to win some fights in this situation. So things are pretty scattered here. So trying to get it done. Are they? Lost Tyler towards A. That's going to turn their attention somewhat. Push up towards Water Street will be Gare Bear. So that's a problem for Hale. So there's nothing going to happen over by A. The problem again, once more for JB Andrews here, is they've got no assistance by B whatsoever, and by the time I think they get reinforcements over towards that point, it's going to be done. So at this point, I think they're setting themselves up for a respective spawn trap. Again, though, you do have to win the gunfight off the back of this push out of B, and they win the first at the very least, so it's a good start.
Yeah, Air Bear out there right
nice
off
read.
the heady. 20 and 8 from Hale. Ridiculous numbers. Bert's going to put his foot down top blue. Says don't pass just yet. But he's worried that some of these members have snuck through, so Bert's going to go hunting. He gives up the angle, and Dante's going to punish him for it. You got to kind of bunker down here if you're JB Andrews. 60 seconds to win this round. Prolong it to another one. Bring it to the fourth, but they have to win their fights, and they have it too just grouped up into laundry, and that is what I'm worried about.
Yeah, it does feel like that way. I think a lot of the time we're looking at JB Andrews, right? They do feel like they kind of group up somewhat and end up failing for it. Buckley now looking for these fights, though. Flanking player, keep an eye for Dante to see what they can produce. Yep, there's the kill against Gare Bear. Now they've got these guys locked in to Ruggs. Kills now to follow as well. Dante on 5 in a row. Hale on 4. 10 between them and Cabasay. And now players stacking on the point as well. Hale getting the hell out of dodge. A bit of an unorthodox position coming through from Revenge on point. Don't think that's going to be something that JB Andrews would expect on the initial push towards protecting it. Dante trying to watch the cross. Surely going to be overwhelmed here, and he will be. So now down to Revenge. Inside the point. We'll have to get off his power position. We'll only find one. So goal line save is good, but there's only one more tick to go here for Buckley.
Yeah, easy save there. You have the defense round 5. You're going to try to win it in 3. 19 seconds left. Last chance to jump onto that. The double stack on A. Will it hold, Brody? So far, so good. A couple more kills, though. That is needed. Revenge. Last chance.
8.3 seconds. They're on the point. Revenge. Finding that first kill once again in his position. I feel dirty just looking at, to be honest with you. 8.3 seconds, though. Looking for the last couple of gunfights. Tyler doubles up now. Revenge. Once again, last one inside the point. Tyler finds 3. Big save from Tyler. Still more work to be done, though, and that was Hale. Last player to contend with. That is going to be another round on the board here. Finally, some life in JB Andrews.
So at least you put a stop to that round. If you're Andrews, you get to see some more life in the winner's bracket. You bring it to a round number 4, but your job from here on out just becomes incredibly more difficult now with what is, I think, 11 rounds for Buckley. Not able to get that last one to confirm the offense. That's guaranteeing them that round 5 defense if Andrews can win this first offense. But that just means that they have to win this first offense and feel good enough to do it twice in a row. And that is not something that you expect Buckley to allow happen with the way that they've been playing on these defenses. They're really good at setting these spawn traps. They're really good at winning these battles, and they are going to toy with you along the way.
JB Andrews doing well at the start of this round. The gunfight's now starting to be won, though. Isolating last couple of players on the point. Tyler, last one left alive, has already found one. Once again, Tyler producing some magic on the point. 5 in a row is going to get cut short of the cruise missile, though that would have been nice to have. And of course, map control, even nicer. And now you're starting to feel the same problem you had before, right? Where you've got no map control whatsoever, and it is incredibly easy to get stuck in the blend that is the spawn trap here on Invasion.
Yeah, as soon as you see these players pushing up Water Street 2, that's just going to force your spawns to ice cream. And Dante's here towards the God Tank to funnel off these shots. Good for 2. Staying alive as well. Revenge on the pinch. You are trapped right now. If you're joint base Andrews, the kills keep coming along, and just look at that time bank. 36 seconds to break this spawn trap, hop a zone, and extend this.
You just got to get past Hale and Dante. It's so frustrating to do. Any inventive ways to get it done. Through the middle of the map, Magic Mott's going to get caught out. Now through Ice Cream, you're not getting through there. Isla, Hale says, ye shall not pass. Finally, Hale gets shut down. Cabasay will trade out, but look at the amount of streaks we've got in the back pocket between all the Buckley players at the moment. Even if they do get towards the point, there's get out of jail free cards galore. Buckley have won this one. There is no getting past them in the way that they have played. JB Andrews, they win one round. They are gifted no more reprieve than that. Buckley dominate them in this series, as was expected.
Yeah, this is what you would expect from the number 1 seed versus the number 4 seed. Doesn't look like you're too happy for this one. If you're on the side of JB Andrews, that is going to be your way to drop down into the loser's bracket. You have to battle your way back. But this JB Andrews team, I mean, they are used to finding a little bit of failure at first and climbing their way through the ladder. That is that lower bracket. We get a look back at that control 3-1 from Buckley. And throughout this whole series, it was a one-sided tale. Through the hard point, through the search and destroy, and through the control. It's just the whole tale of this Buckley team kind of having that accumulation of knowledge and skill together that they can play just a step past this Andrews team, working through this map, influencing these spawns, especially over towards that spub base, just knowing where to be, when to be there, and how to count these players and check exactly who has made their way past. And if an Andrews player did spawn out, they did a good job at covering their tracks and getting rid of that player, just getting those spawns back. Buckley always a step ahead throughout this whole series. And I mean, you talk about that search and destroy, what went wrong there? I mean, it was just revenge, doing everything right for Buckley, just a monster in this map number 2.
And honestly, I think it's a little bit beyond that, right? I mean, I think there's just so many kind of... I wouldn't necessarily use the word mistakes, but I think holes in the game plan for JB Andrews, where it's so easy to read that those holes exist if you're Buckley, right? And I think we saw that, you know, not just in this last control, but also going back to that search and destroy. There was that, I think, the round that comes to mind for me is that 2 versus 3, right? You know, they were able to make where JB Andrews just kind of stick all around one site, and Buckley kind of have, like, what, 85% of the map to play with, and that's kind of how they're able to pull the 2 versus 3 off. So much of that also happened in the control, and I think you're just looking at a Buckley squad that is so good at exploiting those errors in the gameplay. There is a reason that we consider them one of, if not the best team here in the competition. They've looked really good.
Yeah, and I think that, you know, aside from just that, for JB Andrews, they had some signs of life across the series when it came to, you know, putting together some late plays over towards that B zone of the control, some early rotations in the hard point. It's just, you were outclassed, you were outgunned. That is not a situation that you were supposed to come away with. So you want to learn from that heading into the lower bracket and see if you can, you know, maybe push in towards the later stages of that lower side of things, Brody.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, look, we've been doing interviews all day, so it would be remiss to not do an interview with the winner of that series. We've got a player from Buckley, and I imagine they're probably very happy after that 3-0. First of all, Hale, congratulations on the win there. I'm sure you guys expected it, given how you've played this tournament thus far. Let's just talk about the match first and foremost. You guys very cleanly 3-0'd them. I imagine you kind of knew pretty early on in that hard point how that series was going to go.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't played sub-base in a really long time against anyone, but yeah, I mean, we're expected to win this, I think, so we're just coming out shooting.
And the sub base was clean as could be, and looking forward throughout this whole series, you guys have had, you know, a chance to watch all the other games unfold. I'm sure you guys have been cleaning up house back in your group stage, now heading in towards the bracket play. Is there anything for you guys that you're really looking at throughout this series that could maybe even take you a step further and guarantee you that championship at the end of the road?
I don't think so. I mean, if we just play exactly how we're supposed to play, especially in grand finals, if we're not over-challing and just doing what we do, I don't think we'll lose. So.
Awesome.
No. No doubt at all, and it's kind of one of those situations where, you know, you're here at CONUS, you're here with the whole team. I mean, you guys may have fallen short at ForceCon, which I'm sure was a little bit frustrating for you guys. Exactly, you know, is this your way back? Is this your grudge match, your time to shine?
Yeah, the competition at ForceCon was really good. I think if we had a little more time, we could have taken the Army Grand Finals, but we just came out so flat. So, yeah, but I think this tournament's ours for sure.
Yeah, and then another question for you, I guess, right? I mean, you've made it through to the next round of play, mate. You've got either, I believe, the winner of Cannon or Luke as your next matchup. Of those two teams, who would you want to play more?
Probably Cannon. We gotta shut this hype kid up. I don't know. He's loud. I don't think he'll be loud against us, though.
Yeah, you think you've silenced him enough after kind of how you played this entire tournament?
I think so.
Alrighty, cool. I believe that's going to do it for our interview. I think that's all we've got here for you. Again, congratulations, mate. You've been wonderful to watch this entire tournament, you and your team. So, again, cheers. Appreciate you coming on with us.
Yeah, appreciate it. Have a good one.
All right, well, that was an interview with Hale. We got to look at kind of what those guys have been doing. Buckley are just a wonderful team to watch, mate. Just a stellar team, a quick 3-0, and that means that our penultimate match of the day is done and dusted. We've got one more match ahead of us. We're going to be taking a look at the lower bracket next up. It's time to remove a team from the competition. It's going to be a sad boy hours moment, but not for the team that wins the matchup. Who's it going to be? Find out after the break. Right, folks, welcome back here for the final time today. We're going to the lower bracket now here in the CONUS Championship. So we are about to eliminate a team, and we've got a matchup that we didn't expect on our hands here, Seymour. We were looking over, we didn't know which teams we were going to get to cast. We kind of did know about Seymour Johnson, which is one of the teams. We didn't expect them to be facing Barksdale.
No, Seymour can't escape casting Seymour at this point.
I'm glad you made that joke.
It's gonna keep on happening. I mean, it's all I can think about whenever I cast Seymour Johnson. But I'm trying not to trip up my words while I'm casting these two teams. And I think for Barksdale and Seymour Johnson, you both kind of get a tough draw in the bracket. For Barksdale, you take the number 2 seed out of the West, which the West has proven to be a little bit stronger than the East statistically so far across this tournament. And then Seymour Johnson, I mean, they match up versus the number 1 seed from the East as the number 4 seed coming out from that Western side. So both teams going to lose, drop in towards the lower bracket. And Seymour Johnson, I mean, their troubles just continue to keep piling on. Now they have to face the second best team from the Eastern side after not being able to beat the first team from the Eastern side.
Yeah, it's going to be a difficult task for sure, though. We had that conversation about, which region is better. Is it the Eastern region? Is it the Western region? Well, let's take a look at a team from one of those regions. It's Seymour Johnson. Let's see what they have to say about themselves ahead of a difficult matchup.
So 3 of us worked together in the same shop, and then we needed a 4th. One of our guys deployed. Drew knew Cine, so we got all moved together that way.
We had never even played together like as a team, never scrimmed or anything.
I had a passion for the video game, and I used to play semi-pro back in Advanced Warfare. Lewis here had told me that AFG was a thing, so I went on and I was like, who wants to go TDY?
I didn't hear any of our leadership tell us no, I don't think that can happen. They all wanted to come down here too.
We can equate this to being the first man on the moon for Seymour. We're trying to expand it so people can use their free time in their hobbies and represent the Air Force or the Space Force.
Our coworkers like, they're not gonna let you do that, blah, blah, blah. Brought it up to our flight chief, and he's like, all right, if you guys place.
I've never touched Call of Duty before this tournament, and I was like, yeah, you should definitely try to play. And he was like, why don't you get on the team? I was like, dude, I don't play Call of Duty.
Bottomed the game the weekend of the qualifiers, and we placed 5th. The 3 of them have played together constantly and have formulated that team.
I know how to shoot, I know how to run around, get skimpy, but actually learning the map and learning how to rotate properly, that took some time.
Playing on LAN is a different obstacle than playing on just at home.
It was just cool to just play a video game outside of your house.
I said it was actually pretty intense. I was like, dang, I never had my hands sweating this much.
Yeah.
When people are watching, when the lights are on and the stage is there, you just turn into something else.
Being able to play on a frame rate so high, it was crazy. I didn't even want to turn on my console anymore once I got home.
Why not? They have some cocky players, and so if someone like me that only has 2 hours in the video game can actually slam some of them, that would feel pretty good.
I'm ready for some demon hours. I'm ready to shoot some bodies, make our statement. Seymour came here to play.
Barksdale, because we were very close to making an extreme proving point. They'll hate me for this, but I was running circles around them in that Rio S&D, and they just couldn't stop me.
If we can get to that level later on, or place 3rd, I feel that I feel good.
All right, Andrews, y'all getting carried by Mott. Y'all don't have anything going for yourselves, so watch out.
Minot, your dog water. You got a captain on your team. Get out of here with that.
Oh man. Barksdale, we're here to catch a body.
Barksdale, it's round 2. If you want some, come get some.
Knock 'em out!
You hear that? Fluffy was running circles around Barksdale. He wants round 2. Well, he is going to get it, and he is absolutely the player to watch for Seymour Johnson.
I think Fluffy is just that one guy on Seymour Johnson that you just cannot help but talk about. He's just having a great go at Minot just earlier today, and now for a chance to take down Barksdale, a little bit of revenge for him, a little bit of a second chance right now. You look towards the rest of this team to kind of pick up the pace and help him out to make it happen. I'm excited to see the Seymour team play again.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see what these guys have got for us. They seem like they're fired up. We saw elements of greatness from them in their first matchup today. Unfortunately, I guess they just were not able to carry it through. They could not win the round 11 in Search and Destroy, but they do have a difficult squad to go up against. Let's talk about their opposition then on the other side. I mean, they've had difficult opponents pretty much all day, but Barksdale are another roster that do come from the Eastern region. We saw them at the beginning of yesterday make it not just to the upper bracket final in the matchup versus Minot, but also the grand final in the very same rematch, and they just felt like we were kind of circling it around, kind of a distant second in the Eastern region.
Yeah, it was tough for Barksdale really battling towards that Eastern, that Erie Invitational. And one thing that was really enlightening to see from this team was Chewy and his performance. I think it's going to be fun to see him battle against Fluffy today in this matchup. But when Chewy is not performing, I think the thing that sets Barksdale a little bit apart from this Seymour Johnson squad is the fact that you have a really strong player in support when it comes down to Crazy, the way he backs up Chewy. And, when Crazy is firing up, it allows for Rat and Silent to play at their best. So for Barksdale, you kind of look at that core of Crazy and Chewy to really step up here to allow the full forward to show up in the lower side of things and take down the Seymour Johnson team.
All right, well, what battlegrounds do we have here for our final match of the day? It's going to be the lower bracket matchup. One of these teams is about to go home. It's a Karachi hardpoint sandwiched in the middle of this series. Will be a double invasion affair. And if we do need to go to the full 5, we've got a real hardpoint and a high-rise search and destroy to close this series out. The question for me, Seymour, will we need to go past map 3?
It's the big question, I think, that Seymour Johnson has to answer for us. The one thing that against Minot that I'm excited to see kind of show up again here in this series is that search and destroy map number 2. Yeah, it's not Rio. They don't get the Rio search that really performed well against that Minot team, but it's invasion, search, and destroy, and there's a lot more playmaking capabilities when it comes down to the early portions of this invasion and how Seymour Johnson really have to utilize those strategies. I think a lot of these lower-seeded teams, I say, they have strats. They know how to play search and destroy, and they know how to play patience. So I expect them to make adaptations. These are really resilient players that we have at CONUS, so they know how to adapt to those stressful situations.
Yeah, they absolutely do. This is going to be an interesting situation. Barksdale, again, a roster that we've put a lot of hype behind. Again, we talk about them kind of making it to the grand finals of the Eastern Regionals. They go up against the Seymour Johnson roster that have kind of been through it today, right? I mean, again, the fact that they start the day off, or they start the bracket playoff, having to face a roster like Minot, and then immediately have to face the other grand finalists from the Eastern region. It's a real tough draw of the bracket, but at the end of the day, I mean, this is what we always say about kind of the championship stage of these tournaments, right, Seymour, is that you don't have any easy matches, really, right? I mean, every single match, there's always an opponent that can surprise you and can take maps off you, and I think, again, even I think for the other side of the conversation for Barksdale, they should not go into this series underestimating what Seymour Johnson can bring to the table. We're about to find out what they can bring to the table. We've hyped up Chewy as the player to watch for Seymour Johnson, or for Barksdale, excuse me. Let's see if he can do anything for the roster.
Yeah, I like that you talked about this side of Seymour Johnson and how they have a chance to really stick it to Barksdale. I think that this is a possibility for an upset as Chewy. Come on, you can get it eventually, and he does, but he's going to have some tough dealings with when they do spot him out. And Seymour Johnson going to be the first ones in towards this hard point for the initial time. And we do have the names flipped at the top and Brody, so we're going to have to keep our eyes on that for now. But it is going to be Barksdale to have to battle back out of their spawns.
Yep, we'll get that changed for you very shortly here. But yeah, as you said, Seymour Johnson right now are the ones in control of this hard point. Spider up top is able to double up now, looking for number 3. Chew has no real choice but to chase for this fight. And despite the fact that he was stunned up, Chewy's going to get the gunfight done, would you believe it, with the Renetti. Because the Renetti is just that good. I think we've kind of established that this tournament thus far. But all in all, that is a great start to this game. If you're a Seymour Johnson, you get 30 points off of P1, but you do not currently have control over P2.
Just saying, best gun of the game, Renetti.
Yeah,
easily. It can really do so much. Crazy and Chewy, though, stepping up here for Barksdale, as it is going to be the rotation into P2 for this team. Rat's going to bunker down, and now you have a really good setup for this rotation. Fluffy, top AC, he's going to drop, and these red arrows, they're starting to look to take some space over towards red as well. Rat's going to be spotted, but a couple players slipping the net. It does look like Seymour Johnson has a chance to break with Uncle Toke.
Here we go. Can they get it done? And this is all of this resting on one player's hopes and dreams. The contest is good enough here to unseat some of those players. You have a little bit of help in behind enemy lines. Toke will actually find 1 kill. Hasn't immediately been traded as well. He has help right beside him.
That's
Spider
fantastic.
was able to find 1 kill. And yeah, Toke has played his life longer, actually enough there to find yet another frag. So in doing so, you win the scrap time and you push those players back towards their spawn points. So the next rotation will be yours, pretty much seated for that rotation when it comes through.
Some good timing there for Chewy. And looking for the player into the hill, not going to find it, but I mean, that is great from Uncle Toke to be able to delay that time. 61 to 28, and that's all because of the delay back at P2. Rotation is good. They have the setup for the cross. Fluffy looks to be rotating around, see if he can back up this hill a little bit better for this setup. But for Barksdale, they need to find a break soon, and Crazy looking to make something happen.
Tries, but Fluffy watching that back line like a hawk. This game now starting to run over. If you're Seymour Johnson, Barksdale, not really much to say whatsoever here. This hill is so hard to break. They're trying to do it individually, and to be fair, Drunks does exactly that. Gets right in behind there, and now just has to wait for the rest of the team to provide some cross-map coverage. The contest around the back line, Spider trying to be a proper nuisance at the moment, and will do so for about 5 seconds or so. That is a valuable 10 seconds, but in doing so, you do somewhat make Seal feel uncomfortable for the rotation. I was going to say that until Chewy runs right through a player, and the comm somehow hasn't been made. Actually, yeah, it's Crazy in the back line here. It shuts down Fluffy, and now this is a big problem here on the rotation. Never mind.
Sleek Spider, catching that rotation. Easy peasy for Seymour Johnson in full form now on this Karachi. And you can just see that this team is really icing up in a lot of these engagements. For Barksdale, they got a little bit of time at the old, but they're going to have to group together and get across this street, which is going to be tough with the crossfire. 3 members watching it.
They're doing well at the moment. Chewy from up top, going to take 1 player out of the power position. Better is now currently the one soaking up the time while you've got a player up top in Castle. Rat's going to deal with that latter player. Better still inside, though. They still haven't dealt with him. Chewy, despite having third coverage, will get taken down. And now that should be the last 15 going Seymour Johnson's way. And all in all, Colin, you are not happy with that. If you're a Barksdale, I mean, obviously you're not. You never expect to give up more than, what, 15 to 20 seconds on that hard point for Seymour Johnson to walk away with as much time as they do. Not a good position to be in.
Not at all, but for Barksdale, they have their setup that they've wanted, and now they can look to solidify some good time here with the rotations over towards P5. The only thing you have to really deal with is the flank from Better, and the spawn out coming out from Rat should give away that there is a player behind them. I don't know if they're going to recognize this, though.
I think Crazy's just waiting to strike. I don't want to wait too long. You are giving away kills to the opposition here. Fluffy is finally going to pop off here. If I'm Crazy, I go now. Finally, he does. For the first kill. We'll find the second as well. Nice double from Crazy. Now it's just Toke left up in light. And again, you haven't fully removed everybody from the point. Crazy drops down like Batman for number 3. And this is a brilliant hard point for Barksdale. If you're Seymour Johnson, you've not really got much of a choice in terms of getting players in on the flank here. There's no real reason to hit this last 15 seconds.
No, you're going to be in and around 90 seconds for Barksdale heading into the second set of rotations. That's only 40 points down from Seymour Johnson heading into this P1. So there is still a chance for you to turn things around with a good break into this next hill, but you really have to put some focus over towards top third. You have Fluffy, the main shooter, set up, and Crazy on 5 in a row. He's going to catch him, and he's going to look to relinquish this pressure, take that height away from them.
Barksdale with the power positions. Currently Seymour Johnson in control. Chewy has managed to waltz towards the front of the hard point here. How on earth has that happened? Chewy now playing for the time, but good trades coming through from Seymour Johnson. They only relinquish control of the hard point for a moment. Now, power position once again. Drunks will get control of it once more, only for the 1 kill. Great positioning now for Seymour Johnson. You are 70 points to the good. You're on the right side of the map for the rotation towards P2, and you've got P1 spawns. This is not a good position to be in.
No, it's not. I think Barksdale, they just bit off a little bit more than they could chew. They got a little headstrong on that rotation over to P1. They had the right idea to take the top third away. They just didn't get the kills to back things up. They rushed the point and they paid in blood. And you look at this lead now, double the amount of Barksdale. Seymour Johnson, they have the rotations to do. Fluffy's going to be able to catch one. Crazy, the only player to maybe deal some damage, and he has slipped the net, but now he's giving himself away. It's hunting season.
It is indeed. They're hunting for all of these players. Drunks now hunting for some time in sight. And again, it's that contest here for Barksdale. This is the best thing that you can kind of gamble for in this situation. Chewy not going to do anything around the backline here, so Drunks hasn't actually been found out. Spider will try and wrap around through Bust to cut that player down, but Crazy's there for the trade, and Drunks has just sat here silently for the longest of times. TK comes through from Better, and that's going to open the door for Rat to push through the front. But you aren't actually watching the half wall. You're trying to watch it from the side via way of Crazy here, so an opportunity if you're Seymour Johnson to jump right back through.
Yeah, and it's an opportunity that I'm sure that they're going to take as well. Uncle Toke, the player who stopped the count for Barksdale back in the first rotation. He's going to look to contest this last 10 seconds. You can see a big battle going on towards New. Crazy wins it out. You might not have the spawns just yet, but you still have a presence if you're Barksdale. And Fluffy, he's giving himself away. If Rat can find this kill, it would be huge. Crazy still looking to stay alive, but Fluffy is making mountains move on Karachi.
He's doing everything at the moment. He was the player to watch. We talked about it right for Seymour Johnson, and he's definitely proving that right now. 18 and 11 is the stat leader for this squad, but will finally get shut down here. Barksdale trying to fight tooth and nail for some kind of control. The only player left to deal with is going to be Toke, who is chilling inside Chicken Coop right now through that window. Nice shots from Crazy to send him away, and Drunks will be there to finish off the kill, but the problems are not over just yet for Crazy. He's all on his lonesome. 3 players to contend with this positioning. He should be at the very least to catch one off guard, and he does exactly that. Sends them right into the jaws of death, right into Chewy, and the rest of the squad are here to help you out. One more player to deal with inside the backline. Fluffy actually does survive a little bit longer here. Perhaps an opportunity here to get the scrap time of 10 seconds, and they're not actually going to get that. That's down to Drunks up top. So, bit of a messy hard point. Ultimately, though, Seymour Johnson here come out still 42 seconds away from victory.
And we said you don't want to underestimate Seymour Johnson. Well, they have been drowning Barksdale all game long. Barksdale treading on thin ice. They are still struggling to keep this one in play. Even keep this one in play. It looks like Silent's going to take one last shot over here to try to make a play. It's not going to pay out. It spawns over towards P3. It is a foot race because you can lose on this P4 hill. And this is red alert for Barksdale to have to find a break.
Here we go. Got to do it now. Finally, player down low is forced, actually not even dead, has to like move away from the hill. It's better. He was in that exact same position once more. Double chow comes through. Fluffy's good for the trades, though. Good for the coverage. Now this is going to send Crazy straight towards the hard point. No choice but to hit this one. Seymour Johnson won't finish it here, but again, it's that kind of worry, right? You can't really afford to give away this time. You have to, at the very least, send some kind of resources through it, and I think with all the utilities sent over towards the Chicken Coop side, there's no push anymore coming through from Barksdale. This is dangerous now. You've got to be perfect for the rest of this hard point.
Yes, you do. Crazy. Watching over top. Silent's just going to be soaking up this time. Crazy's going to open up the first kill. Rat up top, not able to double down. It's Fluffy and Better fighting back. Better pinching one through the back, and it's 4 down completely. 4 seconds. That'll be it. Nobody's going to spawn close to this hard point. And Seymour Johnson coming out with some fire in game 1.
Wow, that was a hell of a hard point from Seymour Johnson. Maybe we've been underestimating them because they definitely didn't show that prowess in their first match earlier on today versus Minot. It was in the search and destroy and the control. That's where they kind of woke up, and even then, it felt too little too late. In this one, though, they show all the venom and more. And we got to give a shout out to the man on top of the scoreboard, Fluffy, at 29 and 14. He talked about him being kind of a semi-professional player in the past, back in Advanced Warfare. That's still showing, even now. What is it, 10 years later, right? If my math doesn't fail me. That is impressive from Fluffy.
2014, 2015, so you're really in and around that mark, Brody. Good job. Good
I'm
job.
good, mate. Quick maths.
Yeah, good math coming out from you. But yeah, Fluffy, I mean, he has been so delightful to watch for Seymour Johnson. He had a lot of trash talk over in the video as well, so to see them finally backing it up, finally finding a map win after so many losses, it is a breath of fresh air for Seymour Johnson fans. Heading into this map number 2, though, I mean, job's not done whatsoever, but I mean, I said it into the pre-show, and I'll reinforce that point yet again. I mean, Seymour Johnson, they brought the fight to Minot, the team that defeated Barksdale back in that eastern region as well. And I don't think this search and destroy is going to be easy for Barksdale at all. You can start to see some holes in their playstyles.
Yeah, definitely. And again, you know, going back towards that round 11, right, it was a kind of a late resurgence, I think it's fair to say, from Barksdale, from Seymour Johnson, excuse me, against Minot, right, where they, you know, they didn't restart that strongly. I think it was, I want to say they were 5-2, 5-3 down, and then they managed to push it all the way towards the round 11. So it did feel like a kind of a late resurgence from them. And again, just like the hard point, I believe it was Fluffy that finished that search and destroy top fragging. And I will also say as well, it felt like there was kind of an element back then of that adaptation, right, where they kind of felt the aggression of Minot and they adapted to it on the fly. They're able to kind of read that, hey, we know players are going to get aggressive, so we're just going to react to it and wait for them. And you know, they did that so many times over in the last few rounds. It was just unfortunate they couldn't get it done in the round 11. I don't know, I will say, if we're going to see that same kind of aggression here out of Barksdale, given what's happened in the first map of this best of 5. You know, are they going to be as aggressive?
No, and you kind of touched on it for the Buckley game as well. The fact that, Buckley was really able to read their situations, rotate in the late portions of those rounds really well. They took the opportunities that were presented to them. And that's something that Seymour Johnson did back in that Rio Search and Destroy really well. That will be more available on a map like Invasion. I think there's more chances to work through this map for rotations around the later ends of these rounds. And Seymour Johnson, the fact that they've already showed presence to be, already keeping an eye on those situations, I think that is really good to see for a team that hasn't really had the best results here in CONUS. The fact that this team has been losing but still showing adaptations like that is really fortunate for them to now head into this game and be able to expand on that. Now try to find some value, find some success on those plays, and gain that confidence that you've been missing over the past couple of games.
Yeah, I will say it feels like Seymour Johnson confident now. I mean, they've surely got to be, after the way that they played that Matnabo and that Karachi hardpoint. Surely you're going to be very happy going into this Invasion Search and Destroy. Like, hey, there is a real chance here that we can pull off a serious upset. It should be said, again, a reminder, the Barksdale did go all the way to the grand finals. They faced against Minot twice in that Eastern Regionals. And, again, I know the East, technically speaking, at least from a perspective of kind of what the players think, it does feel like it's the worser region out of the two, per se, right? The worser kind of regional tournament. Still, though, it is impressive to get to the grand finals, and this would be an achievement for Seymour Johnson if they could take a grand finalist of the regional finals out of the tournament. They can go 2-0 up. They'd be really close to doing it. They're going to start things off on the offense here, and it's a classic push towards B. Nobody can test with inside Broken just yet.
I don't know if I'd say worse, but I would say weaker for sure. And Barksdale have not been the allegations just yet, Brody. Chewy looking to trade things out off of losing that first blood on Crazy, and he's going to give himself away. Still catching Sleek Spider. Now on the escape, Chewy takes better down with the Renetti. Turn and burn there. Flips the advantage 2-3 now. Uncle Toke has no idea what is approaching him.
Uncle Toke is just chilling at the moment. He's got no idea. Living on a dream at the moment. And to be fair, he might well just perfectly run straight through this defensive line. He could also get some timing if he hits the right route here. I don't think he's going to necessarily elsewhere. Fluffy's going to find Rap. Toka's now retrieved the bomb as well. They do have a totally free path towards B if they want it, but I think they're just going to react. I thought maybe they were actually going to trade out on towards Drunks there, but that doesn't happen. Toke's just going for the plant instead.
Yeah, Toke laying the rock. 1v2. This is a dangerous angle back into the bulldozer. You still have a nade on Silence. Does he use it? That's good. Doesn't cook it up, so Toke is going to be able to evade it. Still lands the stun and the nade. Weak as Toke, but Smoke is going to give him some vision here, at least to deny it. Doesn't stop Chewy from taking the kill. Lots of time for the defuse, and Barksdale going to put themselves on the board.
I feel really weird about that, to be honest with you. I feel like maybe earlier on, when you lose your teammate in this situation, the better play for Toke in that situation. I know it's kind of like a lot of, hey, in hindsight, right? A decision in hindsight for you to look at. But still, you probably should have taken the player off the middle of the tank before going to plant the bomb. Because you're in a 1 versus 2, and granted, you got a free plant, but, you are very easily overwhelmed on JCB. It's, when a team in a 2 versus 1 plays it correctly, that is how it should go. And it's how it does go for Barksdale. Chewy acing in round number 1. A solid performance.
Solid indeed. And for Barksdale to find that round after losing the hard point, I'm sure that is going to be a weight off of their shoulders as they now have their chance at attacking. See what their first look is going to be. Taking some, I'd say, hints at this B side of the map. They're going to be looking to weed out some information, spot out a first blood, see if they can open up some lanes, but they're giving up a lot of info from the A side, being very quiet. We should see the rotations come out very quickly here from Seymour Johnson.
Now, this has to be a fast reaction. You've already lost Fluffy. Spider's still stuck in ice cream as well, or around it. So no presence on site now. None at all. Bomb is going to go down whether they like it or not. This is going to have to be a bit of a scattered retake coming through from Seymour Johnson. Chewy's still in the play as well, by the way. So that streak for potential cruise missile is still alive. Now Rat down for the count. Here we go. You've won your first 1 versus 1. How much more can you find? Well, Chewy is going to find better here. So that's kill number 5 coming through. 1 kill away from a cruise missile. Now the player's going to regroup.
A little sluggish, 24 seconds. You need to pick up this pace. Chewy's going to be spotted. Still wins the fight. And with 17 seconds, I mean, you are taking a late flank here. So if you're Sleek Spider, you just do not have the resources to make it happen. Possibility to shut down the streak from Chewy, but he's already on 6 in a row, so he already has his cruise missile. Not even going to find that. I mean, that is kind of stemming from issues that I've seen back in the past of the Seymour Johnson team. It happened on the Rio. It happened yesterday, and it's happening again right now. It's just the fact that some of these players just have not clued into the urgency that is the retake and a search and destroy. You don't have unlimited time to make this happen, so you have to be on your toes at picking up the pace, getting very fast on those corner checks, and making sure that you can clear those angles efficiently. And it's just not what you had from Sleek Spider to wrap all the way around DVD into Treehouse and down the B lane with only 24 seconds. That is way, way too much to do.
It's just scattered. It was just it's such a scattered retake, right? It's why Chewy didn't expect that player to be coming in that direction for the final kill of the round. Chewy, though, 7 kills of the available 8 on the last 2 rounds, or the first 2 rounds, I should say, of this search and destroy. Now, Seymour Johnson changing tact somewhat here. Rat just, through the most acute of angles, was keeping an eye on Cafe, being caught out by Tote, though. That is a hell of a read from Tote to start off this search and destroy. You haven't cleared house just yet, but you should have some kind of free plant to give over by A.
Yeah, bomb should be going down 3v4, so chance here for Seymour Johnson to put themselves on the board, but they got the first blood out last time in their attacking round, and it doesn't seem like it's going to be paying off again. Fluffy is trapped on site, surrounded by members, and silent with middle map control. He has so much information to communicate.
Yeah, if anything, I think Spider needs to get a kill here proactively. You can't just play cautiously. They're going to hit you. Shots out from Drunk. Oh, okay, TK from Chewy. Crazy and Chewy going to follow up with more kills. There it is, done. I thought for a second that would be nice. Player already on the defuse, though. And that's going to be yet another round here from Barksdale. I like the change of pace coming out from Seymour Johnson. Just go over towards A this time around. Maybe it'll work out. You actually draw the first bloods as well, but everything just falls apart towards the back half of the round.
That's the second time on the attack that Seymour Johnson get that first blood, and then just not able to convert into a round win. And, you know, maybe you think differently if Fluffy wins that battle against Crazy on site, but the fact that Crazy is able to win his one, and then Chewy, even with the team kill, finishes off Spider. It is just such an easy round for Barksdale on that retake. They were trapped, and I think Seymour Johnson just kind of overextending in certain situations, giving things away for free, nobody there to trade it, and you have to be thinking about these things in search and destroy, that it's just not unlimited time, not unlimited resources. You get that first blood, you work off of that first blood, and now look at that, Crazy is down. You just have to hold this life advantage for a while.
Chewy still hasn't died, by the way. Just a casual sort of by the way. Chewy 8-0 through the first 3 rounds of search and destroy. I wonder where we'll be at by the end of it. I think it's Crim6 who has like the global record or something like 20 kills, I think it is, in search and destroy. Something ridiculous like that from Call of Duty Ghosts. It was a while ago. Chewy
Plumbers
to beat
League.
that would be phenomenal. This is also very different, should be said. Regardless, Barksdale, they are 1 player down here, so Chewy has a lot to think about, a lot to chew on, you could say, for the rest of this search and destroy, and now Toke for a potential flank.
I mean, Toke's gonna get spotted, but that's a lot of distraction. This is a lot of time wasted. The full rotation from Seymour Johnson has 3 members at B, and Toke finding value behind. That's bombed down, and this is a devastating round for Barksdale.
Yeah, Barksdale finally falling apart here. Drunks is going to have to try and retrieve that bomb through the smoke, isn't he? Actually, I'm sure, I think, where it actually is. Finally goes to retrieve it. This round, though, I think might already be done. Short of something spectacular from Drunks. What can you produce? Nothing towards construction side. So now just down a Rat. It is a clean round from Seymour Johnson. They're finally on the board here. They draw that first blood, and there's no response from Barksdale.
It looks like Barksdale kind of folded at the idea that Chewy got first blooded there. You didn't have that leadership. You didn't have that player that's going to lead you to salvation in this round. As soon as Chewy's gone, everybody just doesn't seem to know what to do on the side of Barksdale. So it's something you have to think about for these Barksdale members, is that who is going to take that leadership role and be that playmaker as soon as Chewy dies. You just cannot bank on him to be the end-all be-all for your team, because you saw how Uncle Toke took that space. It was easy. He gets into towards Treehouse, and it was game over. So now onto the defensive side for Barksdale. They're up 3-1, so not really in deep waters just yet, but it looks like this is going to be a little bit of a tease towards B, and the only one here to watch it is going to be Silent. Now Crazy has rotated to watch the cross.
And Barksdale do have players pushed all the way up here. Chewy, the player on the flank. Seymour Johnson have taken a long time to get something going in this round. They've read that someone is flanking. Whether or not they read exactly where Chewy is a different story. And yes, they have. There's the kill coming through from Sleek Spider. Now, path opened up towards A. Right towards the middle of the map should give the comp to the team that these players are transferring and doing better than the com. You actually pick up a kill. So now, what was the position where Seymour Johnson could have got the bomb down scot-free? Now they're going to have to think about this one.
Yeah, over towards A. Still no map control. Crazy's going to spot this information. Rat on the middle tank. He can put this round away. 22 seconds and better. He's just going to stick it. It's up to Fluffy through dark. He has a chance to find some members, and he will. Crazy going to reflect off of this. The reaction is Spider keeping the numbers for Seymour Johnson.
Drunks being tagged up will barely get away. Fluffy's on the hunt. Drunks will have hit the full regen here in the situation, but Fluffy, he's got him dead to rights. No way is Drunks going to survive this one unless he turns him back around. What? Okay. For a second there, for a microsecond, I thought, hey, that kill's coming through for Drunks, but it does not. Fluffy finishes the round off.
This isn't Warzone. You don't have high alert. Sir, how did you know? That is good intuition from Silent. You know, maybe something was heard. There is some noises in the game that gives it away. Sometimes the jingling of the nades on your belt gives away the flank, but that is very minute details that I'm not sure if these players are going to be paying attention to. That was just a sixth sense for Silent, and it doesn't pay off. But that's back-to-back rounds for Seymour Johnson. We got to highlight that. And they get an offense. They get a defense. Now they can look to do it again. See if they can even up this series. For Barksdale, they slow their roll. Very default setup. Presence over towards Laundry and a very late push up this B street, which should be spotted by Sleek Spider eventually.
First blood in this ramp for Fluffy. Seymour Johnson starting to wake up in this S&D. Oh, you really wanted that fight. Toke's shot's not as good as we'd like. Crazy will take him out. 3 versus 3. Now 3 versus 2. Fluffy to remove yet another player towards the A site. Got to go and retrieve that bomb, though, if you're a Barksdale. You've also got to worry about potential flanking players. Fluffy in a position that I don't necessarily know your call. Can he get the kill? On towards Crazy. Drunks is starting to push up in towards the site. And Fluffy, I mean, he's kind of on like his own adventure right now. It's like a side quest.
Side quest. Look at us. Oh, but yeah, he is disconnected for this one. Luckily for Better, he gets the timing. 25 seconds with the bomb down. Silent in the 1v3. Better's going to spot it. Silent, yes, you find that kill. You got to lay this rock. And Fluffy, he is not going to let you escape from this one. 6 in a row, looking for number 7. Should be able to clean it up. 3-3 we go, and Fluffy, he is just untradeable at the moment. He is putting up a performance that Chewy put on at the start of this game, so it just seems like Chewy has slowed down and Fluffy has activated.
I don't know why, I've just got like the clip, I think it's from The Hobbit, which I know you're going to be like, why don't you know it's from The Hobbit? With like, I'm going on an adventure. That's what I was just like thinking about.
I'm going on an adventure.
That's what I was thinking about there for Fluffy, just on that very long flank. And you know what? Whatever, it works. Destiny calls him towards the end of the round. He gets that final kill. And of course, as you said, now 7 in a row through the last, I think, of 3 rounds is when that streak probably started. They have answered back against Barksdale. And now, as you said, Barksdale have slowed up almost entirely. Chewy, I don't believe, has actually even got a kill over the last couple of rounds. He has definitely just been totally slowed up. Yep, there it is. 8-0 is what he started through the first 3 rounds. Now already being tagged up in this one. And that's information. I mean, you know where that player is if you're Seymour Johnson.
Oh, Chewy is still low. He has to be careful. You were in uncharted territories and you're being hunted, but that is a major kill for Fluffy. You don't have that streak in the round. Still, Chewy has that cruise missile if he chooses to invest it, but the timing is good. Crazy does get spotted. Does this pay off? Do they turn around? Where is the communication? Better needed to know that Crazy was behind him, but it just doesn't seem like everything is all there for Seymour Johnson here in round number 7.
Yeah, this is much better out of Barksdale. Feels like a foregone conclusion now, doesn't it? Especially as those shots coming through from Sleek Spider. The only advantage he did have was the fact that they didn't know where he was. Now they do. Well, I mean, I guess he has another advantage. They're just going to gift him a TK. 30 seconds of the clock. 1 versus 4, excuse me, becomes a 1 versus 3. And he's got a free plant over by 8, if he's quick with it, I should say. I don't necessarily think he will be. Yeah, timing's not going to be on his side in this situation. He should be dead to rights. You're going to try and plant him. He'll get the plant. He won't get away. Yeah, okay, I was going to say. I mean, that was very presumptive of me to say he wouldn't get away, but I had confidence.
I mean, it's like the same thing that we saw in the last round. It's just there's no escaping that A site as soon as you have 3 players watching you. As good as a player as, you know, some of these might be, I just don't think it's possible when you're surrounded like that. I want to give the benefit of the doubt, but I've never seen it, so I just have to assume at that point until I am shown otherwise. But Seymour Johnson giving up that round. I mean, they go 3 in a row, and eventually you expect Barksdale to show some bites, and I think they do in this round. Chewy finally putting himself on the board after what was a 3-death streak from himself. So he's going to open up with a big kill into Fluffy that denies that cruise missile from being invested into this one and continue the snowball for Seymour Johnson. So the question is, when do these streaks get used? And you see Uncle Toke, he's looking to join Fluffy inside Cafe, and that's going to pay for a first blood.
Well, it's not Chewy, it's Crazy. Starting to pop off in this search and destroy. Seymour Johnson, despite the fact that they're 1 man down, still seem pretty confident, especially in Fluffy, that they can win this round out. Fluffy does definitely feel like he's the key playmaker, and he goes down. Good kill coming through from Crazy. Now the 4 versus 2. Drunks makes it even better. Well, not for better, I guess, on the other side. Now it's just down to Sleep Spider. 1 versus 4. If he goes through Dark, he's going to get red. If he goes through DVD, he's going to get red. This is difficult.
He's taking the long route. This is the Sleek Spider special. All the way through Laundry. Running laps across Invasion. He's going to have to open up this door, make the noise, takes the shot, and that should be all said and done for that round. Barksdale back-to-back. It's going to put them on map point here in map number 2. A chance to even up the series after losing that hard point the way that you did. Very comfortable for Seymour Johnson back in map number 1. It's been troublesome in the search, and I think this kind of goes back to what I was saying in the pre-show, is that Barksdale have that second gear, and that second gear is Crazy. And when Chewy slows down and Crazy steps up, that is just something that I don't think Seymour Johnson has in their arsenal. That chance for somebody to kind of reach that superstar level that your top player is going to play consistently. Crazy might not be as consistent as Chewy, but when he starts to show up, that's what separates Barksdale from the middle of the pack.
Well, this has been a very back and forth game of search and destroy. Swings the momentum in favor of Barksdale to open up this S&D, in favor of Seymour Johnson in the middle of the map. Now for Chewy to close things out. They want the back 3 rounds. It's going to be a cruise missile face-off at the start of this one. 3 for 3 we go, and now everybody, it's basically acts as a kind of a UAV, if you will, a temporary one for both of the squads, because now they know where everybody is located at.
Locked in is Fluffy, and let's see if you can work some magic here for his team. Keep yourself alive at the same rate. This is a cheeky one for Crazy. Not sure how practiced these teams are to be checking their angles like that. And Crazy was not watching the cross, so this has gone unnoticed for Uncle Toke to maybe blow the whole play up as soon as this bomb goes down. Uncle Toke, he's going to be the separating factor.
Oh, goes down. Does he get away? Oh, no, he does not. Good kill coming out from Crazy. Uncle Toke has to now activate, as you said, through the middle of the map. He's going to do so, and Uncle Toke could produce a second kill. How on earth do you get away with that one? Crazy's on the hunt for him, but Uncle Toke, he's already gone through the smoke and mirrors. Uncle Toke has escaped away and is now on the hunt for yet another kill in the round. It would be his 3rd. It wouldn't quite be the ace. Crazy now. Long-range shot. Surely Uncle Toke will activate. Yes, he will. What a great route made up by Uncle Toke there to keep this S&D alive.
It might not be as consistent. It might not be as flashy, but I mean, Uncle Toke really provides those important moments for the Seymour Johnson team when he needs to the most. And in this round, I mean, you needed to hold that middle map control. He finds not just one, but the second kill as well, turning on the player that was coming through dark. That is an important one for Seymour Johnson, not just leaving everything onto the shoulders of Fluffy, who is 9 and 5. You provide that support there for Uncle Toke, and you really step up. That is a confidence booster right there for Seymour Johnson. Now looking to bring us to around 11. And they're trying to call a read here. They're going to double, maybe even triple stack the B side of the map and expect a fast hit from Barksdale to change the pace.
And they're expecting a fast hit from Barksdale. They're not getting one. They're giving a lot of respect to Barksdale at the moment. Here in this search and destroy. Nobody on the A site basically whatsoever here. They're fully reliant that nobody's going to go out of cafe door, because it's worth saying, you can see kind of where Fluffy's looking at, where Better's looking at. If there is any push towards A whatsoever through cafe, they're not going to have a Scooby that is happening.
So they gotta ask, where are you? And figure out what to do with this round. And players already on towards A. That's crazy. He's going to be feeding so many comms over towards the rest of this rotation to get this bomb down as quick as possible. Nobody's populated this. They've recognized it better. Is going to spot one of it. It's too little, too late. He's already got players all over him, and he's not going to read crazy up close. This is a tough spot to be in, but fortunately, Fluffy will trade out, and then a big pick from Toke to take down Chewy on the flank.
Over-aggression from Chewy will get cut down by Toke. All of a sudden, advantageous situation here for Seymour Johnson. Time still not on their side, though. You got to reserve 7.5 seconds for the defuse here, so you got to locate the players in time. Drunks gets the first kill. Not immediately traded, though. He hasn't moved position. And we'll get the full regen here in this situation. Here comes the Chow. Jump shot from Spider, but it's okay because the headshot is good. And now, 1 versus 2. All you got to do is check this bomb at 7.5 seconds, and the round is done. So is the coverage good enough? No, it is not. Rakdos played it perfectly from Cafe side, and the search and destroy is done. Does not matter what the final kill happens here. Barksdale do enough. They take the search and destroy and top the series.
Everybody dies to the bomb, and that is a little heartbreaking for the side of Seymour Johnson. I mean, they did everything right in that round to kind of check off those boxes for the retake, but it stems from what I said before, and I hate to keep bringing this up, but the retakes are sluggish. It takes too long, and then when by the time they reach that site, there's only 13 seconds left to hit the defuse. You have to dedicate a player to that one, and you know, you saw how disconnected Sleek Spider was from that diffusing position. He just did not put himself in a position that could provide the coverage necessary to defend that bomb diffuser. It is as easy as it could be for Rat to find that win at the end of this map, but it was a grueler. Barksdale, they had to fight for it. It was not given for free, and you have to show some respect now to both of these two teams fighting through the lower bracket.
Yeah, I mean, that, again, I kind of mentioned it in the middle of the search and destroy, but it was such a back and forth S&D. You know, right at the gate, Barksdale, they took dominant control. Seymour Johnson didn't really have anything to say whatsoever. Then we got towards the middle of the search and destroy. Fluffy started to wake up a little bit, went on that, was it a 7 or 8 spree? Something like that. And then I think as we got towards the back half of the search and destroy, Barksdale, they stabilized. They started to play as a team a little bit more. And I will say again, especially looking back towards that final round of search and destroy there, Seymour, there was a little bit of giving the round away. We kind of mentioned it, right? I think they just played a little bit too passively in that final round with Seymour Johnson, and I think they'll watch the VOD back and realize, yeah, that's where we went wrong. Of course, if they need to, because this is the lower bracket, and one of these teams at the end of this matchup will be done and dusted here in the CONUS Championships. Which team will it be? We're still only 2 maps deep in this one. Tune in for the control after this break.
The Salute to Service Showdown presented by the USO and the NFL. Active duty military across the world coming together.
This weekend I'm down here in Dallas, currently for a USO event, Madden tournament. To be partnered with the USO with the National Football League is amazing. Right now we're inside the Dallas Cowboy facility. Just to have the access, the behind the scenes, just to come here to take pictures with Super Bowl trophies, to meet personnel that are ahead of this organization. It's been amazing.
The weekend's been awesome. It's the military brotherhood where like we all got to the airport. We all are walking around trying to find people. Being in the military, you move around a lot, you meet new people all the time. So meeting these new guys, everybody just clicks together because we're used to doing that type of thing. been very cool meeting everybody, talking to everybody. A lot of smack talk on Madden. Some people talking strategy, whatnot. So it's been great talking with everybody and meeting everybody.
This is not an event that you want to take for granted, but it's definitely an honor to be here for the second time.
All right, folks, welcome back here to the CONUS Championships. We're 2 maps deep into our final series of the day. We are, of course, in the losers bracket here, so one of these two teams is about to go home. Potentially only 2 maps away from finding out, as we said. All things even Stevens here after that search and destroy from Barksdale. Of course, it was Seymour Johnson earlier on who took the first map in this best of 5. Next up is Control. It's the great equalizer. Who's going to take this swing game? I mean, honestly, we know it's going to go to round 5. That's just how Control works in Modern Warfare 3.
I mean, just a little preemptive call for you. I mean, it is Invasion, so that's a pretty good guess, Brody.
It's going to round 5 as a spoiler.
I mean, I guess you're just writing the book right now on what to expect throughout this matchup. But we're heading back to a respawn, which for, Seymour Johnson, they showed good promise back in that Karachi hardpoint with dominating those power positions. You saw Fluffy, who is probably going to be the in-game leader for this team, was calling a great game. Everybody was rotating. Everybody was set up. They were breaking hills really well. And that is something to look forward to from the Seymour Johnson team heading in towards an invasion where you need that coordination. If you're going to break in towards that A zone, you need to be breaking it together. If you're going to hold down these zones as well, you have to be on the same page. So for Seymour Johnson, I'm looking to them to hit that again, to find that stride to bounce back after losing the search.
All right, well, let's see who's going to come in with momentum in towards this game of Control. Off the bat here, it's going to be Barksdale chilling on the defense. See what they can do about Seymour Johnson's offensive effort straight towards B off the rip. I think it was Fluffy that was trying to make a flank happen through Treehouse. They're going to get shut down, and as you lose the supporting cast around this B zone push here, Better's now all of a sudden the last one left alive, and Barksdale looking to cause some carnage. Look at player number 5 on the minute out. Crazy wants to get those spawn traps going. He's actually going to get shut down.
And you can see that segment was locked in. A couple kills, Silence in trouble. 3 down in the feed. The only player to maybe save this is Rat. He gets away with the kill on the Fluffy, but the follow-up is fantastic from Seymour Johnson. It's going to get them right back onto the zone. Crazy on the flank.
Crazy once again doing exactly what he did previously. This time around, though, I think the route towards the point is a little bit more of a shortcut. Chewy doesn't actually need the help, though. There you go. He's going to get it regardless. Now just one more player to contend with as Crazy and Chewy combine for 3. Rat's going to be the one to close out the defense of the point. They were so close to capturing B. Now they're denied the point.
Yeah, still only 2 ticks, 46 seconds. You don't want to go to A just yet. You don't have the time, and you really don't want to waste it by making a risky move, and that's going to work out for Sleek Spider. Take down Rat on the exit. The opening for B, they hop on. This should finish it up, and for the rest of them, you might look to turn around and take some space outside of B to look for an exit when this is all said and done.
You're looking for some kind of player here. Anybody, I think, trying to transition from B to A. Crazy is going to be the one trying to plug the hole in the middle of the map. They're going to get shut down by Spider. So, as I said, the opening was there now for Seymour Johnson, who have now already started to splinter themselves towards the A zone. They've actually still got players on B as well. You can see Barksdale frantically trying to locate them and take them out of the play while the push is already happening over by A. Unfortunately enough there, if you're a Barksdale fan, well, good enough. Rat is there for the coverage on the defense. Better's now the last one you really need to contend with.
Yeah, and Better is going to be found. You still have Uncle Toke. He's going to throw a nade, and that should give A little bit of information over towards the chase here. Crazy is trying to figure this one out. He's going to take some early shots. Toke hits the ground. Still the cleanup for Crazy. So they're doing a good job at delaying this one from Seymour Johnson. 43 seconds left. 13 lives for Seymour Johnson. So they have a life deficit that they need to start thinking about. You cannot just keep throwing lives at this hill individually. They need to group up to hit this together and try to hop on the zone. And there's not a lot of time. We're down to only 27 seconds. This is last hit territory.
Yeah, this absolutely is. What do you got for us? Barksdale on the defense, looking solid. Rat will double up. Players trying to filter out of Cafe. Now the third one, Fluffy, will actually pick up Drunks. And now I think Spider wants to press the advantage. No, just going straight to the point. It's actually going to be Fluffy. He will look to try and take some of these players down. Trophy's not going to do anything when there's another one down on the point, so you've not got any coverage now. Players to contend with on both sides. Spider, frankly, has too much to deal with in that scenario. Now every player down for the count. Toke will find one. I don't necessarily think there's enough time, though, to actually make your way over towards the point. Fluffy certainly doesn't have enough, and Barksdale's defense is a little bit shaky towards A, but for B, it's fine.
Yeah, I think that that was a good round from Barksdale for Seymour Johnson. I'm going to take a page out of the book of I Hold Shit to say they gave it the good old college try on that attack. And I think one thing that you can guarantee is that offenses aren't guaranteed for this map. So you're not really worried too much about that for Seymour Johnson. It's, you know, that's kind of par for the course. You get B captured. You have those 3 segments. You just have to look to recreate that now on your defense. Maybe even stipulate yourself maybe stopping that B zone even more. And if you can shut down this B attack and keep the round count or the segment count even, what is happening right now? This is taking a long time to load in, but it's like I was getting distracted by it. But no, if you can stop the push towards B and, you know, keep A unchecked, this is Seymour Johnson's chance to maybe take a lead when it comes to looking towards that round 5.
I got a feeling that might be a settings thing of how long it took to get back towards the round. Fortunately enough, we're in control and not search and destroy. Then you'd have to do that potentially 11 times. But no, or 10, I guess, technically speaking. Regardless, yeah, it's control, so we're only going to see it 4 more times. Toke, though, off the start of this one, doesn't want to see it. That mount, he's going to pick up a couple of kills off the rip. An initial push from Barksdale towards A is going to get shut down for the most part. Crazy is still here on 5 in a row. So he's hunting for that cruise missile. Shots out from Toke, though, is going to send Crazy away. And I like this play, right? I mean, you've got help from your teammates. There's no reason to be the tip of the spear in that situation.
They are trying A yet again. No, how is Crazy still alive? He's turning around. Fluffy on the exit. Crazy wants the 6
What a read!
But he still gets the kill. Cruise missile is on lock before he drops. Yes, Seymour Johnson, they clear off that A zone, but now it's their chance to try at B. Rat's going to be seen through the middle of the map. This would be a big pickup yet again for the side of Seymour Johnson, and Rat will fall. So it has to be B right now. 29 seconds left. You've made really no progression on either side of the map. So this is where Barksdale have to start looking at the objective.
Fluffy must have had a like sound EQ on or something there to hear that play call. Yeah, definitely, for sure. I mean, I don't know. Regardless, he's got to have like superhero or something. It doesn't matter though. Barksdale now on the offense, content with this B push. They read the flank perfectly. Better's not going to be able to do anything in this situation. Fluffy also stunned up here, so now no choice but to wait for the rest of your team. The one positive for Seymour Johnson, there's only actually one player on the point. This is not a stack. I mean, I think you do give this up. But Barksdale, I mean, they still seem so unsure about this. Despite how many players they've got around the point, they only had one on it for the longest time. Finally, they'll double up on it. The chow comes through from Seymour Johnson. And yeah, you're absolutely right, mate. That is a huge error. Now that's so much more map control that Barksdale shouldn't have.
It can work off this B zone. There's going to be no exits found from from Seymour Johnson at all, and they are hunkered down at A. So you need these players off spawn to find some value in these kills. You've given up a streak over towards Crazy. He can choose to invest it here to see if he can win out this offensive round, but Fluffy's going to be found through the middle of the map. A trade there onto Crazy, but the pressure is mounting and Better's in trouble.
Better, a lot to do here. Does he get overwhelmed? Yes, he does. Nice headshot coming through from Rat. Now, this might split the difference because you look at the coverage from the middle street here. Barksdale are watching the cross like a hawk, but now they've got a threat from behind. Fluffy's going to take both of those supporting players out of the play. Fluffy will also find number 3 on the point. Fluffy doing everything for Seymour Johnson narrow on the defense. What looked like a scary position immediately just filters away all down to Fluffy.
You can breathe for a second, but you still don't have any control outside of this point, and Silent drop, so better still holding some positioning away from this A zone, but Crazy's going to trade it out, and you're still kind of mounting this pressure. 27 seconds, they're grouping up for yet another hit, but the kills come through. Disconnected is this Barksdale team, and you have 2 players here with only 17 seconds. They almost have to make a play.
Yeah, they're definitely trying to. I think that was just a little bit individualistic coming out from Crazy there. Drunks, again, no choice but to wait. Going individually would be an error. Nice team shots on towards Better, though. Cross being watched here by Toke should be good enough. Also, team shots from Fluffy. Yep, all these kills are coming through. And again, it's just very individual towards the end of that round. Just like in round number 1, there are moments from the offense where you feel like, hey, they could do this one. To me, the biggest one is that 3-piece. I think it was Fluffy that managed to stop what could have been the offense that would have done it for a Barksdale. It certainly still felt like the setup they had, it probably would have been, but they were not watching AS&D. That big clutch up from Fluffy might have just saved Seymour Johnson.
Yeah, I know these players are sitting there heading into their second offenses, Brody, and they're like, oh, see, you say there's a chance on offense. We can get this one done. It is definitely not impossible to make these happen, but a big takeaway there for Seymour Johnson is Fluffy's 3-piece that, you know, keeps things even when it comes down to segments. It's 3-3 in segments after these 2 rounds, and it could have been Barksdale in the lead if Fluffy didn't make that play. So off the start, the opening gates here into round number 3. You're looking at Chewy on a... Oh, no, he's not on a streak. I was looking at the objective kills. You're looking at Uncle Toke on a streak. He's on 4 in a row. So on his way to a potential cruise missile where pretty sure Crazy still has him packed away.
All right, well, I'm kind of intrigued, actually. We haven't seen many of these hits straight off towards A, off the rip. Our teams have definitely been favoring B towards the back half of the game, and it doesn't really make a difference because Chewy's just going to beam you. Double headshots coming out to completely clear the zone. Now back to square one. Go Seymour Johnson here on this offense. Of course, the problem being, look at the player number 5 on the minimap. Crazy is helping these guys lock in towards the board. Barksdale got the setup.
Chewy for a second was looking like Sam LaRue, the human turret, the way he was just snapping from those 2 players. 57 seconds and no progress to be made when it comes down to this map. Fluffy's going to get an opening over towards the bridge, and that's going to pull some players away from B. You can see the blue arrows are starting to turn. Make sure that the cross doesn't happen to that A zone. And I'm not sure Seymour Johnson really know what they want to do. They're just looking for some control around the map, see if they can find an opening, poke some holes.
I just think it's so difficult, right? I mean, again, this map is so defensively sided that it's incredibly difficult to get anything going, but there's the kill that might do it. Drunk's out of the play towards B. Double stack, or at least it should be. You've got 2 players there. Please get on the point, Spider, for heaven's sake. You're just watching Dark. I think it might be from the rubble spot where you can't see it, but regardless, it means that the point's going to go significantly slower. Drunks might be able to stop it before the first hit goes through. Yes, they will. Second kill there for Drunks as well. Third on the platter. Chewy going to find not just 1, but 2. It's a double from Drunks. It's a double from Chewy. And again, because of the fact they don't double stack it, they don't even get that first hit.
Oh, hey, that's a little bit of a knowledge gap there from the setup of Seymour Johnson. Sleek Spider on the opposite side, disconnected from that play. And by the time he bounces up, damage has been done. Look at the life count. Not necessarily, this is going to go down to time, but look at the lives for Barksdale. They've lost 6 in this round. It is 14 lives to 24. 0 takes a progression gained. A little bit of frustration there for Seymour Johnson. As they know, they kind of messed up a really good opportunity there to set up on B. And that is going to possibly come back to bite them now. That you flip sides of the defense, you are pressured in recreating a flawless round of your own. So for Seymour Johnson, where they haven't been looking flawless across the week so far, they have to be flawless here if they want that round 5 defense.
It's just such a stark contrast, isn't it, from the first couple of rounds to what we saw there. You know, the first couple were scrappy from both sides. They looked like they had opportunities on the offense, and then this one was totally different. Is that the normal spawn on the offense? It is. Okay. Just like my brain was just like, is that the normal spawn? It is the normal spawn. I've just never seen it on the minimap from this side. I'm not usually looking at it.
So, from what I understand, Brody, is that something in the game is broken and they have to make the lobbies themselves. So,
yeah, no, it is the normal spawn. I'm just being an idiot.
Yeah, I'm not surprised if, some things don't translate well from the CDL mode into the normal modes. There is a little bit of a difference.
No, that one was just me being an idiot. I'll fully admit. I'll put my hands up. Yeah, I mean, it's rare, of course. I'm never an idiot normally. But in that instance, yeah, that was me. Regardless, Barksdale get up right now. Good start here on the defense from Seymour Johnson, though. They win the first wave of gunfights. However, because of the fact that Barksdale chose to push A off the start, it means that Seymour Johnson didn't have anybody on B, so they'll immediately kind of move back towards a point. And yeah, you do kind of have to stop this tick coming through. Again, though, same kind of setup. There's only 1 player on the point, so it's slow enough.
It is slow, but it's good enough to get that 1 tick, cement that round 5 defense, even if you lose this. So, Seymour Johnson getting punished by the same thing in the search and destroy. You're slow out the gates, and you're slow to those retakes, and it's gonna cost you in the long run. That 1 tick is all you need to possibly secure this map number 3. If you're Barksdale, they're gonna go back over towards B, where Crazy's just been waiting.
Chewy opening things up with the first blood here. Once again, player on the zone. Not putting more bodies on it. Fluffy on 5 in a row, by the way. So if he can get kill number 6, that would be a nice kind of get out of jail free card if you want it. Drunks is going to shut that down, though. Second tick now going to be through over by B. And Seymour Johnson now on the defense. Not really many options left in this round. Toke will find another kill here again. One player on the point, an opportunity to try and stop it, but Toke's not going to be able to. So an extra 60 seconds we go now. Barksdale, can they also capture it?
Good shots on the Rat. Fluffy's going to chase it down. Fluffy 21-8. Having himself a game on Invasion. Crazy with the finesse onto better. But you look at the life count now for Barksdale as they do add another minute there. A minute 10 to work with. It's 16 playing 21. So this has the chances to kind of run away with them if they're not careful. They don't want to just feed these lives for free. And Sleek Spider, he's doing a good job at just staying alive. He is distracting them, wasting so much time in this position.
It's just so frustrating. It's a position that you don't normally get to deal with here. Crazy's going to actually pick up the gunfight in the end, though. So finally clearing a little bit of space here at Barksdale. Elsewhere, Chewy will find Uncle Toke. So they're starting to wilt away the defensive effort here. Fluffy, the next player up to take down, and they will go down through AS&D. Can better hold through Fire Truck. Gets overwhelmed towards the point now. Barksdale. Couple of players. It's the same setup once more. One player on the point, one player watching the cross. Crazy's going to be responsible for that one, but he's been tagged up. Is it an opening for the defensive side? No, because now Chewy's come to play as well. All the players are in the right positions here. If you're Barksdale, you've got what players watching the cross. First tick through. Chewy now for the second kill. Crazy will find another one. Seymour, this looks like this might be done here.
Yeah, Barksdale, they want to finish it in 4. They have the stack. They're spawning them away. Chewy cutting off the help. He's going to drop, but it is too late. Seymour Johnson, they are backed up. They are put down, and that is going to be a heartbreaking map number 3 where you are fighting tooth and nail to just keep up with the side of Barksdale. It gets away with you at the end, and that is a very, very tough way to go out of this map number 3. You're not out of the series, you're not out of the tournament just yet, but you are down 2-1 now in series count to this Barksdale team.
Yeah, that was a very peculiar, I think, control. The first couple of rounds were pretty much par for the course in terms of kind of the defenses, right? Where, you know, the offense, they got close to capturing A, but it just never kind of happened. B was a walk in the park for the way for the rosters. Then we had that convincing defense in round number 3 from Barksdale, and I think that's where we started to see a very different Barksdale through the last couple of rounds here. Seymour, they kind of felt a lot more activated. And to be fair, it should be said again, this play in round number 2, I really feel like if that does not happen, Seymour, Barksdale take that round number 2, and it might have even been a 3-0.
I agree with you. That is just something for Barksdale that they were feeling like the team in control from start to finish. It just, you know, it was a little bit of a bumpy road, and I think that just goes to show that even though Barksdale looks like they're the better team technically wise and statistically wise, it's still not perfect out of them, and there are still issues that they need to work those kinks out of, and one of those issues is going to be their hard points. Back on Karachi, the rotations were lackluster. They weren't able to hold down those hills. They were showing the same mistakes that they did versus that Minot team yesterday in the Erie Invitational, and they were just losing those early gunfights when getting to the hill and getting that initial time. And looking at Rio, it was one of the maps that you played against Minot. It was one of those maps that was a struggle for you. So the fact that you've already lost a hard point heading into this map 4, you still have to tread with some caution.
Yeah, you do. But again, you know, going back towards that map number 1 for Seymour Johnson, you know, again, they were so strong in it. They looked so good. And, you know, even going back to kind of the pre-game interviews, as it were, Fluffy was saying, you know, he wants to kind of run rings around these guys. He's been ready for round number 2. And he was the player to step up to the plate back in that first map. I think he almost dropped, I think it might have been like 30, 40 kills or something ridiculous like that. Like, he had an incredible game number 1. If he can pop up again here for Seymour Johnson, we could well be looking down the barrel of a game number 5. And again, this is kind of long-term. We're looking long-term here, Colin, for a second, all right? You know, start looking into the future, right? Come with the walk with me, yeah? I'll bring you in, mate. But for a game 5, I mean, given how competitive the game number 2 was, I kind kind of want to see it. You know, I'd love to see a game 5.
Yeah. No, and we're going to high rise game 5 if that's going to be the case. One thing though on high rise that I'm a little bit worried about, and I know you were watching too, and I was watching the way that high rise playing. You gotta be a little bit cautious of the propane tanks right now. They got quite the bite to them right now. So you go to that game 5, and it has to be something that you're thinking about for either of these teams that you've let it slip through. Start vetoing high rise, guys. Don't let it get through. It's not the map you want to play this week. It is something that you want to keep in the ban sheet for sure. But first, you got to get through 6-star, I guess. Not Rio.
No, this is Rio, mate. Don't worry about it. This is just they've just reskinned it.
This is
like
not Rio.
This is the cell shaded Rio.
You can't fool me. You can't fool me.
You said it was Rio earlier on, right? So I mean,
it's not Rio.
I don't know what's going on. Look, maybe they just really want us to play Vista. They're like, yeah, actually, we kind of just want to play Vista. And you know what? I don't blame them because Vista. Wow. Oh my God. What is going on with us? Why can't we work today, Colin? It is 6-star. All right, we're good. Maybe they just really want us to play. Maybe they just really want us to play 6. You said it was Rio. What do you want from me?
I said it was Rio because they said it was Rio.
Listen, all right. It's 6-star. We've got a 6-star. It's a fun map. We love 6-star. Regardless, it's going to be a good one here. Seymour Johnson, of course, they want to win this one. They took the map number 1 hardpoint versus Barksdale. So hopefully they can do it again to keep their tournament hopes and dreams alive. Because if they lose this one, they are done.
Chewy's going to start off flawless. Uncle Toke hopping in for the contest. Barksdale 31-0. And finally, it's going to be some time on the board, but only 2 seconds. You lose the rotation here if you're Seymour Johnson. And that is kind of the red alert moment. And you have a crossfire set up. Some good team shots there from Rat. Uncle Toke and Sleek Spider are going to be able to buy some time for the rotations to come in. But Barksdale, they're getting so much out of these early rotations. You need a break fast from Seymour, and they're going to work from the front.
Yeah, it's just so difficult to actually hit the front. I mean, I was going to say it's difficult to hit the front. It seems like they've done it with relative ease. As I say that, though, Crazy doubles up, and immediately they're broken right back through from Barksdale. You just need something special out of Crazy here. 6th kill would be nice. No, shots are on point from Spider. Seems like no recoil with his MCW setup there. I've got to know what the class is. So, cruise missile denied. Break back through for Barksdale, though, only for a moment. Our Seymour Johnson in towards that time. And now the spawns looking pretty good. If you're a Seymour Johnson fan, kills already starting to come through. Then the minimap, Chewy will double up. Already kills also coming through from Crazy. And you kind of needed that rotation. Barksdale, though, they break it back with the crucial kills.
You kind of need it. You definitely needed it. It's 62-8 right now. And for Barksdale, they're walking through 6-star with ease. This is Seymour Johnson's map pick. They wanted to go to this map number 3. Even though it was 6-star, not Rio, this is what they were banking on to continue this series on. But Chewy, he is posted up, and he is big chilling into the back line. They force the spawns over towards the pool side, and there's going to be all 4 players working from the front. Contest is in, but can they keep it in?
Can they? Is the question. Trying to fight this one from the front. Trades galore. Still Toke on the contest. Yep, overwhelmed are they, though. Back 25 seconds here. Spider's now managed to make it towards the bar at the very least. So, once again, they are contesting and taking the time away from Barksdale. Gotta imagine, though, it isn't long before Spider gets removed from that time. Finally, they do, and that means scrap time should be going the way of Barksdale here. Again, if they do manage to win the last 1 versus 1. But now we start to focus on the rotation. Seymour Johnson, they are going to be the first team to touch. Whether they've got the numbers to hold it, though, is a different story. They have to keep an eye on the players filtering out of view. That's exactly what they do.
And the shots from Better is good. The team shots come in, and it is 1 by 1. The drop of Barksdale. Finally, Seymour Johnson, they have the setup. And the most fortunate part about all of this is that even though Barksdale were in those past 2 hills, they could have got like 50, 60 seconds on some of that time, and they weren't always on that hill. So it is only 30-88. You got a little bit of a flank coming out, and it looks like Silent's going to be looking to make that pinch play.
Definitely trying it. Kills, though, are going in favor here, ultimately, of Barksdale. They've got kill control once again. It has to be said, the lead that Barksdale have put up after the first set of rotations in this game, it's not quite insurmountable just yet, but it's approaching improbable for a Seymour Johnson to make one hell of a comeback on. More kills coming through here. 15 seconds left. You've at least got to give this a shake to try and pick up this scrap time. Chewy is there for it. Good shots, but not good enough to take Spider out of the play. I'll tell you what, mate. Spider, when he gets in towards the not ADS mode, the hipfire mode, he's so straight shooting with the MCW. I got to know what's on his class, mate.
That hipfire is dirty with the MCW. At least Sleek Spiders is. I'm alongside you with that one, but down by relatively 70 points here. Seymour Johnson. They are going to now look to see if they can connect a couple hills together, but the hard part is going to be working these spawns, which has been a big issue for Seymour Johnson. They've, one thing, getting this time, but then trying to rotate to the next hill is not something we've really seen from this team. And they're going to have to break these P2 spawns early on if they want to connect the two. But the first thing, the issue is keeping P1 under wraps. And not only do they lose that initial time there towards P1, it's 30 seconds that you'd love to get, but they still don't have the rotation to do. They're spawning so far away from P2.
I can't even think of a single rotation where Seymour Johnson have actually got control of it this game. It's a totally different ball game from what we saw back in map number 1, where Seymour Johnson were winning pretty much every single rotation and breaking the ones that they don't win. This time around, Barksdale are in full control of this game. This next set of gunfights has to go Seymour Johnson's way if they want a hope in this series of keeping their tournament dreams alive. This has to be the wave of gunfights. Uncle Toke, already tagged up, has found the first. Got a little bit of help from the side. This has to be hit at the same time with Spider. Good shot, long-range shots coming through from Toke on towards Crazy. The gunfights are being won. Here we go. The flank from Spider. Good for one. Good for a second as well. You've now got the help through the front.
Yeah, Spider's got the Rifle 9 in hand. 30 seconds left. They're going to bunker in, but no time coming through. They flip these spawns, and it seems like it's enough for Barksdale to battle back into this one, Brody. They're not done with this P2 time.
Not done whatsoever. Drunk's gonna get more time off the back of this one. There's still players approaching though, and to be honest with you, if you're Seymour Johnson here, you get the last 20 seconds, hooray, that's great, but now you've also lost the rotation towards New. Rat's gonna give this a last little shake to try and take some time away. He might actually do this here. Rat, surely not. Rat, don't be disgusting. The last 10 seconds does go the way of Seymour Johnson, but as I was saying here, Seymour, again, that rotation is secured for Barksdale, so once again, you're losing the rotation.
You have a cruise missile for Chewy. The most fortunate side for Seymour Johnson is you're dancing on a 70-point deficit. So Sleek Spider hops in for the contest. He's trying to keep it at this kind of a distance right now. And Chewy, he is not ready to give things up just yet. Flank coming out from Fluffy. Not able to translate towards the second one. And Silent is connecting with those spawns right now for the side of Barksdale. Everything is good for this team. Their lead is growing once more.
Yeah, you're just hoping you can kind of get to the contest spot here. Fluffy looking to do so via the stairs. Of course, that contest spot now being utilized. You can see it by Toke. So forcing players out of position to try and deal with that. Team shots good here. Fluffy only able to find one, though. Good read on towards Spider coming through the cut. But you are going to get overwhelmed as Spider's able to double up. You can now fight this one from the front for the back 15. Barksdale still spawning in the back line as well. Split push here. They're sending 3 players towards the old time, 1 player towards the new. This is a good situation for Seymour Johnson, but you're not going to win the trade. They don't get on towards the time. And what is this? The 16th rotation they've lost this game?
Yeah, it's been a lot. The only one that they did win was P4 in the first set of rotations, but they lose this one, and their lead is still 70-point difference. Fluffy looking to take a route. Chewy, he gets away, and oh, this is going to waste so much time for Fluffy. Yeah, I like this call to back up. Group up with the rest of them and work through the middle of the map. They found their way in, but Rat is playing spoiler here. He is hiding inside the offices, but he does get picked up. It's 3 down.
As finally some fire in the bellies for Seymour Johnson now. A good opportunity to get the back 30 seconds here would make them competitive for Barksdale here in this game. You've got to make sure you deal with the hit from the middle of the map and from the side. A little bit from that middle map pressure has been dissipated. Rat, the only one to say anything whatsoever. I actually don't really know if you push this, to be honest with you. Rat's still going for it, as is Trunks.
Boy.
This is over-aggression coming through from Barksdale here. You're kind of reduced just down to Crazy towards the middle of the map. Crazy needs to find some serious value here. You've already found one. How much more can you do? There's a second kill. I think that might be good enough to have a say towards the new hardpoint.
With this one is going to be McC, Fluffy, and DJ. Shots not connecting. The contest on both sides. Sleek Spider, who's been very fun to watch with the Rifle 9 in his hand, is keeping a foot in this time. Better looking to make a wrap. He should be able to clear this player out from the staircase, but his teammates die, and so does Heath. 4 go down in the setup for Barksdale. Again, that 40-point lead that they do have right now, it's about to grow, and you need Fluffy here to really be the difference. He's going to be taking that long flank.
Fluffy, can he do anything with it? Nope, going to get shut down by Rats. Chewy now looking to try and deal with the players that contested. Shots for a moment there were not great, but the headshot on towards Toke will come through regardless. Better now, looking for a last-minute shot in the dark at scrap time. Will not get it. Now towards rotation. Crazy. A lot to do. There's one. Looking for the second. Oh, shot's good, but Fluffy will win that 1 versus 1. He keeps him in the conversation, but Fluffy is all on his lonesome here. The reinforcements are being cut off by Chewy, and you know all you've got to do is just hunt for the 1 player.
Yeah, Fluffy has been kind of missing throughout this game. He is just not the superstar that you need right now for Seymour Johnson. You need him to make a big play here, and he is playing a little bit of distraction with the Renetti. That's 4 in a row, still alive, allowing the respawners to get here. They flip things out for Barksdale. Now this is some serious time for Seymour Johnson to accrue.
Yeah, Chewy's going to bring the streak down, though. Kills also being made around the front here. You should be able to bend that streak in towards the hard point. Yep, you will. Kills now being made. You can still finish it on this hard point. You know players are going to be spawning towards the backline, but you actually lose the trade, so now that's no longer the case. Barksdale, you don't really need to invest in this time. You can give the scrap time away and you'll be all right.
You have to be careful not to flip things. And they are going to be able to get those better spawns in the back, but you see that Uncle Toke is trying to find something here. The timing works out. He clears out the back, and for the first time, Seymour Johnson a time to flip these spawns over towards P4.
Oh, well.
We haven't seen this just yet.
Well, they will flip the spawns, but sometimes this is not that advantageous. And I will say what is, though, is the fact that this is going to be a split. Yeah, I was going to say, players coming from both sides of the hard point here, but they've got to time this correctly. You've got to win the fights as well. And Chewy will double up the players on towards the ball. Now you're just dealing with the players in the back spawn. Crazy finds one of them. Toke will only pick up one gunfight. That might be all she wrote here. Seymour Johnson, one last hurrah. 249, you got to touch for time. Chewy's just chewing you all up and spitting you out like that. Barksdale done and dusted in this series. They are 3-1ing them. Only one map lost. They send Seymour Johnson home.
And you see them, they get up, they are loud, they are proud to take down the side of Seymour Johnson. Barksdale, it was a slow start to the series. They pick it up in towards game 2. They find that control as well with an offensive round in game number 4. I mean, what an explosive start that they did have. You started to see Seymour Johnson climb back in towards this hard point a little bit. I think Fluffy towards those last couple of hills was really stepping up to where he needed to be. And Uncle Toke had a fantastic 6-star. He was really keeping the team alive in some of those rotations. And I think for Uncle Toke, he's going to be an underrated player for the Seymour Johnson team that we didn't really talk about enough, but really should talk about for this team in the moment. But for Barksdale, they took him down. They finished the job in a 3-1 victory. And even though that 6-star kind of went awry, we're seeing this team really dominate the rotations, which is one thing that I was worried about for those hard points for this Barksdale team. It was missing versus Minot, and I was worried that was going to be missing on the hard point here as well, whether it was Rio or whether it was going to be a 6-star. That's something that Barksdale worked on, and it looked fantastic. The rotations were on point throughout the first couple of sets, and I think that's really what set them apart inside of that map number 4.
Yeah, man. I mean, look, Barksdale, I think they just set themselves apart in the last couple of maps for sure. The Search and Destroy, I would still say, was competitive from Seymour Johnson for sure. And of course, the Control, we did have to go the distance to get that one done more or less. But still, Barksdale, I think in that last hard point proved that they were definitely the better team. Everybody was firing on all cylinders. Everybody was doing what they needed to do. And, you know, as we've already kind of pointed out, the fact that they pretty much won every single... I don't think there was a single rotation they actually didn't get first touch on, which I think is just a wild achievement. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't think it really mattered that much, though, right? I mean, it's a totally wild achievement to get as much control of the hard point that they did. I will say, shout out to Seymour Johnson, because for all the rotations that they lost in that hard point, they still kept it relatively competitive. I think especially at one point, they were like, 40 points away from making a comeback happen, and even then, I mean, they just couldn't get it done. But shout out to them for trying, especially with the first hard point as well. They were a competitive team.
I think that for Seymour Johnson, they can kind of walk away from this tournament knowing that they made some steady improvements, knowing that they kind of stuck it to a couple of these top-tier teams and took them the distance, whether it was Search and Destroys or some of these respawns. They gave themselves a chance a lot of times in this series. It doesn't pay out the way that you really hoped it would have paid out, but this is a good opportunity for you and your friends to get out here towards Eglin Air Force Base in Florida, play some Call of Duty outside of your own house, which is, for some of these players, maybe even the first time they're at LAN, and that is an incredible experience that I'm glad these players got to have.
Yeah, I mean, just an incredible experience. Well, that experience will be no more for Seymour Johnson as they're done and dusted. This is the bracket as it shows right now then, of course. This is an 18 bracket. Ultimately, this was lower round 1, and that means Seymour Johnson's journey here in the CONUS Championship will end at top 8. Right now, of course, JB Andrews and Luke Air Force Base also going head-to-head in a battle for survival. But Barksdale, they will keep their tournament hopes and dreams alive. And, you know, I think that's the question for me. I'm intrigued to see what they think about it, and we'll get the interview here in a second. Is the lower bracket run going to be possible for Barksdale? Let's find out, because I believe we've got an interview with a player from the winning team. It is Silent, of course, on Barksdale, just coming away for the victory. Again, first and foremost, congratulations, Silent, on keeping your tournament hopes and dreams alive. I want to go into this one by talking about kind of, I guess, the stakes on a more personal level in this series. There was a little bit of smack talk from players on the opposition there before we got into it, saying they were kind of going to run rings around you. They didn't do that. Does that, guys, make you kind of happy a little bit that you came out and you proved them wrong?
I don't know. Fluffy. I don't see Fluffy ever saying that, but we had fun with them. They're definitely cool people. They're very, very good at the game. So much growth from them. So seeing them come here from EREI is just awesome. They definitely gave a show. That's for sure.
All right, Silent, you got to change your name to Humble, man. This guy definitely did talk some smack before that game did start, but you guys gave it to him throughout that game. And I got to ask you about that map number 1, the hard point that we did see on Karachi. What went wrong for you guys? Because it just seemed like nothing was clicking really on that map for you.
It has been a very long day for a couple of us from Team Barksdale. So, yeah, I don't know. Nothing was working correctly, so we had to just take that L, take a step back, and just rethink of what we had to do. And after a little bit of bickering back and forth, we pulled through and ended up working better as a team.
Yeah, I mean, that Search and Destroy definitely showed some resilience. You guys battled back and won the next 3 maps. So I want to look forward to what is next for you guys as you are trying to still battle from lower round 1 back in towards the rest of the tournament. You lost to Hill in that first round back in the winner's bracket. Is there some things that you need to start focusing on heading into day number 3 that you guys need to change to battle against those top teams out of that winner's bracket? Something that'll keep you guys going? What's going to change for you guys heading to maybe make yourselves make a run there in the lower bracket?
I'd say mainly work on rotations, work on call-outs, work on getting the trades. We're a little bit newer of a team. We haven't really practiced much together. I think the last time I personally played COD was EREI. I've been playing a lot of other games, and it's just a lot of trial and error, and that's the fun of it. Having no strategy is the best strategy. It worked for EREI, so I hope it works for here too.
Alrighty, well look, you do have that lower bracket run still to go if you want to make it all the way in the tournament. I've got a feeling I might know the answer here, but I've asked this question before to a couple of teams. Are there any teams throughout the remainder of this tournament you want to face, you want to take them down?
Honestly, I want a rematch with Minot.
Yeah.
We're 2 of 2 keyboard players, so I'm one of them, and Cryptic is the other one. But yeah, I want to go against Minot again. I was forced to play 6400 DPI for the first 3 matches against Minot. So after fixing that, I'm just getting back used to using my own sensitivity, and I'm doing a little bit better, but still getting back into Call of Duty and everything. So.
You're hyping me up for the rematch, Slider. I'm ready to go. I want to see you guys face Minot again. It'll be a brilliant matchup. I hope we get to see it for sure. I hope we get to cast it. It would be awesome, man. Thank you so much, man. Again, congratulations on the victory.
Yeah, no problem. Have a good one, guys.
All right, cheers, Silent. Well, I appreciate that, mate. All right, well, that means the day is done here, Colin. Final thoughts then, I guess, before we go off here. Anything we want to say, because it's been a really fun day of action.
6400 DPI, that sent me. That's tough. That seems near impossible to keep up with. You really gotta kind of convert your sensitivity in game to really match with that one. That is a difficult match to fight. No, I think that there's really good setup right there for a rematch between Minot. I'd love to see that. I think that Barksdale, they deserve that second chance. They deserve to try again versus that Minot team, and you can start to see that even though Silent and some of these members players have started off in this tournament not playing Call of Duty, they're getting better. There are distinct changes from day 1 into day 2 that I'm seeing from a lot of these teams that struggled early on that is making me excited for day number 3. I think that across the course of this tournament, there has been a lot of level up for these lower squads, and there is some chance for upset still. We haven't really seen that upset just yet, but there is chance heading into day 3 that we get those changes for some of these teams and we see something maybe work out in their favor. So I'm excited for day 3, Brody. Even though I won't be there, I'm excited for you to take on day 3 and to see how that goes.
Yeah, I was really sad, man. I was gonna say, you know, sad boy hours. I wasn't gonna tell anybody. Obviously, I was just gonna like give them the pleasant surprise.
Andy already broke the news to him.
He did. Oh man, everyone's really sad. I mean, yeah, look, we're gonna lose you tomorrow, and that's gonna be really sad. However, the good news is it's gonna be all British broadcast tomorrow. So we're gonna have myself, Enigma, and another surprise guest, which I'm not gonna say yet because we haven't announced that, I don't think. But regardless, yeah,
I'm a part of the
we're taking over,
Commonwealth.
mate. I don't care. I don't care. You know, frankly, British is best. You know, that's all I can say. You know, we're all gonna be here for the broadcast tomorrow. That's not true. But regardless, yeah, thank you everybody for tuning in today. It's been an absolutely awesome day of Call of Duty. Tune in tomorrow for the final day of action here with the CONUS Championships as we decide who is going to be the champion. We don't know. It's been an awesome day of matches though, and I'm sure it's going to be awesome tomorrow as well. Again, thank you so much. We'll see you guys tomorrow.